The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The queens of the chess world are back for the Cairns Cup in St. Louis. The world's preeminent women's invitational event is back to showcase their excellence in the capital of chess in the United States. Recently crowned world champion challenger Zhongyi is clearly still in peak form, winning her first game to claim a share of first place. There have been 3 Cairns Cups and Alexandra Kosteniuk has competed in all 3, placing no worse than 3rd and is on pace for the podium yet again with a round 1 victory and co-lead. There's a 3-way tie at the top, and these ladies are just getting started. Day 2 of fantastic chess coming up next.
Welcome to round 2 of the Cairns Cup. We're here in front of the St. Louis Arch, one of the famous places to visit here in St. Louis. Let's go back to the studio and start the day.
Day 2 of the Cairns Cup promises to be exciting as the top-rated players are starting to make their mark. We are live from St. Louis, starting now. Hello and welcome. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be here in the St. Louis chess studio alongside, well, our resident experts, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and International Master Nazi Paikidze.
What a pleasure to be with you both. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Indeed, the Cairns Cup 4th edition started with a bang. One very, very hard-fought round. I think it was 6 hours of broadcasting for ourselves. But what will round 2 bring? First of all, Jovi, do the honors and tell us about the standings. We had 3 winners.
We did have 3 winners, and indeed they find themselves at the top of the table. Zhongyi, our top-rated seed, is there, alongside former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kosteniuk, Mariya Muzychuk. But it's still very early days, and anything can happen today.
Absolutely. And tell us about the format for this 4th Cairns Cup.
It's exciting, it's unusual, which makes it a little bit spicy. It's a 10-player round robin, which means the players will play each other once, and it does have an unusual time control of 120 minutes, 2 hours, plus 30-second time bonus per move. This is unusual, and it's also unusual there are no draw offers allowed. And take a look at that prize fund, $200,000. That is indeed just staggering.
It truly is. Thank you, St. Louis. And tell us about the schedule.
Yes. So the play might get frantic at some point, but the players are just playing 1 round per day. But make a note in your diaries, because Tuesday, June the 18th is going to be a rest day. And if there is a tie for first place, well, then there will be playoffs on Sunday, June the 23rd.
And Nasi, with those 3 victories, tell us more about the winners.
All right. Welcome back, everyone, for round 2 of Cairns Cup. We had a very eventful day yesterday, and we expect a lot of exciting games today as well. But we think the key matchup will be between Irina Krush and Zhongyi. We have 8-time US champion playing the first seed of the tournament. As you can see, they've only played 2 classical games before, 1 win for 10 and 1 for Irina. So today we'll see if one of them can take a lead. An interesting statistic yesterday, 3 former world champions all started with a win. They won their first round, and let's take a closer look at each one of these players. We'll start with Zhongyi. She played a FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament this April, and she won the tournament. And later this year, she'll be playing her countrymate Zhu Wenjun for the title. Very exciting event. Next we have Mariya Muzychuk. I believe it's her 2nd time playing Cairns Cup. She's also a former women's world champion, and today she'll be playing her sister, Anna Muzychuk. We'll see how that game goes.
Sibling rivalry, I love it.
And the third co-leader is Alexandra Kosteniuk. She's two-time women's world champion. She's 40 years old, but still extremely competitive, and we expect fighting chess from her.
Absolutely. And to introduce our fourth member of our broadcasting team, Begim, who's going to be doing all kinds of interviews. Begim, over to you and your thoughts about round one.
Hi guys, I'm super excited to be here to interview the players after their rounds. Yesterday was a fantastic start. I couldn't ask for more. We had 3 decisive games. The ladies brought up their best chess, and today is going to be definitely exciting. I'm looking forward to our key matchup, Zhongyi, between Irina, Krush, and also personally I'm interested about Anna Muzychuk versus Mariya Muzychuk match. I know most probably they're gonna make a draw, but we have no draw offer rule, so I'm excited to see how it plays out. So let's watch it together.
And indeed, Jovi, do the honors, tell our viewers what they can expect for this round two. Pairings.
Yes, as always in this women's super tournament, we have some very exciting pairings. Nana Dzagnidze will play last year's Cairns Cup winner Anna Zatonskih. We also see the battle between sisters, Anna Muzychuk against Mariya Muzychuk. Will they keep the harmony at home? We'll find out. Zhongyi will play Irina Krush. Elisabeth Paehtz will also play 14-year-old teenage sensation Alice Lee. And then finally, it's a match between old rivals. Harika Dronavalli will play Alexandra Kosteniuk.
We've already seen that the ladies are fighting hard. And break down that prize fund. What are they fighting for?
Oh, this one is absolutely fantastic, because take a look. The total prize fund is one of the highest ones for women's chess, $200,000. First place will net $50,000, second place $40,000, third place $30,000. I mean, these amounts are sensational, Yasser.
Yeah, big amounts for women's chess. We need more events, just like the Cairns Cup, as we get ready for the start of round two. And play is taking place in the World Chess Hall of Fame. And there you see the photographers getting in their pics as best they can.
And yeah, we see Leonard Oates, and there we also see
Sibling rivalry.
the siblings, Anna Muzychuk against her sister. Both of them look like they're in good spirits.
Absolutely.
But what I like, actually, the colors coordinate with the pieces. And there we also see former Women's World Champion Alexandra Kosteniuk with the black pieces. She will play Harika Dronavalli, Indian Grandmaster, someone that she's played many times before.
Exactly. All of these ladies from the Grand Chess Tours and the FIDEs and the World Championship matches and the candidates, they know each other very well. But this tournament is somehow a kind of a special event. It's not for the World Championship, but they love being here. They love coming to St. Louis.
Definitely. And I
We
just
see
wanted
Elisabeth Paehtz getting ready.
Yes, just wanted to piggyback on your point. You
Yeah.
know, yes, they might have faced each other several times, but not in this time format, not
Right.
with such money at stake. And there we do see the players seated, getting ready and smiling for Leonard. And there we also see Nana Dzagnidze, who has white pieces against Anna Zatonskih.
At the opening ceremony, Elisabeth Paehtz revealed that she was a last-minute visa replacement. And she said, "I'm very reliable. I'm German. I will be at the tournament." And Nana there, and this is Elisabeth Paehtz from Germany, and she has been German's flag bearer for quite a number of years. She's
Absolutely.
top.
And she's the only father and daughter duo that are grandmasters.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
not
sensational.
sibling rivalry.
She's also the only female German grandmaster. So she really is also just flying the flag for her country. And she will play 14-year-old Alice Lee. And these days, playing a teenager, in fact, playing a child,
Right.
is scary stuff.
And just does feel like play is about to get underway. The players arrive early because they have to go through the security check and the fair play rules and everything of that nature as they're getting ready for this round 2. Again, 3 decisive games yesterday, and when I think about those games as well as the games that were drawn, it could have easily been a much more decisive round, and the results could have been different. Anna Zatonskih lost what at first blush would be a very good game by her opponent. However, there were 2 key moments when Anna could have turned the tables. One was with E5 and one was with G6.
Well worth checking out. If
Absolutely.
you haven't seen those games already, download them as soon as possible. And there we see Nana against Anna. And Anna, as you mentioned yesterday, she's a highly resilient player.
Exactly.
Nana, again, having had to endure quite the marathon yesterday. She was pressing hard. Rook and bishop versus rook endgame.
But
which
she
Harika,
had the sunny side of it.
She did have the sunny side of it.
Right.
But again, there
6
we
hours
see
of play, nonetheless. She has to
clocks
be
have been started.
tired. And our marquee matchup, as we will keep a close eye on this game between Tan and Irina. Again, Tan is coming into this event not only as the former women's world champion, but the challenger as well as the #1 seed. E4, C5, and Irina, when she is facing against E4, she can mix it up. She has quite a number of Sicilians in her repertoire, and check this out. Knight C3, more or less a kind of indication that I want to play the closed Sicilian. But
Or I want to trick you with move order.
Exactly. Now, normally speaking, for Irina, E7, E6 is one of her most go-to defenses, the Taimanov defense. And I remember in the 1992 rematch between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky, Bobby played knight GE2. And the idea is the move order, to try to trick the move order. Like, you can't play queen C7. What kind of move is queen C7? If you play A7, A6, I'm not obliged to play D2, D4. I may go into a closed Sicilian, and then you ask yourself, well, why did I play A6? Usually a move that you're not really interested in playing on the black side of a closed Sicilian. So knight C3 can be a move order that crosses up the opponent, and Irina is taking some time. I mean, this won't be a complete shock for her, but her approach she might have to adjust her approach.
Yes, also Tan is also very flexible how she begins the game. I've seen her open with the English opening with C4, D4 as well. So E4 perhaps not something that she's kind of studied that much in regards to this game. But knight C3.
We'll see how this goes. And Nasi, of the games thus far, it's early. Anything caught your attention right away?
I actually want to add a comment because earlier this year in the American Cup, I chose that opening against Irina, close Sicilian, and I ended up winning. So I think maybe she's considering to play something else and not repeat what happened, because I got a very good position.
If you don't mind, tell us how it happened.
I was hoping you were not going to ask me because I did not remember.
But you won. That was the part you remembered. Okay.
I've never played it before or after. It was just preparation for one game.
Gotcha.
And it worked. So I'm guessing Tan checked out the game and improved on the lines. So Irina's now trying to think how to avoid those lines. But let's take a look.
Does it inspire you to know that you might have inspired Tan?
It just made my day. Yeah, indeed. So let's check this game. Paehtz against Alice Lee. That started with knight F3. Then it looks like just a ready opening, but then C4 early.
Okay.
With D takes and Queen A4 check. Now it's called King's Indian double fianchetto variation.
Of course, that was my guess.
Yeah, it's an interesting move order. So now it can still transpose to Catalan if black goes maybe C6, Queen C4, and later white plays D4. But the main move here is knight c6, actually, with the idea that on queen c4, bishop g7, you kind of cannot play d4. Black immediately takes control of the d4 square. So as a Catalan player myself, I wouldn't be happy with this with white, that I have to wait before I can play d4, and
Gotcha.
I may have to play d3. As you can see here, actually, main move is e5, so there's not going to be any d4 in this game. I'm liking this for black. What about you, Javi?
I like it for black as well because I'm very much a space grabber. You know, I like to take as much room as possible on the board.
Right.
So yeah, I would feel comfortable, but on the other hand, I'm not going to be too kind of dismissive of white's chances because, you know, the plan is pretty simple. You just castle. You also get focused on, yeah, as you're highlighting, just developing the dark square bishop. And I've seen that queen swing across over
H4.
to h4 and then, you know, suddenly starts tickling the black king.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm familiar with the English, so for me this is a kind of a standard position that I might get from an English. I agree with what you were saying too, that when you're playing a Catalan or you're a Catalan player, maybe you don't like having your pawn on d3 versus having your pawn on d4. One of the curious moves for me is the move itself, queen a4 check, because I might have thought knight a3 would have been a little bit more, you know, like I would want to recapture with the knight on c4, and if you play, for example, like c5, knight takes c4, knight c6. I think these are very standard positions. Black tries to control the d4 square, and I try to get a knight out. But keep an eye on this one.
Yes, and that's not what Alice played. She played knight d7 and bishop g7. So we might see transformation into the Catalan after d4.
Got you. Thank you, Nasi. Just going to go and take a look at the sibling rivalry. Not getting moves. That's
Well, I have some great news for
What
all
is-
three of us in the studio
What's
because
that?
Mariya has employed the Caro-Kann.
okay. So go ahead and waltz me through the game. I'll go
If
e4,
E4, C6,
d4,
D4, D5. Okay, and Anna went for an advanced variation.
e5.
And here, Mariya chose C5, the most combative approach.
Truly is. I mean, I have spent a career on the black side playing the move bishop f5, and back in the 1990s, you got to give Nigel Short credit, playing knight f3, bishop e2. He revolutionized the opening theory from that side, so much so that c5 started to become the go-to way of playing it for black. D takes c5 by Anna.
And we're having a pause here from Mariya. I mean,
She's not at the board, I
She
see.
can play knight c6, she can play e6.
When
one?
When you face the advance, Jovi, do you play c5 or bishop f5?
It depends. I can play both of them, but I like to play because c5 is very sharp, so I
Right.
like to refresh my memory
Yes.
on what I've recommended, because I actually wrote a book recommending c5.
Right.
Because it was aimed at lower rated players, and I thought be practical, because if the bishop comes out, there's so many moves.
Right.
But recently in my new course on the Caro, I recommended the bishop coming out to f5.
Exactly. Okay. So c5, d takes c5. Do you play e6? Do you
Yeah.
play knight c6? Because it's a very important moment.
It
when
is.
you in this.
Like knight c6 is very much that maximalist move. It's
Right.
trying to get it all, right?
Right.
You develop, you're trying to explode open the center, whereas e6 is a little bit more solid because you're just focusing on pawn structure.
Exactly. Now, knight c6, what you're saying is you're trying to get it all. You're trying to get knight
Yes.
f3. You're trying to get bishop to g4. And if you're white, you don't want to see the bishop coming out. So oftentimes you see white playing move bishop b5, knight c3. I know these are very complex. By the way, e7, e6, no knight to c6. And then if I might ask you, because, okay, you've been doing the chessable courses and stuff, after e7, e6, aren't you transposing into a French of sorts where
Yes.
D takes
We
C5,
will- yes.
lose the tempo somehow?
Yes, absolutely. But then white has committed
To capturing, not necessarily.
Exactly,
good.
and that's not necessarily the best.
Right.
And e5 is always a target. So the kind of way that you want to be playing is you want to obviously be recapturing that pawn on c5 with the bishop. And then you just want to make like very slow moves like knight c6, knight e7, and at the right time you want to go knight g6 and then get a well-timed in f6.
Gotcha. So that's on Black's
And there we can
gender.
see on the camera that Anna, who is the older of the two incidentally, she is playing white.
One of the things that was really funny for me was I've watched these two sisters grow up over the years, and most of their career, it was Mariya who was chasing her sister in terms of ELO ratings. That is to say, Anna was the higher rated sister, but it was Mariya who became the women's world champion. Yes. And I think a lot of us have teased Anna over the years, like, you know, those younger sisters, they're just too strong, huh?
Yeah, they're very good. But you know that they were incredibly talented from the get-go. Because I know this because I played them twice when they were both, one was 13, Anna was 13, and I think Mariya was maybe, I want to say 13 as well.
Right.
And yeah, they both crushed me.
They both got
They both crushed me. And I mean, you know, there was a significant rating difference, but it was... you knew that this new generation of Ukrainian youngsters was just very, very talented.
Exactly. Nasi, sad to say, I'm not getting the moves on my board. Maybe something's just going wrong. Although I can see that you're getting the moves, and Nasi obviously has the move. What happened in our marquee matchup between Tan and Irina? Did it become an open Sicilian?
Kind of, yes. It transposed. Let's take a look into the Khan variation, which is something that Irina plays very often. As her teammate at the Olympiad, I saw her play this in pretty much every black game, and she defeated Alexandra Kosteniuk actually in this line. So
yes.
She's very good at playing this opening. So it did transpose. Tan ended up playing d4 and transposed the open Sicilian, bishop d3. I was going to say that, yeah, I believe queen b6 here is a very common move, but Irina has tried all kinds of different move order here. She started in this game with bishop b7. Let's follow the line, castles, knight c6. So far the players are following everything by the book, rook e1. Oops. And
something went wrong there.
Yes, I'll get this back, but... yeah, they're still following the main line of Khan, which Irina is very familiar with.
Exactly, as I'm getting also my reset as well. But I remember this particular variation, what Irina is playing today. It was a game from the U.S. Championship between Hikaru Nakamura and Gata Kamsky, where Gata Kamsky played this variation, the Khan, with rook e1 by Hikaru Nakamura. And it was absolutely a fascinating game. Ended up being won by Hikaru.
It was an interesting choice, though, because during Norway Chess, Pragnananda defeated Magnus in the classical game. And Magnus employed the Khan. Okay. And afterwards, the grandmasters were incredibly critical of Magnus employing that variation and saying, you know, at the highest level is too dangerous to touch.
Exactly. By the way, instead of the move knight e7, I think take that back for a moment, and
bishop c5 is a common move. Is that what was happening?
Yeah, and I think it was bishop c5, a4, b4, knight d5. It was a crazy game that went like this. In this game, Nasi, knight e7, could you just tell us about Irina's choice? Is that a common move, knight e7?
Yes, there's still 52 games in this position. So by
that's
playing,
a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot for this niche variation.
Right.
By playing knight e7, she's keeping her options still flexible. So knight's going to go to g6, but this bishop is unclear. It can go to c5 or e7. Right. But Yasser, would you say black here always castles short?
Almost
Almost
Yeah, always, because the
C5 is
B5. Yeah,
too open, yes.
exactly.
And how does white develop here? Let's take a look. So if A4, B4, I don't think knight D5 would work anymore because black has the knight on E7, so king is covered. So we would move knight E2, knight G6, knight to D4, and this is about as far as I know this line. I haven't played it with either colors. But computer says some queen H5, maybe starting the attack early before black develops and the bishop and finishes the castle.
Right.
I think F4 is very tempting, but we can't do it yet because of bishop C5 and the weak diagonal. So we'll see how Tan has to be a little bit patient here before she starts her attack.
Yeah.
Very good.
We've also seen Tan be very well prepared, so I actually wouldn't be so surprised if she does play
Queen
your
H5.
Queen H5
Queen
move.
H5.
She might.
Yeah, if you don't mind, take us around the horn a bit as I wait for my computer to get updated.
Sure. In the game of Nana and Anna, we also have some interesting move order. It started with C4, and Anna is a French player. I've played her dozens of times, and no matter what move I start with on the first move, she responds with E6.
Her go-to.
Yes, knight f3, d5. Okay, so I forgot the name of this.
Ready?
Agincourt?
Agincourt.
Agincourt.
Really? How
Defense.
did you know?
Because there was a big battle of Agincourt. You're going to put my history under scrutiny. And I just know that there was a big battle of Agincourt.
And in their honor. B2, B3, I would have thought this is a ready, and I got to give Nepo a lot of credit for his very creative Queen C2, G4 attacking ideas. And he's done that as well as Shek Riar Mamedarov, also a great attacker.
Yeah, there's still almost 1,500 games here, so this is very early in the opening.
Right.
Now white has a couple of different choices. She can still delay developing this knight and start with just bishop e2 and castle and not make it clear what she's intending to do in the center.
Right.
Or she could just go knight c3, queen c2 and long castle. That's also another sharp line, followed by g4.
Right.
I was really going to say about G4. Have we seen Shaq also lift up that pawn
Yes.
a few moves early?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually they combine it with Queen C2
Yeah,
and
Queen
then
C2,
they lash out with G4, and it's very sharp stuff.
But you do have to be careful. If black plays c5, you don't want to give up too much of your center. So if you play queen c2 now, maybe there's already d4.
Right.
So I've seen here people respond with capture and d4 and then just castle short.
Yeah, it kind of
And play
transposes
this.
to a Tarash
Yes, Tarash.
in this case.
But I'm used to seeing Tarash with the fianchetto bishop on g2.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here we have fianchetto bishop on b2. A little
Yeah.
different.
Got to be flexible. Know your stuff. Know your Agincourts, whatever.
Agincourt.
Agincourts, thank you.
This is also an interesting move order in this game between Harika and Kosteniuk. We have knight f3, the ready beginning, c4, c5.
Wow, that's different, yeah.
If d4 now, that's also Tarash, right?
Yes.
Yes. But c takes, knight takes. This is the ready opening. There's already only 56 game on move 5.
They could easily transpose. If you were to put in, I would say knight c3 and a move like e6, I think you'd
Right.
have 10,000 games suddenly magically appearing.
Not that many, but yes, this is still one of the main lines of the ready opening. So after knight c3 is the most common, pawn takes, g6. This kind of starting to look like the Grünfeld now.
A reverse Grünfeld.
Yeah, reverse Grünfeld.
And yes. I'm up and running, and guess what? The sibling rivalry has suddenly flared as we're seeing a very aggressive approach by Anna. After e7, e6, Anna said, you want that pawn? You're going to have to take it, and I'm going to be able to get some tempi against your pieces. So go ahead, take it. She did. Mariya did. Queen g4. How you like them apples? Ready to capture on g7. Do you want to play g6?
No, you actually want to sacrifice it.
Yeah,
so you want to
you
go
do.
knight to e7.
You want to sacrifice
Yes.
it. Oh boy. Knight e7, and I'm being told Varuzhin in production is saying this is 60 odd games have been played with knight e7, and boy, you know me, I can resist anything except temptation. I'd take that pawn. I played the queen g4 for a reason. Knight f3, and we're up to date with the players. Two things that are flash in front of me. The first is the move a2, a3, right? So to my eyes and understanding, the idea is that this bishop on c5 is a little bit awkwardly placed. I want to play b4 and bishop b6. Now stop and think for just a moment and say, well, why do you want to include the move b4? Because from the opening, we always have one central question that we have to answer. What are we doing with our king?
Yep.
Where is the black king going to go? So I'm going to take back the move knight f3 for just a moment, and I want to imagine this move, b4, bishop to b6, and I want to go queen takes g7. I want you to play rook g8, and I want to take a pawn. So I've taken 2 pawns, and then I'm going to ask you the question, well, where do you want to move your king? And the answer is probably going to be the queen side. So for me, Anna is going to take away kingside privileges, and then when she gets in the move b4, she's going to say, okay, I'm ready to assault your king if you go queenside. So for me, Mariya is under a lot of stress as far as this opening is concerned. Where is she going to put her king, and how is she going to get compensation for the pawn she's willingly sacrificing?
Well, the thing is...
And by the way, knight f3 is on the board.
Knight f3 being played, and I'm just...
Let me just refresh to make sure I'm up to date with the players, and I am.
Yeah, so, you know, Mariya does have a choice. She can just kind of say, it's fine, not a problem, castle kingside. She can put her knight on g6 as well.
So castles...
I think castles is the main move. Bishop d3. And yeah, you're just going to be focusing on... This is brave stuff, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And I remember refreshing my memory on this a few years ago, that there are some lines where you actually willingly allow bishop takes, pawn, check.
Really?
Yeah,
So
the king comes out, and then I was like, oh, okay, I need to know what I'm doing here.
this is the famous bishop sacrifice. I think everybody who's mastered chess has been both victim as well as agitator. You know, like you want to go and checkmate your opponent's king. To my mind, castling is dangerous, but that's the main move, you say?
It is the main move.
Wow.
So after
I was expecting knight c6 and bishop d7 myself, but go ahead, please.
Yes. Yeah, that's also a plan that I have done in the past, but not
Right.
against a3, I don't think.
Okay, castles is on the board, I believe.
Yeah, castles is on the board, and yeah, we're probably expecting bishop d3.
She included the kick b4.
Okay.
So we're expecting after the move b4 that the bishop will drop back and bishop to d3, and I really want to get Nasi involved on this one because, again, you know, at first blush to me, Black's under a lot of pressure with this attack and this queen on g4. Probably the engine's laughing, but is the engine laughing?
Kind of.
Kind of?
Yeah, it's saying Black is completely fine.
Really?
Yes, and I'm sure both of them have seen this position before, if not in their games, then in the analysis.
They're prep, yeah.
So you would continue with bishop b2?
I wanted bishop to d3, actually.
Bishop d3.
I wanted to threaten the sacrifice.
Right, so I do have to cover the h7 square and not allow bishop h7 tactics.
And h4? Let's
h4.
go. Knight c6.
I think it's
F5.
going to be met with f5. That's the critical move.
That's the move. And
Yes.
that kind of shuts me down
And if you do en passant, queen takes f6 comes with a tempo.
Right.
And this is already looking very good for Black.
Yeah, no, then
can't do
after
that.
f5, I have to drop back with my queen g3.
But now, what's your threat exactly? Because now that I've covered this diagonal,
Well, okay, let's say, just for argument's
let's say
sake.
knight c6.
Yeah, bishop b2. I'm just
Developing.
bishop.
Then go bishop c7, yeah.
Ah,
and
bishop
then go
c7.
e5 pawn is the target.
So h5, f4, yes?
Yes.
And,
And you're losing the e5 pawn.
yeah, how
And you also have to trade queens, which is not what you
no,
wanted.
that wasn't when I went into this
Yeah.
variation. It wasn't intending to trade queens.
I think it's this key move f5 that shuts down White's attack.
So h4 is not that good anymore. in this variation. Sorry, without the inclusion of b4, could I ask you, Nasi, that after knight f3, castles, in this case, bishop d3, would you still play knight g6?
Looks like it. Immediately f5 is also an option, but I like knight g6 better.
Because if f5 captures, now I get to play bishop f5, bishop
g5?
bishop to g5, and then
And
you
then
play
e5 with a tempo.
queen h4.
E4. This is getting very sharp.
Oh my goodness.
Bunch of sacrifices.
Yes.
Knight g5.
Knight g5.
It all gives triple zeros at the end of the line.
Triple zeros. I suspect this is prep. A lot of this is preparation.
If you're playing this line with black, you have to be ready for this.
You can't wing this type of chess.
Yeah, and by the way, knight g6 is on the board. I suspect that in the game position, let me just refresh my board. In the game position, I suspect what Anna's intention is to play bishop to b2, and the idea is that she wants to discourage, if I can
Black
use
could
that
still
term.
play f5 right
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Followed up by
e5. So if Anna plays bishop b2 and f5, en passant, now of course you like to capture with the rook, you cannot because the bishop will take the rook. You've got a problem with your knight, so bishop takes g6. It looks bad until you see the move e5, and then immediately you understand that chaos is about to strike the board. Let's ask about the chaos. If the engine tells me triple zeros, I'm going to go to...
Triple zeros, but white has to be careful. And
White has to be careful
Well, I
now.
think both sides, but
Okay.
in this position, the only correct move to keep triple zeros is queen h5, followed with e4, although rook f6 is also playable. Oh, this looks so scary. Queen h7's coming with a
It
checkmate.
looks terrifying.
Of course, bishop f2, why not?
Okay, that one I actually understand because you're being threatened with mate. You better start making checks.
Right, so if king f2, then rook f6 also comes with
Makes
a check.
sense.
That's good, but what about king d1?
Right.
Still rook f6, allowing queen h7, going to f8. And computer says black is fine here. I mean, it says triple zeros, but I believe there's no forced perpetual.
No.
So I think black's actually better here.
Wow.
It's a sharp game.
That
you know?
is,
That's understatement of the year for
Triple
me. but-
edge, bishop b2, and I know Begim thought, sibling rivalry, and they want to keep the harmony, and they'll play a tepid draw so that they don't injure one another's chances, but not from what I'm seeing. Anna looks fierce at the board, doesn't she? She's got that intensity about her, and she's just played the move bishop b2. She's throwing down the gauntlet. Are you going to play, Mariya, are you going to play f6 or not?
I think she will have to do that. It's one of the kind of very critical ideas in this type of position. Otherwise, if you take a look at the pawn structure, you'll see that this pawn on e5 is an indicator that you want to be attacking kingside. It cuts the board in half for black. Also, this bishop on d3, it's a superb piece, just bearing down on the king.
Right.
So you need to accelerate the play, especially whilst the white king is in the middle.
Exactly. By the way, quick divergence away from chess for a moment. There was Reggie and Cheryl Miller. Reggie Miller was a 10-time NBA All-Star. And at the age of 18, he just celebrated his birthday, comes running in the house, jumping on all the furniture. Mom says, Reggie, stop jumping on the furniture. And he goes, Mom, I won, I won, I won. What did you win? It was the first time in his life he beat his sister Cheryl in basketball, one-on-one basketball. Cheryl came in and she started crying in the living room. She had lost to her brother basketball. Cheryl Miller went on to win every kind of NBA women's title she could.
Yeah.
Reggie did the same, and I'm thinking about siblings and these two, and I'm thinking to myself, I bet you they've challenged each other to the degree that they have, that they honed a world champion between them.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's
It's
amazing.
interesting kind of fact there with figures, because a lot of the strong female players do have an older brother that has played chess.
Or in the case of the Polgar sisters, an older
Yes.
or younger sister.
And what was very, very interesting, because when I questioned Judith about it, I was like, what was it like having these two older sisters that played chess? Was it a very
Every day.
combative environment? She said no.
No.
It was very much supportive. That Susan was the one that kind of like nurtured them, and she was just encouraging them all the time to be better. I think, actually, I'm very sure that the Muzychuks have the same type of relationship. They're very much all about encouraging. And by the way, I can see there from
an invitation to
Nazi's
chaos.
screen that F5 has been played.
Right. Mariya just did play the move F5.
And well, we are having a lot of fun in the studio.
Yes, we
and
are.
if you want to get involved in the action, then please do send us your questions. Just using X or Twitter, as I used to call it, at the St. Louis Chess Club, #Cairns Cup, and we'll try and answer them on the show.
Stump the Masters. We are ready. And F5 is on the board. And Nasi, if I can't get you to answer a question for me, after the move F5, does the engine like en passant and saying, does en passant bring white an advantage? And I'm pretty sure the answer is no. And if it doesn't, what does the engine suggest instead? What should white
Engine does
do?
like en passant.
It does.
Yes, and the
Okay.
only other move it suggests is queen g3.
Okay.
And after queen g3, I guess you can avoid all the chaos, but it's still not a very pleasant position for white. I mean, according to engine, it's fine, but it's because playing this opening, it feels like black got everything that they wanted.
Okay, if I may ask, queen g3, knight c6 once again.
Sure.
And if I go h4, because I really want to go h5 and h6. Bishop
Problem
c7.
is always f4.
Oh, I'm getting the same thing. I think you showed this to me a moment ago. So, okay, here I go. I get it. If I go h5, you go f5, f4, and capture. If I go queen h2, with the idea of h5.
No, I can do other pawn.
And you cut me off the other way.
Yeah.
See, I was hoping you would play f4 so I could go bishop g6 and h5. I'm getting in. But d4, you cut my bishop that way. So is there no way I can get in b4, b5, and h4, h5? So once again, queen g3, if you don't mind. Apologies.
Knight c6 is not the best move.
It's
Bishop
not the best
c7's
move.
better.
Okay. Because that maybe is why I was about to play b5.
For that reason.
And then h4, h5.
Black needs to start with bishop c7, and he might even end up playing knight d7, not knight c6 in some lines.
To avoid that
avoid
as
b5.
well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So then en passant is forced, and that whole variation you showed us with bishop takes f2 might very well appear on the board.
Yes, indeed, because this is all pretty much forced. White could include bishop e4 and then go knight g5, but
Okay.
it's not natural to just give up a piece when you don't have to.
Yeah, and bishop takes f2 is the line we've been considering.
Yes, and evaluation is equal.
And therefore you felt that black was better.
Yes, in a real game, if you haven't analyzed this, then black would be better. But playing with, they've only spent 10 minutes, so I'm sure they are familiar with the position.
Just your knee-jerk thought. I mean, you had this position, you're seeing it for the first time, you don't even know how you got here, but aren't you enthusiastic with white? Aren't you the one feeling like, yeah, okay, my king's a little bit weird, but your king is toast.
Yeah, there's some degree of nervousness because of the placing of the black king. But
Right.
if you take a look, I mean, there's a lot of pieces doing some defensive work.
Okay.
And, black has the center, and you can easily see this type of position going wrong for white, some inaccuracies.
So
There's a
for
lot
you, you're not confident. You don't. You
I'm not
look
confident
at this.
for either side, Yasser. This is why I only touch this kind of variation when
With
I
a
know
lot of preparation.
I know exactly what I'm going to be doing.
Look at it. Look at them go. They're going right down this path. We do have en passant on the board. We do have e5 on the board, and queen h5 came a la tempo. And again, the move e4, knight g5, and could I just pause, hit the pause button here? Because we could capture on g7, and I'm assuming this is a bad move because of rook takes
Rook f5.
rook f5.
Tempo move.
That's
And then I take your bishop on d3.
perfect. And there's, I mean, queen g7, it looks good, but there's no knight g5, and therefore it's just good for black.
That pawn on g7 is in the way.
Queen takes g7 would be a brilliant move. Yes, I completely agree with that. Have you ever played a kid and tried to make an illegal move? Queen takes. I do it all the time.
Really?
Oh, I absolutely love it. And they look at me with horror and say, you can't do that. And I go, but I'm a grandmaster. They go, you can't do that. You can't. And so they naughty me.
They wag their fingers and
they
say,
can't
oh,
do that. Yeah, so
No,
you can't.
I should do that more often.
Right?
But I don't. No,
No.
I play by the rules.
You play by the rules.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Queen h5. We're assuming that rook takes f6, knight g5 is just simply not the way to go. So therefore e4. Let's break this down for ourselves, because I'm really having trouble here. Bishop, knight g5, bishop f2, king
Can we
d1.
also look at king takes bishop?
Okay, sure. Let's do
just
it.
go that direction
Hey,
as well, because I'm
captures
kind
are-
of curious.
Captures are good. Rook takes f6. So that stop, well, it doesn't stop.
Well-
It means it's not mate.
Right. Okay, so you do have bishop takes rook.
Okay.
Let's see how far
Let's
we
go-
can go with the green.
Let's go down this rabbit hole. Bishop, oops, excuse me. Bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6 as a check. Shall we drop back?
Yeah, some
Okay.
random place, yeah.
Now, I don't think I want to take this rook and simply hang my knight. So I'm going to take the, no, if I take the bishop, let's have a look. If I take the bishop,
Well, there's queen takes pawn, and then rook f1.
absolutely. Queen takes h7 check. Only move king f8, rook f1. Only move bishop to f5. So knight is hanging. I mean, to say that the position is terribly
It's razor sharp.
super,
Yasser.
super sharp.
I mean, if you go g4, then
If I go g4,
I'm
I will
guessing
take.
pawn takes pawn.
Yes. If you take my bishop, I will
Oh,
make a queen. Oops, sorry. No, let's do it again. Queen. So the knight is. I
Yeah.
wouldn't want anything to do with this. Yeah, by the way, for either side, I've lost track of the material. I don't know if I'm winning or losing.
Well, two queens is going to be a good sign in my books.
Okay, just an indication of what the player. I am sure the players went into this variation with full knowledge of what they're doing, and they've reached the position. Let's assume that they're very well prepared, and Anna plays the move knight g5, and as I was saying that, she did in fact play knight at g5, because I do want to get back to what the computers thought were even, and we're getting here. And bishop e2 for me is a very, very natural move, and I like this move because if I can play the move rook f1, then once I've got my rook on f1, in that case, I'm very eager to play bishop takes f6, because I can go bishop f6, rook f2, and take this knight. Let's have a look-see here, Jovi. Bishop f2 on the board. They're going
Double
right.
exclamation.
Computer loves this move, by the way. I see double exclamation mark too.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do that? Do you do that now? Do you replay your games for the accuracy? And when you see a double exclam, do you go, "Yeah, baby, that's what I thought"? Or do you, or you get past that?
You're
patting
out
yourself?
to me, Yasser.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I
You
always
love
do a
it?
game review, especially if I'm playing it in my opening, the
Right.
Caracan.
Yeah.
I'm always checking exactly what the computer thought, and when I get a brilliant move,
You do.
I do a little like this.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay. And
So, Nasi, I'm going to ask you what the engine thinks, what's the novelty, and Where and when and do you imagine the players ended their preparations?
Well, I don't think we have seen a novelty yet. I still have 2 games in the database.
After King D1, I'm assuming is...
One is King D1 and one is King takes F2.
Ah, so King takes F2 has been played, but we're assuming King D1.
Actually, King F2 is also playable and still equal.
Still, really?
Yeah, Rook F6, then Bishop takes,
Oh, wow.
Queen takes, and just come back.
I must admit, I thought this was a little bit of a joke line.
No, because
No, what is this?
we were taking
Computer
a bishop
can
and Rook
defend
F1.
anything.
Pardon me?
Computers are able to defend any position. Queen H7, Rook F1. There's Bishop F5, because I was going to
Yeah.
That
say
was-
Black's about to lose a queen, but not really. And this
We were
position
looking
we
at
have-
G4,
G4
but
and
that looks
taking on
very-
That's
C6.
bad. That's
bad,
bad.
yeah.
G4 is bad, because after you take C, Black does get a second queen.
Right.
But here, the correct move, it's not an easy move. Queen H5.
Threatening knight
knight
H7.
H7.
Yes, knight H7,
Fork.
fork, and also bishop on F5 hangs. So best move here is, we might see this kind of repetition. Although King E7 is also playable, but then it gets even crazier after knight E4.
Knight E4, what a move.
And you can end up in this endgame. What's the material? I totally lost
Exchange?
count.
Exchange up for
White's
white?
up a full exchange.
Right.
Then
Then why aren't they better?
you can knight C6 to go knight to D4.
Knight
Very
to
nice.
D4 is,
And computer still keeps saying triple zeros.
wow.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Look at the state of modern theory. Current position, once again, is bishop takes F2. Somehow we're not getting to my question though, which is, I'm expecting King D1. I'm expecting Rook takes F6. I'm expecting Queen H7 check, King F8, and the bishop dropping back. And I'm just saying, let's chill out. No second queens for you. Takes and takes. And whose king is more vulnerable? I agree, my king on D1 is no great shakes, but your king on F8, I would be more frightened. In other words, my knee-jerk thought is I like white because my queen is there close to your king. Your queen is still on the first rank. My rook is going to come over to the open F file, and on a good day, I will take that bishop and take the knight. So what do you think Black is going to do about these threats, Jovi?
Well, I was looking at it. I was thinking, well, obviously the queen side need to get
You
moving.
think?
Exactly, right?
They're all in their barracks. They haven't even gotten into the battle.
So bishop takes rook is not a problem whatsoever because we simply go fine. The queen gets into play with queen takes, and I
King
was just thinking,
D1 is on the board, by the way.
yeah, king D1. So I'm
Rook takes F6 is on the board. I'm expecting bishop E2, and you're about to tell me what your intention was.
I was thinking either the bishop comes out to F5 or knight C6 is very normal.
So bishop comes out to F5, which has the nice point that you're defending the knight. At the same time, you're really telling me you're not worried in any
I cannot be
measure.
worried about that
Bishop
rook.
takes F6.
I cannot move that rook.
I had no intention of taking the rook. What I had hoped to do was capture this bishop so that you would recapture, and then my bishop would be open, and I could very nicely show queen takes G7. By the way, very, very quickly, Anna did not play bishop E2. She played the move queen H5. This is a part of her preparation, but I can see there that the computer hates the move queen H5. She played it, queen H5 on the live board, and it came up, question mark. Nasi, jump in on this one. Queen H5, surprising move and a bad move, according to...
I'm trying to understand why it has a question mark.
Right.
Because it is a playable move and the position is still equal.
Okay, maybe
So
it's a
bishop-
different engine, or it's...
No, I think bishop e2 was just a little bit better, but as you can see, if you let it think, queen h5 becomes the first move.
Okay.
So this
Just okay.
This makes me think
there's
that
a bug in the program.
all the blunders that chess.com tells me that I've made, that maybe they were wrong.
Ah,
Because yeah,
question
Queen H5 is
authority.
fine.
That's
Yep.
very important. Queen H5. What's up with that?
Black can play King G8 and repeat.
Okay.
What else? She could play Rook F5, H4, and then game continues.
But in this
Still-
case, the bishop. Oh, the knight is hanging. I apologize. The knight. You could take
knight
my
is hanging,
bishop, but you're
G6.
taking the knight.
Right.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Something like this, and then
What?
game could keep going, but
This is terrifying for white as well as black.
Yeah. No.
I mean,
Queen is like stuck here on
is
H5.
completely stuck. And
Right.
then, black has the center. You can imagine D4, D3 coming in.
This is not. I feel like my queen got boxed in. Actually.
Yeah, this is not great. So I think white should repeat. If Rook
Oh,
F5.
we do have a move, King to G8 from
G8.
Mariya.
Oh.
We're probably
Okay.
going to see the perpetual check.
So we think that they've just discovered a way of making a very unusual repetition. Queen H7 check, King F8. Can we see? Yeah.
Yeah, the
I was
queen
about to
comes
say,
back to H7.
I think this is a sisterly love. Can we
They don't
call
want
that
to
love?
spoil each other's tournament.
I mean, they both said they do not like playing against each other.
do not like
They
that.
absolutely dislike that. They live together.
Right?
They study together. That's
Harmony in the household would be seriously
and
perturbed.
there we do see the players
Okay.
repeating.
Wow, I'm going to go home. I'm going to have some fun playing against the chess engines because I'm very, very curious now about that whole bishop e2, bishop f5, rook f1
And
line we were going to discuss.
The
And
players
the
are
game,
calling over the arbiter to say that they have made, they've repeated the
third
position 3 times, and there we see our first result of the day. It was a draw. It was a short, but it was a sweet one.
a very intriguing one. I want to go back to our marquee matchup, and that was the game between Tan and Irina. That was what is called the Khan variation of the Sicilian. Knight e7 is where we left it, and I was recalling for you a game between Hikaru Nakamura and Gada Kamsky, and now I realize it wasn't at a U.S. championship. It was actually one of the Sinkville Cups, I believe, that they played. And Queen H5, Knight G6, A4, and B takes A4. I'm sure that Irina did not want to encourage the knight to the D5 square. She captured on A4. B takes A4, knight takes A4, bishop to D6. And here we see a very unusual setup where the bishop sits in front of the pawn but covers some very important key squares, E5 and F4. I think this is also a kind of a prelude to maybe Queen H4, Knight C3, and I believe we've caught up with the players now, Knight C3. And I don't know what the theory says about this. I suspect it's still been played before. Now see, this is not, are the players still in their prep?
Not really, there's only one game.
Only
in the
one?
database, yes.
Okay.
So let's see where they deviated from the theory. So rook e1, of course, knight e7, queen h5. We talked about queen h5, but was it right here? No, it was after a4, b4.
Yes.
So queen h5 already is a very rare move here. Queen h5, knight g6, there's only 10 games.
Okay.
And after a4 takes, knight takes a4, yeah, we're down to 2 games. So it's a very rare line that they've chosen to play today. Bishop d6, knight c3.
And the current position, the valuation according to the engine is roughly balanced?
Roughly equal, yes.
Roughly.
It's suggesting that black should play bishop e5.
Makes sense.
Yes.
kind of-
Centralized. We're used to like centralizing knights in the Sicilian, but in this position, knight's actually doing a great job on g6. So bishop e5 is very good.
And I can imagine from black's point of view, queen f6, knight f4, starts to get interesting. What is white supposed to do about that?
I was
Bishop
thinking,
e5?
why not
Grab
grab
the
the pawn,
pawn.
right? This
Did I
95
leave
is an option also.
Did she leave a pawn hanging?
Yes, sir, you
Shocked, yes. This is the second time you missed a pawn up for grabs.
I'm going to chalk it down to a senior moment. How dare I? Rook takes a6 is
Rook takes a6.
Okay.
Maybe working with us made you. We changed you a little bit. You don't know
Right.
this hanging pawns.
I've been impacted. Yes.
But I think black can get it right back, maybe.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if I would.
Bishop takes knight is in the air.
But that's a beautiful geometry. Bishop takes c3, attacks your queen on h5.
Yeah.
You have
Yeah.
to play bishop e2 to defend your queen.
But then bishop takes pawn is
Right.
possible.
So
Bishop take-
queen e2 is a much better move for that
Okay.
reason, to not leave the queen here.
Okay.
And then black can take. And yeah, I would say castle, but bishop e4 is also available.
I like bishop takes e4.
Bishop e4, if we take, of course, then
I'll take on a6.
queen a6. And this endgame, two double pawns, knight versus bishop. I would take black here.
Yes,
Yeah.
agreed.
Objectively, it's still equal, but
Okay, but
Yeah.
I don't feel any pressure whatsoever as black, unless you have some
H4 business.
crazy business. So rook takes a6 is not.
I mean, white doesn't have an
Terrifying.
advantage.
He does not.
Does
She
not.
does
It's
not.
equal. If she wants to keep the pieces on the board and not go to that equal-ish endgame, maybe play knight d5,
Okay.
castle, and knight d3. And maneuver the piece. This knight, I think it's going to c4.
That was a fancy little footwork there. The knight dropping in on the
Yes.
d5 square and dropping back to e3. Fascinating game. I'm glad we've chosen this game as our marquee matchup, as the players are producing a very intriguing situation. I like bishop e5, and in my mind's eye, I was going queen f6 and knight f4, but that move, rook takes a6, forced us to think
Yeah.
of queen a5 suddenly.
Just have a question though about
Please.
bishop e5. Is that the only move
Oh,
to kind of maintain the balance? Because another move that you could be looking at is castles, and okay, this does allow. Yeah,
The-
I was thinking e5.
yeah, and that is the problem, I think, with castles, is we've allowed the move e5, and due to the diagonal, we can't permit bishop takes e5, rook takes e5. There's a mate on h7 that is the problem. So e5, we'd end up having to play, I don't know, bishop
Bishop
e6.
c7.
Bishop c7, and maybe we shouldn't be encouraging white in these situations. But I do like the move bishop e5, and I think that Irina will have a great tussle. Let's just go around the horn and see what else. Again, Anna and Mariya both made a draw. I want to go to the game between Nana and Anna Zatonskih, our defending champion, as we know, lost a harsh game because she could have, against Mariya yesterday, she had two moments that we felt that she could have had an advantage. And from the opening, she's in Queen's Gambit declined, which is a common thing for Anna, but this is not a Queen's Gambit declined when there's a bishop on b2. I've always played the Queen's Gambit declined in my career. When my opponent fianchetto, you know what I like to do? I like to fianchetto as well. I always thought that the Dutch defense was actually pretty good, and when the bishop wasn't on f4, you know, you don't have a fianchetto, that I wasn't afraid to play a Dutch defense with knight e4, f5, and the fianchetto. So for me, b6, bishop b7, knight e4, you'll find a dozen games in my tournament career. How about you? What would be your approach if you had Anna Zatonskih's position as black? Would you play c5, b6,
b6.
d6?
b6, bishop b7,
Good.
complete development.
Good.
Put the knight on d7, and then, and only then,
Think
do I go
about-
c5. It's actually one of the flaws in my play, that I always prepare the break rather than just generating activity.
Let me be my provocative best and say that I really, I'm dismissive of the bishop on b2 because I just see it as being there, not necessarily effective. So just to be my provocative best, imagining now that you were in Nana's shoes and you saw me play knight e4, you went knight c3, and I went f7, f5. Hold on, I don't want you to play knight c3. I beg your pardon. I want you to play knight to d2, and I was going to play f5. I beg your pardon. So here I'm playing a Dutch stonewall. I want to play c6, and you know what I mean. A student body, right? Like move all the pieces to the king side.
Yes, but it's going to take a while to get there, and you do concede that e5 squares.
Yes, I did.
And from what I remember, is that they've discovered that you can just go c5, b4,
c5,
and
b4.
Just go for that queen
so you
side
can
lunge.
you can grab your space over there. And normally speaking, what I'm about to do is just put as many pieces on the king side as possible. Bishop will go to e8 and h5. Knight will go to d7 and f6.
But the key,
please.
According to my understanding, is to prevent this bishop getting to h5. So you go knight to e. In this particular situation, you'd go knight to e5.
Right.
And then the bishop goes back, and now you can go bishop e2.
Bishop e2, knight will come to d7. Yep.
Yeah, and well, the big question here is...
Should you castle?
Should you castle? I mean, I think it's not a big deal to allow knight takes knight and pawn takes knight.
Right. So you're not afraid of me capturing and that kind of thing?
If I was afraid, I would go knight to d3. I think it's very important to not go knight.
I wasn't going to capture anyway. Just wanted you to articulate your thought there about whether or not you were worried about, because what I'm doing, I know you are going to lunge.
I absolutely will, right?
So I was going to lunge on the king side. I was going to go g5, bishop g6, bishop f6. So I'm getting my play on the king side, and I know you're going to get your play with the pawn on c6 as your source of play. By the way, while we've been chit-chatting away, c5
has been played, which is an interesting approach, very combative.
And direct approach. Totally. I would say c5 for Tarrasch defense players is the clash that they like to produce right away. c5, knight c6, and resolve the center tension. c5 takes d4.
So, well, this is a very interesting game, but let's go over to Begim, who is with Mariya Muzychuk, I'm guessing.
Hi guys, I am with Anna Muzychuk here. Anna, welcome to our studio. Would you like to talk about your game today?
Okay, I played against my sister and we finished in a draw, so...
She was too well prepared for you to try something, right? So, Anna, in general, how is it to play your sister? You guys are... you're not competitors, but still you have the same level and you have to sometimes face each other.
We both don't like to play against each other in general. And I mean, I remember we faced each other in the World Cup, and it was clear that one of us has to win, and I won that match, but I felt so badly after that match.
So I remember that match. It was... I know there was a picture you hugging her after the match. So how did you guys decided to play rapid portion? It was how did you guys agree on that?
We played the classical. It was 2 draws, and then I won the first rapid with white, and then I was losing. Okay, I mean I was okay, but in the end I was losing with black, but she didn't find, and okay, I kind of won the match.
Yeah, it's just a terrible feeling, right?
Yeah, it was a disaster. But at least she stayed with me until the very end of the tournament.
Which is a very nice offer. And Anna, it's your first time being here in St. Louis. How are you feeling? How's it going so far?
Oh yeah, I am really glad that I'm here, and I like the organization of this tournament. So It's wonderful. We have a nice playing hall, and especially I like when you enter, and then there are these banners, or how's it called? Yeah, next to the tables, with our nice photos. Because usually it's just like the
on
name,
the screen,
and,
right?
and then it's like on the screen with a banner of the tournament, and nice.
Well, I'm so glad you're enjoying the tournament, and good luck with the rest of it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
very much.
Begim. And yeah, I can imagine the rivalry, especially if you're living together, that, yeah, you don't want to play, but on the other hand, it's sport. And you just, you know, when you're forced, as they were in that World Cup match, there has to be a decisive opponent. It hurts.
Yes, it does, as Anna does explain that,
Sure.
but at the same time, it would be nice to see them fight it out. But
They're
I
great
completely, I
competitors,
mean,
yeah.
I have siblings who play chess, so I completely do understand the torment involved there. But yeah, and I can see that, Yasser, you all kind of got your eyes on Elisabeth Paehtz against
And
Alice
Alice
Lee.
Lee.
Because it's a very intriguing position, because the first thing that draws the attention is, what is the queen doing out there on z5? Does she normally make an appearance there?
Au contraire, the first thing that draws my attention is, can I catch a can I take a cookie? I mean, for me, Elisabeth, after the move knight b6, she could have happily retreated her queen, I don't know, queen b3, queen c2, kind of gone back into a foxhole, if you will, dig a trench, however you want to put it. She played queen c5 and said, I'm going to keep my head in the middle of the board. And Alice said, you know what, you play rook e8, and I've got to ask you a question. I
Yes.
took a pawn.
You took a little bit of my heart there,
Yeah, I
Yasser.
did. I did. Janis Joplin would be proud. Took a little of your heart, baby. Knight takes e5. Like, I mean, is this robbery in broad daylight?
Okay, so let's ask the question to the queen. I will go bishop f8.
Right. Bishop f8. Now, again, to keep contact with the knight, rather to keep the knight protected, whoop, queen a5. Now you can't harass me anymore, and this is the moment that I'm ready to go back into my trench, go knight f3. So I don't know. On the other hand, your bishop is on g7. So should you play rook takes e5, queen takes e5, your bishop has this beautiful diagonal, right? So you might want to think about bishop f8 for just a moment. Is there some tactical way that you can trick me here with rook takes e5? And if you could play knight to e4, right?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The queen does have that hiding place. So
Exactly.
if you go rook takes knight, if you just put it up, rook takes
Yeah,
knight.
sure. Queen takes
Queen
e5.
takes. So
Knight
say you go knight to
d5, just for argument's sake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then you just go, at the very least, queen to g5.
Bingo, that was my
Exactly.
intention. Yeah.
And-
And I'm protected and I'm safe. And by the way, I've pocketed an exchange as well as a pawn. So Elisabeth played queen c5 for a reason. Alice could have said, you know what, I'm going to keep my pawn nicely defended. I'm going to go knight d7. Maybe it's not the ideal move that Alice had in mind, but she did play rook e8, inviting knight takes e5, and I don't see what's wrong with grabbing the pawn. Help me out. What are we missing, Nasi?
You're not missing anything. She is just giving up a pawn. And if Lisa has learned anything from you, she'll take that pawn.
Because after rook e8, just tell us where is the best play for
I
black?
think Alice should have just played knight d7, defended the pawn, and kicked the queen out.
Right.
But maybe she thinks that queen on c5, like Jovi pointed out, is so unusually
Right,
placed.
yeah, you're
That she just doesn't believe that this is a good square for the queen, and she can just allow knight takes e5. But I was looking with the engine and couldn't find any tactical resources for black to get any compensation for the pawn.
you shouldn't feel bad. I didn't see it either. I genuinely didn't see it.
No, I mean,
Jovi.
I was looking at the most aggressive moves, like attacking
Exactly.
the queen, but queen a4. But the problem in every single line is knight on c3 defends the pawn on e2.
Right.
I mean, white's queen is still awkwardly placed, but pawn is a pawn, and it's not going to be there for a long time, just 2-3 moves, and
Exactly.
it will all be back. I took a look at computer suggestions, and
Do you
the
have
first
any-
line is c6, which
Okay.
clearly shows that there's no compensation for the pawn. White can play queen a5 or just drop back knight f3 and keep the pawn.
Right?
I was looking at rook e5 that you guys were discussing. There
Sure.
is nothing here. It's completely winning for white because we always have this queen g5 move.
Exactly. That was our conclusion as well.
So
And is there any kind of funny knight move here from f6? I'm just thinking.
I was
knight-
thinking knight g4
knight
as well.
G4.
And then I was thinking knight g4 and bishop to d4. But then I saw knight f3 and I go, I don't want to play bishop c3 so I can play rook e2. I don't want to give up that beautiful bishop on g7.
knight g4 gives up another pawn also on b7.
Exactly, yeah.
Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah, no,
What's better than being one pawn up? Two.
Checkmate.
Checkmate's better. Yes.
So now we'll see if
Alice is playing a dangerous...
Could it be she just says, you know
Gambit.
what, I don't care about
Alice
this pawn
probably
and
has
knight.
a poker face, and we'll see if it works on Lisa right now.
I do
Right.
have one final question. So after knight takes e5, you just go, made a mess there, didn't see that one. But what I'll do instead is I will use the time and go h5. Because when in
Pawn
doubt,
h5.
you just push Harry.
Simon has a lot to answer for. I mean, he's taken the best of a generation and turned her into an attacking lunatic.
It's not my pieces, Yasser. Like I'm trying. I'm trying here to find something.
Yeah, white can play anything. h4, bishop g5, this looks natural to me.
Right.
And then you still need to come up with some idea, but again, e5 knight is safe, queen
Right.
is
Yeah.
safe.
That's
Don't
it.
see any compensation for black.
I don't either. Knight takes e5. It's been going through my mind because we talked about the sibling rivalry long enough, but Elisabeth Paehtz, her father, is an international grandmaster.
Yes.
And it's sort of like, I can imagine her father, Thomas, at the club, being teased by the locals at the club. You can't even beat your own daughter. And he looks at them and says, you can't either. So shut it.
I like the English accent there. And there we can see a snapshot of Elisabeth Paehtz. She does have a FIDE rating 24.57. 2018, she became the European Women's Rapid Champion, and she is the only German grandmaster, female grandmaster, that
Exactly.
is.
And as long as I've known her, she's always been in the top. She's always been competing. She hasn't won that women's world championship title that she so desperately would like to, whether it be blitz or classical or rapids, but she's always competing.
Well, what's always very interesting about Lizzie is that for a while, like myself and her were the same level. There was really not that much in our ratings. And then at some point, she just kind of shot up and she became a grandmaster.
Did you ever ask her what it was that she hit that fifth gear? How did she turn?
Well, in Germany, they have a lot more structure and support.
The
for
Bundesliga
their-
especially.
Exactly.
That's
There's a lot more.
fantastic.
There's a lot more league chess, and I
Club
also
chess, yeah.
say that there's going to be a lot more support in the sense that they're able to find good trainers, and that's something that I know in a lot of countries that do appear wealthy, but there's just no structure in place. There are no grandmaster trainers to help assist the youngsters coming through. And yeah, I mean, unfortunately, this is something where a lot of English players, they fall victim to the fact that there's just simply nothing in place. There's no direction from the federation. Hopefully it's changing. We have an influx of government money, and
I like
that would
where
help.
you're going, and it's a nice thought, and it's a nice conversation you're having, Jovi. But I also happen to know in Lizzie's case that she's had her problems with the German Chess Federation, and she has complained about the lack of support. And you would think that with the Bundesliga and the great
she's
number
been
of
very
grandmasters,
successful.
Yeah.
She's really changed things around. Like, for instance,
Good.
she argued for equal pay for both the open team at the Olympiad and
As
the
well as the
German,
ladies' team.
exactly, German women. And she was successful. In fact, she got
Bravo.
equal pay for the whole team.
Wow.
And
okay.
that's fantastic, right?
Right.
Because after all, the job demanded of both teams is exactly the same, right?
It might even be harder for women. By the way, Lizzie was sitting there looking at that peshki. And she said, you know what, Alice, prove it.
She took it.
I will have that one.
Indeed good.
Greed is good. Knight takes e5. And just to come to a point that we didn't quite finish with, the engine says c7, c6, and just play as if, okay, I'm a pawn down, but at least look, I'm limiting your bishop. And I kind of reminded myself a little bit of something that Nasi was saying, that as a Catalan player, you know, you want to play d3, d4, right? And well, now is a potential time, but I'm just so happy being a pawn up. I might just be enthusiastically looking at bishop f4, completing my development. And by the way, yes, I am a little bit of a caveman. You know, I don't like the knight being in the middle of the board. Just coming back and solidifying my gains makes perfect sense to me. But c7, c6 is a good neutralizing move. I think h5 is just too committal. And I like Nasi's response to it. Bishop
Totally.
g5.
I mean, I agree with that. But the thing is, psychologically speaking, you've given up a pawn or blundered a pawn.
And you want something for it.
And you feel like I need to initiate chaos or do something to justify this pawn loss.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, c6 is a very nice move in the sense that at least now the light square bishop can actually get out. But you are a pawn down.
Yes.
As you kind of highlighted many, many times.
And
I completely agree with you.
There on that one. Okay, well, keep an eye on this one. I just want to go around because we haven't looked at the game of my choice. I said that Sasha Kosteniuk was going to win the event, and she is up against Harika. As mentioned, all the former women's world champions won in round one. There's a reason why they were women's world champions,
they put on
right?
a powerful display. You know, for
95.
anyone who really wants to check out the games, you absolutely should. But Alexandra Kosteniuk, your pick,
yes,
she came up with a great opening novelty, great
Impressive.
idea. It was very smooth victory over Elisabeth Paehtz. And
look at this one.
She's
we do have this line of the English. Bishop b4, a3, knight d3 check. You don't want to capture this knight, and after queen takes d3, all you've really done is give up the two bishops, and the bishop is ready to come out to f5 in case of queen e2. Hence, we do see the move by Harika, king e2, king in the middle of the board. But if you look at from White's point of view, White has fantastic development. She's like literally her pieces are off the first rank. She's probably going to play d2, d4, so she's well ahead in development. The fallback, the problem is still a king on e2. Like, you're probably thinking to yourself, how do I scurry back into a burrow? Rook e1, king f1, bishop d7. Jovi, your quick take on this one.
I completely agree with you there. I don't think the White's king is in any problems whatsoever. In fact, I would even ignore the fact that the king is on e2 and just get ready for your d4 idea, because I think White would rather have the rook on d1.
Oh,
and
you
then,
want...
yeah, because it has a lot of similarities with the Caro-Kann structure, right? Sometimes, on the very rare occasion, you do play with the king out there in the open, but it's not a big deal. You don't need to panic because the rook just comes and the king makes that beeline back to the king's side. The thing is, the black's position is quite rock solid, though.
There's not a target at the
No
moment.
target whatsoever, and you know, you can just see g6 happening, bishop g7, the king castles, and
you've got to strike.
You've got two bishops against a bishop and a knight. I don't know whether this extra lead in development will actually amount to something tangible.
Well, we will see. We reached that stage in the broadcast where we just want to take a quick gander at the results before we go on a break and check in with our friends at Q Boutique. We only have one result. So.
Well, just on our first break, we do have that result. It was rather short but sweet, quite adventuresome draw between Anna Muzychuk and Mariya Muzychuk, but the rest of the games are in full flow.
And as we check in with our friends at Q Boutique to commemorate the 2024 Cairns Cup, they have an iconic souvenir, the sweater. It's made of a blend of cotton and polyester, and it features the Cairns Cup logo on the front and the St. Louis Chess Club logo on the back of the neck. It's available in men's and women's styles and sizes. Stay cozy and show your love for chess. All of it is available at qboutiquestl.com, and do all your chess shopping needs. And as we go on the break, Begim caught up with some of the players and asked them about their coming back to St. Louis. Have a look, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
How does it feel to be here in St. Louis for the Cairns Cup?
I'm always excited to be playing in St. Louis, and the Cairns Cup is definitely one of the biggest events of the year for me. So very excited to be facing against the top ladies in the world.
我感觉还不错。
I feel excited to be here for the Cairns Cup. I came from China, which is 11 hours away from here. I came a few days before. I'm now adjusting to the time zone difference, and I've actually slept quite well last night, and I'm feeling quite well now.
Yeah, it feels really great. I've been following all the games for many years, I think actually since 2019. So for me to be able to play against the top women of the world is really great for me, and I'm looking forward to this experience.
This is my 4th time. It already became like a tradition for me. I find that it has become a normal routine for every year, and I think I would feel bad if I'm not here in the tournament. I got so used to it, and of course the chess-loving people here, the club, and everyone, it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's always feel great to be in St. Louis, and especially for the strongest chess tournament in the world, female women's chess tournament. Yeah, it's feeling great. It's always pleasure, such a chess atmosphere. Really happy to be here.
Oh, it's my 2nd time in St. Louis. I played here in 2020, right before COVID. These times were really good, and I have good memories. I like the tournament. The organization is good. Just the hardest part for me is the trip because it takes a lot of time to get here, but everything else is totally fine.
Oh, great. It's my first time here, and I'm glad that finally I made it.
I always feel privileged to be part of the chess celebration here in St. Louis. Even though I gave a birth already 5 months ago, a little beautiful girl called Nana, I couldn't resist when I got an invitation from here. I feel satisfied now, and I'm looking forward for the event.
Actually very unexpected, because I'd only learned 10 days ago that I could come here, and of course it was a dream, but it was also complicated because I had to shift a lot of things, but I managed eventually.
Well, it's always a pleasure to come back. I've been very actually fortunate to be able to take part in every single edition of all the Cairns Cup tournaments, and well, every time it's like a blessing to get a new invitation and to come back again, so I'm very happy.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland, then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome back. It's second round of the Cairns Cup and we are on full flow with the opening. But So we do have a beautiful surprise for you because we do have in the studio one of the voices of chess. He's one of the best commentators around. He's certainly a man that inspired my passion for the game, Maurice Ashley.
Thanks so much, Jovanka. I appreciate being here.
He was one of the best. He retired. He stepped back from chess commentary. What have you been doing, Maurice?
I've been doing a lot of stuff. I think retirement has been good. I've done a bunch of chessable courses now, 7 and counting.
Wow.
I wrote a couple of books as well.
I know. I want to
doing
ask
some
you
corporate speaking. So it's really been a busy time.
Right.
Yeah. And but before we get into your books, you were very much part of the Cairns Chess Queens Award that was presented to Irina a few days ago at the opening ceremony. Can you tell us a bit more about the award?
Well, I have been a consultant to the club, retired, but still a friend of the family, if you will. And I have definitely been thinking a lot about the things that can be done to help various groups, underrepresented groups in chess, which are near and dear to my heart. One of them being, of course, women, the lack of women at the top level. And so I had this thought, which eventually became the Cairns Chess Queens Award. And kudos to Joy Bray for embracing it, running with the ball. Kudos to Rex as well for embracing it. And absolute kudos to Jeannie Sinkfield, who said, yeah, this is an idea I like. Let's get behind it. She added her own special twist to the concept, and it turned out to be a wonderful thing. And it was great to see how emotional Irina was as she got the award, and to also see the tweets that are coming out from various parties, the young girls who feel super inspired to see that this is actually happening.
Yeah.
Tears of happiness in Alice Lee. She said, yeah, the timing's beautiful, Jeannie. I'm going to become a grandmaster, and inspiring her.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious though, because I remember having a conversation with you about women's chess in Norway last year. So how long have you been sitting on this news?
Well, it hadn't been news yet. It was just an idea back then. And so I was exploring the various reactions that women might have about what's going on in the women's game. And I had to say that it was kind of sad, frankly. A lot of people seemed jaded. A lot of women felt like they weren't being heard and would never be heard. That the kind of attitude in the chess world that wasn't very supportive of women, in some cases downright hostile, that would remain no matter what voices spoke up. And I felt like they really needed an ally. And I think in the chess world, it's important that the prominent men speak out and be allies in this space, not just let the status quo continue. So my voice is not as big as a lot of others. I think there are a lot of major voices that can come down in this regard and make some critical points in this area. But whatever I can do, I think it's important.
Absolutely, much appreciated. And moving on to your recent projects, I know that you've just released 2 books. One of them is Move by Move, life lessons on and off the chessboard. Tell us a little bit more about the book.
Well, chess has done so much for me. I mean, the way it has changed my character, really formed me as a person. And I pass those lessons on to people in general when I speak to them. Those are the kind of wisdom elements that you get from chess. And I think it affects us all, but we often don't articulate that in a public way. We're always talking about moves and openings and variations, but what about the life lessons that we get from the game? So I felt that this was a good idea, compelled to write just such a book, and that's what it became. That's what Move by Move is.
And so what was the biggest life lesson?
There are so many life lessons. Everybody asks about the biggest one. Why do we
How about the little ones?
The life lessons. There are just so many lessons you get from chess. Respecting your opponent. The other person is so smart that you can't just think that you're the only one sitting there at the board. The fact that the journey is actually what gives value to the destination. It's not about setting your mind on the goal only. You're going to be really formed in the crucible of competition, and that quest is what's going to make you a better person overall in life. So these are just lessons that drip on the chessboard constantly, the kind of things that you end up learning. And also huge is learning from loss. So many people are afraid, they're almost terrified at losing. Irina Krush once said that somebody told her to celebrate losing. I know Yasser didn't like when he heard that. No, what are you talking about? But the reality is, do you really remember your wins as much as you remember those losses? Those losses are painful, they stay with you. You have to think about them and you think, what do I need to do to become better? And for me, that was always huge, to explore my losses and my mistakes intimately so that I could become a much better player and a much better person as well. So these are the types of lessons I think are important to share with people that chess does in just such a powerful way.
And talking about becoming better, I know you also wrote a children's book, The Life-Changing Magic of Chess, which I actually have had the privilege of looking at. It's an absolutely beautiful, inspiring book. Tell us more about that.
I was approached by a company in England, as a matter of fact, Magic Cat, and they wanted to do a life-changing magic series. So it wasn't just chess, it was baking and drumming and skateboarding, and they chose chess and thankfully reached out to me to do this one. And just a beautiful project. I loved it. It was also short, so it was easy to do. So that makes it great. You know, you don't have to write too many words. The illustration that Dennis did were absolutely fabulous. And being able to honor my family as well and my friends who helped me along the way. And then maybe inspire some kid who reads the book and wants to play chess.
Because it very much tells your life story as well to the children, and that's what I also really enjoyed, that it was a different life story that we kind of traditionally associate with chess.
Yes, growing up in the parks in Brooklyn, learning chess at 14, getting beat in high school, and not even making my high school chess team, which you can't tell. Imagine telling Abhimanyu Mishra. He's like, what are you talking about? I could do a simul against my high school chess team. But I just wasn't that good until I hit college. But that quest, playing chess in the parks with the hustlers, and then the members of the Black Bear School who really formed me also as a person, it's a little bit of a different journey to the Grandmaster title. And I hope that those who sort of don't have that normal, or what they think is a normal quest, you got to be a little kid who starts at 6. You've got to have a trainer by the time you're 8. If you're not a GM by 12, you're over the hill. You're a loser.
It's 11.
It's 11. You know, it's like, you got to one-up the next person. No, everyone has a different life story.
There's no way you're coming on the show without me not getting in some pokes. And for those of you at home who don't realize this, Maurice is the underachiever in the family, the underachiever. We've got sibling rivalries going on here, but talk about being the underachiever in the family. Yes, exactly. And what's that like? Because we got the siblings going on here too. They push each other.
Absolutely. Well, my brother is a 3-time world champion kickboxer, and my sister is a 6-time world champion boxer. So I'm only a grandmaster. I never became a world champion.
Like what?
You know, I might have to go for that world senior championship title.
Don't invite me to your Thanksgiving Day dinners.
We all love each other. We all push each other now. Before the rivalry was heated, but we're super supportive. I'm very proud of my siblings. They're also both in the halls of fame in their respective sports as well. So, you know, it's quite a family.
Right.
My parents did good.
Okay. Got to give me a pick for the tournament. Who's going to win the 4th edition of the Cairns Cup? You know you're going to be on the spot. And and here's the list just to remind you. If you go with Irina because she's a New Yorker, I salute you.
I hate to be super boring, especially after round 1. But that number 1 seed looks pretty good.
You got
two damn good, right?
You got 2 partners on that pick if you went with Tam.
She's quiet, that lady, but she's deadly at the chessboard, and she's in great form as well. They're gonna have to slow her down, and she doesn't seem like she gets frazzled by anything. So
she's impressive.
And you know, and also she's got a 3-letter name. My favorite player of all time was Tal. Yeah. So you just switch the L in the end. I mean, that girl's a boss.
And there's no way I'm letting you off the show without, in New York, they got that ticker on New York Times Square, and you appeared on that ticker. Who told you about that?
Well,
how did that happen?
I personally didn't, but my book did, Move by Move.
Right.
I did appear on the billboard in Times Square, digital billboard.
Right.
That was crazy. As a New Yorker, you go to Times Square. First of all, we hardly ever go to Times Square. Okay. But when you do, the billboards are just going crazy everywhere. And
right.
Like, how do these people get on here?
Right.
And to see my book actually appear in
Dang.
lights in Times Square. I actually didn't get to go there physically, but I had my son go and get out his phone and
Right.
put on FaceTime.
Right.
And then when it came up, we were all just thrilled. So that was a great moment to share as well.
Happy Father's Day. Happy Father. We're not worthy. The Billboard
I
van.
mean, it's absolutely stunning that you got that kind of achievement. But I just wanted to ask you, you're going to be a keynote speaker for the St. Louis Chess Conference, which is happening at the end of October. What are you going to talk about?
The title actually copied the title of my children's book, The Life-Changing Magic of Chess. So I will be talking about what we talked about so far, the life lessons of chess and how it can impact everyone, not just young people, but everyone, the greatness of our royal game.
And how can people attend the conference?
Well, it's easy. Just go on the website, the St. Louis chessclub.org website, and sign up.
Register.
It's not just me. It's
Show
Gary
up.
Kasparov. It's Judith Polgar. These are people who were my heroes when I was a kid growing up. And I'm older than Judith, but I wasn't, like I said, I started late. So watching her just storm the barricades as a youngster, she was such an inspiration and remains so today. I got to pinch myself to think that I'm going to be on the same panel as those two legends.
Dang.
Just absolutely
Talk
extraordinary.
about loud voices. And once again, the dates of that conference?
It's happening 24th to 26th of October. And if you do want
Here
to
in St.
find out
Louis.
more, you can visit the website, which is stlchessconference.org.
Maurice, thank you so much for coming on. Don't be a stranger. You know you're always welcome.
Always a pleasure.
And yesterday we had a 6-hour broadcast, so we're going to leave you here all by yourself.
I'm out. In my 15 minutes.
Thank you very much for covering for us. Thank you.
Doing a great job.
Thank you. And our results thus far, we have one draw for this, the second round. Take it away, Jovi.
Yes, but all the other games are very much in action. We can see that at the top, Nana Dzagnidze will play against Anna Zatonskih. Zhongyi is battling Irina Krush. Elisabeth Paehtz, who's doing well against Alice Lee. And Harika Dronavalli will be playing, is playing her old rival, Alexandra Kosteniuk.
And as we come back to the games, I do notice that Elisabeth Paehtz gobbled the pawn on e5 very nicely. Knight takes e5 and drop back with the knight. I was explaining that I myself like that move very much. Your knight's a little bit of a target in the middle of the board. Now that your knight's retreat, now you can figure out where's your ideal development, whether you want your bishop on e3, f4, g5, bring the rooks into the centers, and away you go. Alice is going to have to prove a compensation. I don't see it. And the worst part is, I really don't think the bishop's well placed on f8. Actually, I think the bishop was fine on g7. So for me, Nasi, I just don't see it whatsoever. I'm a pawn grabber to begin with, but I just love what Elisabeth has done thus far.
And the engine agrees with you, Yasser. White is just up a clean pawn. No
Right.
compensation for it whatsoever. I would say maybe the pawn on e2 is a little bit of a target.
A little bit backwards, yeah.
So let's consider trading this knight so that e2 pawn is undefended, but white can easily deal with that. Let's say take, and just trade everything, go to the
Now you're
endgame.
not attacking the pawn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
An endgame with an extra pawn.
What's wrong with that? It looks great.
Absolutely nothing. Bishop d2.
Yeah.
I really can't find any interesting ideas for black. Maybe bishop g4 to keep the pressure on. But then queen can come back to a better square, like queen g5, come to d2, and then slowly finish development and enjoy having the extra pawn.
Absolutely. Want to take us back, Jovi, to the game marquee matchup between Tan and Irina. I mean, Maurice coming late to the show, he picks Tan, the #1 seed, and as he was saying, she looks pretty good, but the move f4,
Yeah,
tell us about
it's
that
brave move,
It's
right?
brave, right?
Well, as you can see, the response there from Irina was to give a check. There's been some hesitation. I was expecting an instant king h1 reply.
Because what's the hesitation about in your view? I don't. Is she
She's
worried
about queen f2. Yeah, the penny just dropped.
We said it simultaneously. King h1, and please do take the pawn. because that would be a rook b1. But we both, at the same time, asked ourselves the salient question: what is she worried about? And queen f2 does come with the tempo. Let's just see for a moment. Bishop to d2.
No.
Can you take? No. I can't believe that you could take the pawn on f4. Can
No,
you?
you can't take. So let's just show why you can't take.
So if you take with the knight, for argument's
Yes,
sake, bishop takes,
and then rook
f1, and oopsie daisy, there is a skewer. So that would cost you a piece, and that was, so she's hesitating, but I think king h1 is okay. If you were forced to drop back with the bishop, because again, I don't think you want to have anything to do with this one.
Maybe now queen to f2.
Except bishop takes b2 deals with the threat. Deals with the threat. Rats. Hate that.
Yep.
So now the bishop goes anywhere. I don't know. Back. I don't know where is back. Hasn't. Now see, jump in on this one for us, because we're thinking that Tan has gotten in a good move, f4, with a gain of tempo.
f4 is actually a questionable move
Really?
because of this very
Clear
immediate
line?
response. Queen b6, king h1, and queen f2. I know you talked about it a little bit.
But we stopped
Bishop
ourselves
D2.
after bishop d2.
Bishop takes bishop takes b2.
Oh, we were only looking at f4. Okay,
Wrong
so now
direction.
rook f4.
Rook f1, queen goes to h4. Yeah, maybe Tan missed the queen h4 move.
Because we were hoping you go away, then we go rook
Right.
b1 and f5, and we've got a nice
Great
attack
compensation, yes. But
brewing.
after queen h4, you're forced to trade.
Yeah,
Whether you
that's-
play rook a5 or take on h4, and just like in Lisa Alice's game, it's just going to be an extra pawn without any serious compensation.
Exactly.
Wow.
So
There's a
once
big
again,
miss.
f4, queen b6 check. There is a hesitation because she is considering king f1.
Well, she already played king h1.
She did play king
Yes.
h1.
But could you have gone?
Yeah, could she?
King f1 was even worse. Even though it doesn't lose a pawn, the king is just very
Wrong.
bad.
Yeah, it's just, it feels wrong to be on f1. She has played king h1, and once again, the variation
Queen
that
F2
you
on
are
the
showing
board.
is queen f2 on the board, tickling the rook, of course. Bishop to d2 defends the rook. Now don't touch the f pawn, touch the b2 pawn, bishop. And okay, if I just go, I don't want to chase you to h4. If I go rook to b1,
Rook b1. Black can play rook b8 or bishop a3. They're all good.
simply bishop a3. Gosh, it's funny because the desirable f5
It's just simply gonna be
opens up
met
the
with pawn takes
diagonal.
pawn, yeah.
Ah, that's annoying. You don't have a real good way of kicking the queen and getting in f5. I'm a pawn down. I just feel it too.
Could you try to generate something with
Please,
moves like
could-
rook f1?
And
I understand
queen
yeah, and now the
h4
queen moves out of the way, put her on
bails.
yeah, a5. And I'm just thinking, we just ignore the fact that we're pawn down and
Well, the
get
problem-
marching.
Get marching. Okay. March away.
Yeah, okay, that was a bit of a spanner in the works. Okay, so bishop d6, okay, now I have to
No,
control the enthusiasm there.
No marching. Marching would the attack of the lemmings. No marching.
A great computer game.
Right.
I'm thinking, okay,
E5.
Okay, I wanted knight to, actually I wanted,
Knight.
yeah, but knight, and bishop d6 is very annoying.
It is
Because I wanted
annoying.
knight to d4 actually, if the bishop
I
didn't.
see.
didn't
So just to help you out a bit, in this case, I'll put my bishop on maybe
Yeah,
a
and then
lesser
I-
square.
Exactly, and then I
And
was
now
thinking knight d4, and we
you're
can
getting-
go
you-
forward.
And you're feeling like you can start to kick around the pieces a little bit.
Or at
and-
least, produce some ghosts so that you get a bit nervous.
Exactly. I mean, you're looking for the compensation. By the way, in the game, we do already have queen f2 and bishop d2 on the board. it's undoubted that we're going to see the move bishop takes b2 because you're kicking around my bishop anyway. I might as well have a pawn for it. I recognize now that the move rook b1, I didn't have to do that because I've already got d2 covered thanks to my bishop. So I do have an option of rook a2.
But then you don't have rook f1, attacking the queen.
Good point. And by the way, isn't this peculiar? I mean, I'm a pawn grubber. I love to grab pawns. Knight takes d4. That's a very strange looking move with the rook on a2. Bishop takes, oops, that's a fail. Knight takes, oh, I have rook d1. Oh, then I have queen f4. Lucky me. Isn't that amazing? Rook d1. So, I mean, I was going to play queen takes f4. So just thinking out loud there, rook a2 may not be available. I may have to play rook b1.
And, okay, so I thought rook b1 was...
Yes.
You got to keep everything connected.
And I do like the idea of rook f1 to kick the queen away in case of bishop a3. Interesting situation. Again, jump in on this one, Nasi, because Tan's sacrificing a pawn. We're having trouble proving the compensation.
Yeah, like I said, in that position, Irina just has an extra pawn, no compensation. And you're right about the line if rook a2, knight f4 is winning for black.
Gotcha.
But I do have another interesting game on the board.
Harika versus Kosteniuk.
Right, the co-leader of the tournament, Alexandra Kosteniuk, is also in trouble. We saw this opening earlier, and after king e2, the bishop f5 move looked really good, keeping the knight on d3. In case white plays e4, there is this knight f4 check. And you don't have to fear king e3, of course. There is knight takes g2, so king would have to go back. And then you go bishop d7, making white's king even worse because, like they discussed earlier, king on e2 is actually pretty okay. But king on f1 here would have been not ideal. So I think she missed that opportunity and took on c1 right away, played bishop d7. Now after d4, white's already much better, more than +1, according to the engine. And in the current position, after bishop c6, knight d4, yes, it's 1.5 even.
Wow.
For white with the king on e2. And we have two knights versus two bishops.
But there's no development.
Pawn structure looks very symmetrical, but yeah, black's very behind.
Right. I didn't like the move bishop takes c6 because of knight takes d4.
B takes c looked better.
Right, and then I thought queen takes d4.
Queen takes d4, yes.
Was white's idea, and I still like white's development. Rook.
But at least here black can play this ugly move f6, but it has a very good idea, just e5.
So after f6, rook to d1, e5, tempo good for you, but queen c4?
Queen c4.
Your king
bishop
is...
Bishop e7. This queen c8, bishop e6, I think, coming.
Wow.
Here it's only +1. In the current live position, it's 1.5.
Okay. Even this position, by the way, I much prefer white. I love the idea of knight a4 and knight c5. I don't see black's king getting out of danger. The current position, by the way, Alexandra has played the move queen b6 on the board, and I still think
king side is so behind in development.
Right.
So just knight c6 now. You can include the queen a6 check, and Harika needs to not fear king f3 here.
To me, queen takes c6 with knight d5? Or?
Yeah, queen c6 would immediately be a lost knight d5 with knight c7 mate coming. So after king f3, you have to take with a pawn. Then this king obviously can easily hide on g2 in a couple of moves, but I would start with queen d4 and just, black pieces are in their starting positions.
If you don't mind, just go back to the position with queen takes c6 for a moment. Because
after the check?
Yeah, queen takes c6, because how many times have you seen this as a visual? Your queen is checking a king on f3 in the opening, and I answer with knight d5, which is an absolute gobstopper. It kills everything. There's no queen f6 check.
Nothing.
There's knight c7 mate that is coming on the board.
Can't be. I've never seen a position like this.
That's horrifying thought that you go check and get met with knight d5.
are we?
We're on
dozen.
move 13. So knight takes c6 would be move 13.
Wow.
And yeah, Alexandra in real trouble.
Yeah, terrible, terrible opening. She's just not getting out of this. Probably she should just play BC
and not include the check.
and hope for the
But
very best.
I think you're still going to lose that c6 pawn. 95 still might be a threat.
Can you
Right?
grit your teeth and go e6 and
e6?
Yeah.
Yeah.
95 still winning.
Oh, beautiful.
It's
We
very
have to show
beautiful.
like
So you're
why.
even allowing queen takes b2 check.
Right.
Idea is we take rook c6. Now if you give me check,
Check,
cover
check.
the check, well the check,
Right.
and win the queen.
Yeah.
And if you take on b2 first, I still have the same thing, right? Rook c2, and you're gonna lose a full rook, not even an exchange, but a full rook after queen b5 takes, and knight c7.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
That's just a demolition job.
Yeah, no, but this...
But Harika needs to take on c6 for that advantage.
Exactly, and a very big advantage it will be. Should she do that, we are defending champion. I want to go to Nana's game with, where are you, Nana?
Anna, she's at the top right.
Top right. Top right. There it is. Thank you.
Sorry.
Because we saw the position after c5, and it's been a while. We thought that this was the most direct method. We both secretly liked the fianchetto with b7, b6. Anna said, let me attack you in the center. Capture, capture, knight c6. And then the structure just completely changed because it now feels like a kind of a reverse Tarash, where somehow it's black who has the big center instead of white. So a7, a5, knight f1. Okay, that's a little bit off the beaten track. It's very, very common in these variations for black or for white to take control of the open c file.
And then do you tuck your queen into the corner,
Yes.
line it up with
Yes.
the bishop?
And that, when you do tuck your queen into the corner, you oftentimes have knight f3 in reserve. That's why I thought the move knight f1 was a peculiar approach by Nana. Knight f1 on the board, and we're up to date. As we expect with Anna Zatonskih, she is the one who's 30 minutes behind on the clock. It's not severe, but the fact that there's no second time control, we can't emphasize that enough. For Anna, her clock management has always been the weakest part of her game.
Yes, and do remember that we do have this unusual time control. 2 hours, no second time control, as Yasser mentioned, but the players are getting that 30-second time bonus. And as we saw, the games tended to finish all at once in a rather hectic manner as well.
Yes, indeed. Bishop f5 by Alice, and boy, I'm not sure that that's even a step in the right direction. As you're,
We can
as
actually
we
see the hop-in cam. So
A
we
hobbit?
can hop-in.
Hop-in cam?
Hop-in. Hop.
I like the cam look, because there you see on the top of the screen Anna Zatonskih, the defending champion. She's looking happy. Let me bring up her game again. Knight f1. I'm still trying to.
I'm just laughing
about the cam.
The cam.
The cam.
I mean, but it's a beautiful sight. You know, you can really get up close and personal with the players.
That's right. So knight f1. So Nana, in Nana's mind, she's really thinking that the knight belongs on g3. And for me, that's peculiar because, well, it just feels wrong. It feels like the knight should be on f3, not g3. Let me make a move. I believe in development. Bishop d7.
Okay, and I believe in consistency, so I'm going to
Knight
knight g3.
I don't want to see you winning the two bishops, so I'll just simply protect the square on f5 for just the quickest of moments and ask you, okay, if it's my turn, yeah, I'm kind of eyeballing a4, and yeah, I would like to play rook e8 and rook c8 both. Please.
Can you make these funny type of moves like c5? C5 followed with e4. Okay, I haven't calculated this one. But I'm just thinking that, you know, if you step forward with a d pawn, the bishop comes out.
Right? That makes
sense. And then
sense.
the knight will jump to f5. I'm trying to make sense of this knight being on g3.
I think that I understand what you're trying to do, and I think it's kind of one of those things where I see it as an overreach in the sense that, how do you say it? Your knight's on g3, and you've provoked yourself into justifying putting the knight on g3. You're not about to play knight f5 and drop the pawn on e4, but I don't think you want to take on d5 either. So I'll ask you what you've done. You've played c5. You've forced my bishop and back.
I have a trick there.
Please.
So if I do capture the pawn,
on d5.
I just want to show you this
Please.
trick. It might be a bad trick. c6.
Let's go. And I'll fall for it. I can't.
Rook ac1.
Oh dear. And there's nothing I can do. My bishops are
Tangled.
Tangled.
On the c line.
You would force me, in the case of c6, to drop back. Bishop to c6. Now the question is, asset, liability. At the moment you're going to say, oh, it's a great asset. My pawn is already on the 6th rank. On the other hand, it's not on the 7th, it's not on the 8th, and you've still got a big center to deal with. I don't know.
This is an interesting position, though, because, yeah, I agree. The black center is huge, so you'd have to justify, you know, that by playing for compensation. A3, B4, try to get those pawns motory.
A3, B4. And while you're doing that, do pay attention. There will be some H5 and consequences on the king side. Key game, we'll keep an eye on that one. Knight f1, just a very different approach. I'd like to go back to our marquee matchup because I'm more than curious to see where we stand. When we left it, Irina has captured the pawn on b2. She's going down that line. Bishop takes b2, rook b1, and here's the moment of truth. Where do we park our bishop? I've been playing bishop a3. Others might see merit in bishop f6. Do you have a particular preference in this case for where you might go? If you put your bishop on f6, he might reach the attack of the lemming.
Okay, we have to show the checkmate. Yes,
I mean,
that's
absolutely.
like my general rule. Like, if you go bishop f6,
you know, like,
attack me if you dare.
Oh, no, not the attack.
Oh, you're going to take with the bishop?
Of course.
Not even the queen.
Art. It's art.
Yeah,
art.
Of course.
You know, queen is brutal, banal, but mate with the bishop.
Well, I don't think I would actually go bishop to f6, just because rook f1, the queen will get booted out.
Well, the reason you might is because maybe you would find that the recapture with the bishop would actually be more beneficial than the knight.
But I'm not trading queens.
Oh, you're going away.
I'm going away, you know.
Okay, queen h5, but then, I don't know, I'm not sure where I'm going. I'm hesitating. It feels like an extra pawn. I don't have any doubts that Irina will be happy with
Absolutely,
the
I agree.
opening.
But it's not a safe extra pawn. I mean, white's pieces still have the potential to cause a lot of danger. You know, with f5 always being in the air, e5, and the knight jumping into d4.
I see this in a different light. I see this as a Sicilian gone wrong for white. You put a knight on d5, you put a knight on d6, and I think, you know what? You might have compensation with a knight on d6. You put on a knight on e2, you're not bothering anybody. You put your knight on g1. Okay, I'll give your bishop credit. Bishop on d3, that's credit. Bishop on d2?
Yeah.
That's not terrifying.
No, I completely agree.
Yeah.
But there is the potential, you know, if the bishop moves away from f6 and the knight can jump forward to d4. What I'm trying to get at is that there's some positions where it's a safe pawn, where black controls everything.
Okay.
Here, there's still that potential to make mischief.
I feel like black is going to be more than... If you ask Irina,
at
at the start, do you like this? Sign me up. I like what I've done. Nasi, jump in on this one. I don't see the potential for Tan's compensation, but maybe the computer, like Jovi, can find some trickies.
I think Job is trickier than the computer.
I'll vouch for that.
Because the computer doesn't suggest anything interesting here for white.
No.
Black's just better.
Bishop f6 or bishop a3?
Bishop a3 is better.
Computer, okay.
According to the computer.
Okay.
And then just kicks out the queen. You can go, I guess queen h4 here is not as good as it was the move ago, because after takes, knight d4, and there is some compensation now.
Knight d4, yeah,
right.
That makes sense.
So instead of queen h4, queen c5 is better.
Okay.
You can ask...
trade queens on my terms.
Exactly, that way. And suggest queen h3 just to at least keep the pieces on the board and hope for some successful f5, but
tricky.
It looks far away for that to work. Black can play rook b8, of course. Even a move like f6, which I don't think any of us would play, but...
I actually think f6 is quite normal because I'm just a chicken, and I'm worried about f5, f6 coming the way.
There was a fantastic game between Boris Spassky and Vlastimil Hort, and Hort had this situation with knight on g6, and Boris was coming gangbusters on the king side. f6, rook f7, knight f8, shut it down. There was no attack, and Vlastimil Hort was one of the strongest players in the world at the time. Lost the match and won the hearts of the Icelanders. Do you know how he did that?
No.
During the match, Boris Spassky had a medical surgery, and Vlastimil Hort was declared the winner. He said, no, this isn't the way I want to win.
Oh.
Let him convalesce and recover, and we'll pick up the match. I'll stay in Iceland, and we'll play when Boris is ready.
That's absolutely brilliant.
It was.
Boris
did win the match, but Vlastimil won the hearts of the Icelanders with that sporting gesture. Beautiful, right?
I also, yes.
Yeah, f6, I like it.
Yeah, I just wanted to show that Black could play just passively and keep the extra pawn.
Right.
It's not necessary, but they can just defend here.
Gotcha.
a5's fine, of course, but rook b8 is what comes to mind for me. We want to just trade more pieces and then just start pushing the a pawn.
It's time to go, yeah. And the knight does have f8 as a good defense in case you ever go ballistic.
Knight also has e5.
e5 is even a better square, of course, in this case, in this particular move.
I just love how Sicilian players are like.
We love it.
We don't mind like a white pawn on f6 would just terrify me.
No.
But you guys are so cool.
It's welcome.
Well done. No. And this looks like the kind of position that Irina loves to play. By the way, against the move rook b1, Irina did not play bishop f6. She didn't play bishop a3. She made a very intriguing move. I'm not going to say it's a bad or good move, just intriguing. Rook a b8, because if she wanted to defend the bishop, I'm a little surprised. a5, a4, a3, you want your rook behind the pawn. So rook f8 to b8, I might have been more supportive of. Rook a b8, of all the moves, that one, speak to that, Jovi. Rook a to b8. She defends the bishop and says, okay, I like my bishop on b2. What do you think?
Well, it makes
now you
a
have
lot
to
of
get
sense.
the other side.
now
you have to enjoy being a pawn up.
Yes. Yeah, these Sicilian positions, I don't have the measure of them, but okay, so I think white has to be very consistent in this type of position. Just go rook f1, boot the queen away.
Now, a moment ago, I had a choice of queen c5 or queen h4. Here, I don't have that choice, so I have to play queen h4. And by the way, she's hanging the a pawn, so you could. No, e4 is hanging.
E4 is
apologies.
hanging, but
Apologies.
it's there in the
position.
In the atmosphere, right?
Right.
So. Okay, let's have a look at what happens if the queen swings over. Because my instinct isn't necessarily to...
When you say swing over, c5 or a5? I wasn't sure which one.
Yeah, I wasn't sure either. But it's Queen C5. You know,
Queen
so,
C5.
so there's at least some connection with the White King.
Exactly. Here, Queen E7. Not too sure, because I did like Bishop on A3 a moment ago. Here, I'm. I tell you what, let's leave this one on the boil for a moment and just go around the horn and
well, listen, that was a very interesting game so far that we've had. But just to remind everyone that yesterday it was all about the former world champions, Tan Zhongyi. She won her game in convincing style with the black pieces against Alice Lee. Mariya Muzychuk sacrificed 2 rooks, not just 1, 2, against Anna Zatonskih to take the victory, and Alexandra Kosteniuk came very well prepared to defeat Elisabeth Paehtz. Both of these 3 players show that they were in powerful form today and yesterday, and we already have 1 result today. It was a peaceful draw between the Muzychuk sisters.
But what 24 hours can make, because this is an opening disaster for Alexandra. Kosteniuk, and Harika has played it marvelously well. She's captured the bishop on c6. She's just followed up with that awesome move, Queen a4, which lays the groundwork for knight to d5. And we saw that beautiful little trick. I think you were victimized by e6, knight d5. When I was a kid, I kid you not, they used to have these commercials where there was the challenge between the Coca-Colas and the 7-Ups. So there was cola, and then there was the un-cola. 7-Up was the un-cola. So they would have these commercials where people were on the park, and one person had the Coca-Cola and would go check. And then the other person with the un-cola would go checkmate.
Yes.
So it was like check and checkmate. Here we play rook takes c6, you go queen takes b2, check. And I go rook c2, check, and I take your queen. I mean, it would have been perfect for the cola wars, I think is what they were called. This move, queen a4 by Harika, is, I just want to say, a killer blow. It looks terrible. Kosteniuk's, again, her opening has been a disaster, no development, and we can see.
Yeah, and in fact, is knight d5 coming regardless?
I don't know, because there was rook d8. I was still working out
I
rook
was working
d8.
at knight to d5, and then rook takes, and a beautiful queen to b5 check.
I think, yes.
I think you'll find that saves the day, yeah.
And she did play rook d8, did Kosteniuk, because e7, e6, as we've been realizing, is just a disaster. Rook d8 on the board. And here we pause for just a moment, because we feel like there should be something massively good for white, but there is queen takes b2. We have to be aware. Help me out on this one. And were we playing something mundane like rook c2? How boring.
No, I don't want to do that. I would like to go rook to d1.
Rook to d1. Rook,
yeah.
Okay. That looks much better, but okay, if I... Now, I'm trying to bail out here. Please understand. If I get out of this into some ending where I'm only a pawn down, that might be... But
are you, so for instance, after knight takes rook, you'll go queen b5 immediately and just go...
It's disgusting.
Yeah, but
it's disgusting.
You're either that or king to d7.
Which is more disgusting than I can do. I mean, I have some chess pride. King d7, like, okay, this wouldn't be absolutely awful, except for the fact that I can't play bishop g7. If it was, like if your rook was here, for crying out loud, and I could play bishop g7, you could see what I'm trying to bail out. I'm not bailing out very well. I like your move, rook to d1, very much. Queen takes b2, rook c2. Can I be... Oh, this is so gross. I mean, shame on me. Queen takes b2, rook c2, queen b7. If you take on d8, it's not the worst thing ever happened to me.
No, but isn't there still knight d5 in the air?
Yes, there is. This is actually a pattern worth.
It's a beautiful pattern.
It
it's
really
so
is.
rare as well.
And there's your checkmate. So no bailing out with Queen B5 on this one.
Oh, well, it does look like Alexandra is in big trouble against Harika Dronavalli. And just to remind ourselves of the current results, so far we do have a draw played between Anna Muzychuk and Mariya Muzychuk, but all the other games are in full swing. A lot of action brewing on those boards. It's looking to be yet another exciting round.
We're very, very pleased and honored to have as a great guest of honor Nona Gaprindashvili. She is a player from the Hall of Fame from Georgia. Nona is the first woman who ever became a Grandmaster, and this week she's visiting St. Louis as a special guest. And as we go on a break, take a look at some of the most amazing accomplishments of Nona Gaprindashvili, and I think you're going to be impressed. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Bad opening by Alexandra. What's she doing? She knows she's my
Arguably one of the best women chess players in history, Nona Gaprindashvili was the first woman ever to achieve the title of Chess Grandmaster. The Georgian Soviet chess enthusiast was born in 1941 and began playing chess at age 5. By 1961, at the age of 20, Nona had won the Women's Candidate Tournament, a major chess tournament that decides the next challenger for the World Championship. Nona became nothing less than dominant in the game of chess. In fact, 5 times in 2 decades, she became the Women's World Cup champion, first receiving the title after playing against Elisabeth Baikova, a Soviet grandmaster and 2-time world chess champion, for the Women's World Cup championship title, and winning. During the Lone Pine International Tournament in 1977, normally an all-men's tournament, Nona Gaprindashvili defeated 4 grandmasters and finished in first place. This impressive feat earned her one of her most monumental accomplishments when, in 1978, she famously became the first woman to earn the title of Grandmaster by FIDE. From 1963 to 1992, Gaprindashvili was an active member of both the Soviet Women's Chess Olympiad team and the Georgian Women's Chess Olympiad team, earning various victories throughout her Olympiad career. More recently, Nona has won 8 World Senior Championship titles, establishing one of the most influential legacies in the history of chess. Nona's overall impact on the game is inspirational. In 2013, she was recognized for her performance and was inducted into the World Chess Hall of Fame alongside Elisabeth Baikova, her previous challenger. In 2015, Nona received the Order of Excellence from Georgia's president, Georgy Margvelashvili, for her outstanding contributions to her home country and nation. Throughout her inspiring career, Nona Gaprindashvili displayed unmatched skill and sportsmanship, motivating generations of chess enthusiasts worldwide. Often regarded as one of the best female chess players in the game's history, her influence extends far beyond the chessboard, breaking gender barriers and paving the way for future female players to excel in the game. This year, the chess capital of America, St. Louis, Missouri, proudly welcomes Nona Gaprindashvili as an honored guest during the 2024 edition of the Cairns Cup, where 10 of the world's best modern female chess players will compete for a $200,000 prize fund. The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Shvirks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome back. We are ready for all of the action that round 2 is promising to be. We've had a very enterprising start already. We've seen some really aggressive openings. We've seen some players even in trouble. Let's take a look at the round 2 results because we do have a result already. It was a peaceful, short but sweet draw between the sisters Anna and Mariya. The rest of the games, anything can happen. Very unpredictable.
We have a big game brewing between Harika and Alexandra Kosteniuk. We think that Harika really has a huge advantage at this moment. Sasha's opening just has been a disaster, and really this move, Queen A4, at first blush, you think the king is in the center until you realize there's simply no development on the king side. And, well, Alexandra's king is under great duress. Knight D5 is an absolutely huge threat, winning threat, in fact. E7, E6 would be met by Knight D5. Rook to D8 was played. Here I suggested, well, do you like the mundane Rook C2? You know, just so that you can play Rook C1 and Knight E4. You like Rook D1 very much. I think that's a really great move. Anything that gets us this pawn is what's on Harika's mind. She played the move B2, B4. Yes, it's a good move, but it's a little bit soft, just a tiny bit soft. And maybe after E7, E6, Alexandra is not, maybe the word, she's going to lose a pawn. The C6 pawn is dead. I mean, Knight E4 is what Harika's all about.
Yeah.
Give me the pawn on C6. I probably am going to play Rook here, and I'm hoping that I just lose the pawn and then get my king to safety, Bishop E7, castles coming up. But that's a big point going on in Harika's favor. What else have you been watching, Nasi? Any other big advantages that we should know about?
Yes, I've been paying attention to this game, and actually B4 was Engine's first choice.
No kidding.
Yeah, to me it
I
also
thought it
looked
was
like,
a soft move.
Exactly. To a human eye, it didn't look that great, but first computer move, and after E6, Knight E4, Rook C8 that you were just mentioning, white's more than +2.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other advantage we have is in Alice's game, Elisabeth against Alice. Alice here played Bishop F5, which was an inaccurate move. It
Provoking a move that maybe white wants.
Exactly. Lisa played E4, Bishop G4, so now we got rid of our somewhat weak pawn on e2. Now d3 might be a little bit of weakness, but we can easily defend it. So after knight d7, I'm expecting a move d4 by Elisa, and after that, queen f6, just to make sure knight is not lost here, because white can play simply bishop g5 and kick your queen
Away. Yeah.
away. White's position is great, extra pawn. I don't see how Alice can recover, but she's a fighter. She'll come up with some ideas to create chaos on the board.
But this looks like a very, very big advantage for Elisabeth. And
Couldn't ask for more in only 15 moves.
exactly. Bringing up the game of Nana and Anna Zatonskih, the white's last two moves have me tasered. Really, it's a very strange approach that for me that Nana has made. Again, I'm so used to seeing these moves: Rook C1, Queen B1, Queen A1, Knight F3. We joked about it ourselves, putting pressure on the E5 pawn as well as the C file as well. Knight F1 was kind of like a step in a strange direction, like I'm not sure which circuit you're heading for. But then I was always told, never capture this pawn. Like, you just don't play B3 takes A4. You may think you're winning a pawn, but these double pawns really going nowhere, and it's injurious to do that. Speak to that point. Would you have taken the pawn on A4? Would you have followed the conventional wisdom? Don't do that.
I'm a big stickler for having good pawn structure. But on the other hand,
there's another hand.
There is always another hand, because
Okay.
modern day chess is all about advancing your side pawns as far up the board as possible. I'm so used to not using coordinates. You're going to have to
No,
forgive
right?
me.
Okay, we'll bring you back to civilization.
That's why it's like not rook pawns, side pawns. I'm sorry.
Blanks.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm, like AlphaZero kind of came up with that idea of advancing as much as possible in order to get that small endgame advantage. I saw that, one of England's best players, Mickey Adams, was doing this, and Magnus as well. They just advance the pawn up to A3, and then they will maneuver to an endgame and get knight on B5, 4, and then you're going to have problems with that pawn.
On A2 and the A3 pawn is every. But in this particular case, it looks so strange for me, to my eyes, because I've always been told that these pawns are not only weak, that when they are lost, the repercussions are just like dreadful, and you can't do this. So let's see what we could be talking about here. Queen A7. So on a good day, I want to play queen takes A4. You want to trade queens, I'll take, and then I will press against A2.
Okay. Let me try to hold on to the pawn, right?
She has to be thinking, I'm going to take.
Yeah.
And she has to be thinking, I'm going to defend.
Exactly.
And then I will play bishop to d7. So once again, in my mind, what I'm thinking about doing is I'm playing for rook c8 and maybe rook b8. And I'm thinking, well, if I ever win the a4 pawn or the a2 pawn, life's good. Please.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. If that pawn falls, then white will be suffering.
Right.
But on the other hand, black has to make the moves in order to win it. So, okay, so let's try to be concrete about this choice. It's white to play. Let's go knight to g3. Let's give it some purpose in life.
The whole idea of knight f1 was always to more or less land on that f5 square, right? So yeah, makes sense to me.
Queen will sidestep. Since your queen is offside, it's very tempting for me to go queen e2.
Right. And start looking over there.
Exactly.
Yeah?
Maybe make you a little bit nervous.
Okay, fair enough. I can see I've kind of come to a dead end. I don't like my queen being on a7. I always liked, with my queen on e7, I was thinking I would have h5, h4 as a source. Here I don't have that. And I see for these reasons that we've just looked at, maybe that is why Anna Zatonskih has played bishop to d7, saying, like, I like my queen. you know, this pawn is not running. It's not going anywhere. Maybe I'll do it in a slow fashion. I'll play rook a7, rook a8. And again, whenever I win back the pawn on a4, my game will blossom. Bishop to d7. I approve.
I approve as well. That's a very clever move.
And I think we've had something like this. If you'd like to play knight g3, I'll play queen e6. I'm not really enthusiastic myself about playing g6. I'd much rather have h5, h4 with my pawn still on g7. Reasons had to do with this long diagonal for the moment. I like black's position, even though, yes, dare I say it, I'm a pawn down. It's the doubled A pawns that are not impressing me.
It doesn't impress me either, but the more I kind of look at this position, the more I see it's not that easy though, because the bishop can just move to c3.
Right, okay.
And the A pawn is
advance.
advancing, right?
Okay, so eventually, one way or another, I'm going to leverage the fact that I have a superior center to try.
Can I take? I'm
Yeah,
taking
exactly.
that pawn.
I'm
Yes,
taking this one. All right. Probably with the knight, not
yes,
the bishop.
Yes, knight.
Knight takes pawn. Knight takes e4. Let's go. Knight takes h5. Knight e4. Let's go. Bishop e1.
Bishop e1.
Yeah, just hanging.
I'm gonna
back
grit my teeth
and just hold on for dear
Yes.
lives. Yeah, this is. I must say, I'm not impressing myself with what I've done. I want to play f5 and go whole hog, but it doesn't feel.
Actually, you've got to be careful with moves like f5 because there are pawn takes pawn ideas, and it might be one step too far.
Please, let's just have a quick
just
look.
wanted to show you after pawn takes. Yeah, rook takes d5.
And I do have a tricky
of this particular.
This one I get. Queen
Yeah.
takes bishop c4 is a bit of an embarrassment. Bishop takes a4. Jury's still out for the moment. Yeah.
Guys, I have a big update.
We'll put this on pause. We're throwing it back to you.
Key matchup
Yes.
game between Zhongyi and Irina Krush. As we're looking, Irina was up a pawn with no compensation, but now looks like she is getting also a great positional advantage as well after playing this move f5. So the queen f2 move by Tang was a bit too passive.
Okay.
Instead, computer suggested bishop e3 was better.
Okay.
Not sure what the idea is, to be honest. Just after queen f2, walking into f5 is unpleasant because now pawn on e4 is hanging. And
Knight h4, I can see, is a good
Exactly.
answer to captures.
Absolutely. If we take on f5, there's knight h4 attacking g2, and it's no easy way to defend this. You have to play rook g1.
Right, but now black has an initiative as well.
Exactly. It's not just the pawn, but even if black didn't have this extra pawn, let's say we get rid of the e6 pawn, I would still prefer black.
Yes.
But here, great position and the extra pawn.
Yeah.
How does white come back from this?
Our top seed in trouble a little bit with the white pieces, and 10, of course, one of the co-leaders, along with Alexandra Kosteniuk as well. And we asked our audience to join us and stump our panel. You know, give us your best questions, and we've got one.
We do.
I'm ready.
And
What is it?
Remember, if you want to join in the conversation, use the hashtag Cairns Cup. So, how does one become a women's world champion? What does the process look like?
You know, this question befell me when I was a 12-year-old learning chess for the first time, and Bobby Fischer appeared on the Johnny Carson's show, and he was introduced as the world champion. And I said, Mom, how can he call himself the world champion? He hasn't even beat me. I was like an 800 at the time. And indeed, there is a process. So it starts with joining your national federation. You've got to become a member of your national federation. You play in tournaments. You get what we call a rating. You win these events. It's a journey to these candidates where you play match and tournament play. And as you keep winning events, eventually you get to the World Championship match.
Yes, it is a very long process.
Tell us about your journeys in these World Champion. Well, they've changed the formats too, because they used to have the knockouts.
Yeah, because when I competed, I was definitely in the knockout formation, knockout format. And I know that to train, you know, it was very much at the last minute because I only found out that I had qualified. But there was a lot of work involved. You know, I assembled a team, you know, of two friends who were just, I say team very loosely, two friends who were going to help me and just get me in a good state of mind. And, you know, we were just training chess for, I would say, probably 8 hours a day.
Wow.
But you know, this is just my personal experience at the Women's World Knockout Championship. And I know that you've, Yasser, been involved in actually training for a World Championship match. You were helping, you were seconding Viktor Korchnoi,
Jan Timman for their matches. Those were intense trainings.
So you can maybe give us some insight on what a training camp involved.
Well, again, we're dealing with different formats, and whenever you have a match, just two opponents, one of the players, in my case, Viktor Korchnoi or Jan Timman, what we specifically were working on was the openings. We had, the challenges that we had because we didn't have the databases and the chess engines. We were coming up with ideas literally on our own and challenging ourselves to find something that maybe generations of players hadn't had. So our focus in these World Championship matches was mainly openings based, but to actually get to the point of becoming a women's world champion or any world champion, it's all phases of the game, and you were expected that you would have your end games and your middle game knowledge, and it was sort of like the openings dominated. And Nasi, for yourself, when you think about your journeys, whether it be US championships or knockouts, the process itself, talk to your experience.
I was going to say there's a little bit of a shortcut to how to make to the World Women's Championship cycle, the World Cup.
Yep.
It's by winning the US Championship.
That'll do it, right?
Yes, and how to win the US Championship. Yes, like Jovi said, it's studying chess 6-8 hours a day for over a decade with a team or your own competitors. I actually haven't had a coach since I was 15 because I love to study alone and improve on my own. But yeah, it's a very, very long process. You have to be patient because you think because you're studying so much, you will end up winning all these tournaments, but no.
No, their opponents are doing the same work.
Exactly. So you have to be okay with having ups and downs and just trust the process and don't quit.
Yeah.
Today, when I ask yourselves, what's your biggest tool? Is it the database of openings? Is it the chess engine? What have you both come to rely upon as the tool that you expect to sharpen your game the most? We'll start with you, Nessa.
I use the puzzles, so chess.com Lichess puzzles. That's my biggest tool, yes. Because that's how I stay sharp.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I also, like Nazi, I use the puzzles, and I've now started to use endgame puzzles from both of these websites. I also want to say that it's my phone that is actually the biggest tool that I use because, whenever I want to test out an opening, these little devices, they are so strong. They're better than Magnus.
Right.
So I'm literally just playing against them all the time, if I want to test out my Caro-Kann lines, what I will do is I will make my phone play black. And then, however it catches me, tricks me in some way, I will make a mental note of that. I will then just input it. And then I've started to use some kind of, this sounds really fancy. I started to use some kind of cloud engines. This is the very first time I've ever done this. I started to use, I know, what am I? But I'm using cloud engines, and they're kind of like analyzing those kind of positions in greater depth, But I must say, my phone, use your phone, download a chess application, and as Nazi says, just study puzzles, endgames, and practice openings with your engine.
I will show my age, and with great joy, I will ask you both the question, have you ever kept a journal? Have you ever kept a diary of your chess progress? Do you write down? Okay, your mobile comes up with great idea. Ooh, that's a good one. I'm going to put that in my quiver, you say. Do you write it down?
It's interesting, but I do that for commentary. I have a commentary book where I write down like expressions or just...
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I got to use that one day.
Exactly, and I forget about it. But, it's there in my commentary journal. I do not do the same thing for my chess.
Shame on you.
Yeah, I know.
Have you ever kept a chess notebook? An openings notebook? See,
no, I feel like I need to get two journals. One for chess, one for
broadcast.
No, I've never done that, but I can see how that's helpful because when you write it out, you'll remember it better.
Exactly. I strongly felt that whenever I wrote anything down in my journal, my chess notebook, and I could take you to my office here in St. Louis, and I can show you 32 notebooks that I kept literally from start to finish. I started as a 12-year-old, I retired as a 43-year-old, and I annotated literally every single game, and it's fun for me to literally step back and see myself as an 18-year-old. I have a Caro Kann that I played as an 18-year-old. I was very proud of it. And I wrote the annotations and said, aha, here my opponent made an error and I did so and so and I was great and isn't it wonderful? And I look at that and I go, what a weak potzer I was. Like, I blundered this, I blundered that. And the thing is you can see your development over the course of your career. It's a great process and it's a great learning tool, but writing down, I always felt I remember it better. Now you've got your mobile, now we turn on our laptop, we see the things. We don't necessarily remember everything.
Can I? Yeah,
Please.
I agree. I because now you just reminded me because I do actually keep a book that when I prepare in tournaments, I write down which openings.
Code.
Yeah, and because I think it's a problem with modern day chess basically, that there's too much data. There's way too much information, and it's all about the moves. And so what I will do in this book is I will write down like special maneuvers for me to remember. So for instance, if I'm playing for a big center and there's a clash, I'm meant to kind of fight in the center, I will go clash in the center. And I would do like 4 dots, which means yeah, it just means that I should meet any e4 with e5, d4, d5, and that's the kind of things I write down.
But it's a memory, I think.
Yes.
But the process, learn to appreciate the training, and all goals are possible. Thank you for the question, really. And I have seen people making those journeys for decades, and it's impressive. I just want to bring us back to Nana. Bishop d7 was Anna's choice. Nana decided to play the move c4 takes d5, inviting the obvious recapture c6 d5, and I much prefer what Anna Zatonskih did than my queen a7, because as we can see, after c6 takes d5, the threat bishop takes a4 will persuade white to play the move bishop e5, and then if it makes sense or not, I don't know, I can play my h5, h4 ideas when the bishop isn't on e2 and not ready to capture the pawn. I can also play the move rook b8, trying to invite bishop takes d7. And again, whenever I win back the pawn, I really feel like, boy, it's a snowball. I win back the pawn with advantage. This is not the big advantage that we've been talking about. We've been talking about Harika, and she was doing fabulous against Alexandra. And let's take a look at what has happened. Did you pick up on what Nasi said when she said b2, b4 was the engine's first move?
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah,
I thought that was a soft move.
Me too. I was like, why not just go for the
Rook
jugular
yeah,
immediately?
rook,
but instead, you know,
the
it's like-
computer approved B4,
Absolutely,
E6,
be calm.
knight E4, and Harika saying, look, I'm a simple lady, give me the pawn. Here, I'm not, trust me, I really, really like Harika's position. Queen B5, I'm not solving anything really. Suddenly this king on E2, which from the opening you might have thought was stepping out on the town, now is perfect. Now we just see that white is absolutely for choice. Rook to C7 followed by Rook C1. I think this is just plainly a losing ending. Having said that, we don't like Rook C8 though.
Rook C8 looks
like one of those ugly moves. Rook C4, Rook C1.
Yeah, and something worries me as well.
What's that?
This dark square bishop. This bishop just can't get out.
Well,
You can go bishop e7, but it doesn't have too many squares. So I was just visualizing a future with the king castled and the rook coming down to d7. And I was thinking this is just brilliant.
So let me just throw down something as mundane and not a good move. Forgive me. G4. And the idea, what Jovi is saying, is that the bishop on e7 could easily find itself dominated after a move like rook d7. That goes to show how bad the position is. Simply put, I think Harika is just planning on, focusing all of her attention on that c6 pawn. Who can blame her? Rook c1, and that just feels like +2, not just winning a pawn. You're winning a pawn and again, it's an avalanche. Everything has gone wrong for Alexandra at this moment.
And is the endgame holdable, like as in
Which
groveling, like queen to b5?
Without rook c8.
Yeah. So
yeah, well, this I thought...
I mean, it doesn't look great.
No. I thought it was losing as well.
I thought it asked to rook c7 for d7 and just go...
Let's just tickle you a bit,
Yeah.
once or twice, and then I'll...
And then bishop to e7.
Bishop to e7.
And then now the other rook lifts itself up.
Yeah, and I'm see, the problem is when I do win material, it's sort of like I win material and I improve. It's
it's not good, yeah.
Like I get the goods and I get an additional benefit as well. This is looking very, very bad for Alexandra. Want to go to Elisabeth and Alice for a moment because, yep, Elisabeth has definitely followed out exactly in the fashion that Nasi prescribed. E4, D4, we used to call this the central pawn duo, and all those beginner books that Fred Reinfeld ever published, would extol the virtues of how powerful these pawns were because they controlled so many key squares. Normally speaking, you can't just allow them to exist. Alice has played C7, C5, and I might just say if you don't mind, that bishop on G7 went back to F8, and I think it's regrets the fact that it's actually on the F8 square. C7, C5, oh boy. It's all gone wrong. I think it's just a very bad position. She's making the best she can, but I don't know, does that have a reputation? It feels really bad.
Yeah, well, I guess it's giving white choices, and that's perhaps all you can ask from this position. So do you step up with d5, or do you actually just go dc5?
The problem is I see both d takes c5, I see d5 both as being good.
You don't even need to do it, actually.
And then I also see bishop g5 as being a very good tempo winning move. So the problem is I feel like I'm spoiled. I'm at a buffet and I want to do all things at the same time. I want to play d5 and get a protected pass pawn, and I want to open up the position with d4 takes c5. I have to make a choice. Let's just take. Let me make. a choice, shall we?
Can we
D5.
delay the choice and go bishop g5?
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, fair. I mean,
Yeah.
I would love for you to answer with f6, and then, okay, thank you for the weakness, and I'll drop back and ask you what you're going to do next. So I guess...
Queen moves out of the way, put her on c7. Let's
it.
connect the rooks. Big fan of that.
Yes.
Although even then, the queen is not safe.
I know, knight b5 becomes tempting.
Knight b5 is coming.
Yeah, it just feels like a very, very bad position, and Alice is doing her best to try to get some kinds of counterplay. I'd like to go back to our marquee matchup of the game. Our number 1 seed, Tan, co-leader, up against America's Irina Krush. And Irina has gotten in essentially all the good moves. She has played f7, f5. She's maneuvered her knight to h5. She's a pawn to the good, and well, speak to White's position. What is Tan?
What is
Tan
that
looking
benefit?
forward to? Yeah. I mean,
exactly. What can she look forward to? Well,
1, 2, 3.
Okay. I have one tiny thing, one small thing. Okay, so once the happy moves have been played for black, like queen coming to a3, I mean, there's not necessarily
we can just catch up on the last few
let's do that.
Happy moves here.
Let's buy ourselves some time.
Indeed, f5, knight g3. Not that the knight is perfect on g3, by the way. Knight h4. Okay, that's a little bit nasty because you're tickling. Rook e1, queen a3. I think this move, queen a3, is it's dual purpose. First of all, it's like the queen isn't great on e7. You are angling for maybe something that might happen along the 3rd rank. We can easily imagine that the diagonal gets opened, you land on h3, and finally you are, in a certain way intimating you might put your pawn on a4.
So Yasser, if I may interrupt.
Please, jump in.
Computer actually does not like queen a3 because of a tactical reason.
Oh.
Everything that Yasser explained about the position is correct, but there's this knight takes f5 move that comes unexpectedly, and black's advantage drops a little bit. Irina's still better, but not as better as she was before. So let's take a look. Of course, if you take back with the knight, we trade. Black is up a pawn still, but now black has kind of 3 weaknesses, a6, d7, f5, and here there's a couple of different moves. One of them is just queen a7, going after the pawn on a6, and if you play rook a8, then queen b6, White's queen just becomes really active all of a sudden, and
irritating.
Exactly, that's the perfect word I was looking for. It's very irritating. So let's take a look on e takes f5, then queen takes h4.
And when the queen was on e7, this wouldn't have been possible because the h4 would have been defended.
It was defended, and here, if you trade everything on e4 and play, let's say, d5, I thought this would still be very good for black, but after just rook e1, I'm surprised that...
we lost a pawn.
Yeah, the pawn's gone, and the advantage is almost completely gone.
Okay, go back to, I didn't like your move d5 there in that final position, because we could have played bishop f6, so we're hitting the rook on b1, we're hitting the queen on h4.
My only move is queen e1.
Right, and
both.
there's no
trickies.
trickies for black here.
No, White looks safe, even though our first rank is weak still.
A little bit, yeah, no.
It's okay for now, and White could come back into the game.
Wow, queen e...
But 10 needs to find this knight takes f5 move.
Queen e7 to a3, it had that look of solidity about it, and it turns out to be...
I was only looking in one direction, and it turns out there are tactical opportunities around every corner.
Well, here the funny part was I was looking for e4 takes f5, right? F5 takes E4. So the idea was, you know, to involve this rook and maybe, I don't know, on a good day, you know, G5 types of things. And it actually crossed my mind that I might want to weaken the pawn on F4. How could I weaken the pawn on F4 to make this attack that much more formidable? I was actually considering the move A5. So the idea was that I would draw your bishop away from the F4 square, and then through the magic of my tactical awareness, such as it is, I would somehow manage to exploit the fact that your bishop was now temporarily offsides. So at first, when I saw the move Queen E7 to A3 is played by Irina, I thought, oh wow, how fabulous. You're just going to go A5, and I totally blanked. I mean, it may not, because you're never looking at knight takes F5, and suddenly the move Queen A3 makes knight takes F5 available.
But you know,
remarkable.
Tan
She's
is a tactical beast, and I imagine that she will be able to find knight takes F5. We saw her in full-on precision mode against Alice Lee yesterday. And judging from the camera view, perhaps Irina has understood that knight takes F5 is a possibility.
Yeah, it's so strange that a tactical shot that never appeared would ever work on the board. Suddenly, this move, Queen A3, makes knight takes F5 that much more possible. And we have another social media.
We do have another social media question, and
by the way, if they get the questions.
Oh, hang on. Let's
Okay.
Yes.
Wait. We got a question from Sean.
Yeah, and they ask, who do you think will be the next player to receive the Cairns Chess Queens Award?
If I'm right, do I share the prize? Because I think I've got the answer.
Okay, go for it.
Alice Lee. 14-year-old Alice Lee has been phenomenal.
Contender.
And I think she's got grandmaster potential, and I think Carissa
But you know how I'm going to say? I also think that our very own Nazi. I once shared
pressure on her.
I once shared a room with Nazi, and she absolutely destroyed everyone in that tournament. And she was playing sharp chess, and I think she nearly got a GM norm. So
what was the event?
Oslo
Open.
And you did. Grandmaster
My rating performance was 2590, so I just missed that.
Ooh.
Yeah. It was just twice where I was very close to getting a GM norm.
Okay.
2590 and 2595.
Okay.
Needed like a win in the last round, the black pieces. So it's not discouraging, disheartening to be that close and then miss it. Eventually, I just gave it up, but can always
but now there's
inspiration, the motivation.
Exactly, and this is why I kind of wanted to get at, like, it's available to anyone. So Anna Zatonskih also has a GM norm. I think Alice Lee is a very strong contender, just 14 years old. But don't forget that it's now a big motivator for everyone.
Answer Sean's question.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the winner and get the grandmaster?
Well, there's five prizes. First 5 US women to become grandmasters get $100,000, and there you can read more.
The Cairns Chess Queens Award.
And Irina Krush was a recipient. You know, they put their money where their mouth is. Absolutely.
As Jeannie said.
So okay, Alice Lee, you kind of do have to favour that, but I don't want to discount anyone, because I just think it's a question of putting the energy in, a question of luck at times, and I'm looking forward.
What a wobble! Come on, give Sean his answer. Who's going to get the Grandmaster Award? And I'm accepting yourself as a potential.
Well, I think the question was the next award. Yeah. So in 2025, I would say Alice Lee.
Alice Lee.
Okay. But I still got 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. We will see.
Your potential. Carissa, Annie?
Maybe Jennifer Yu.
Jennifer Yu, former U.S.
Maybe
women's champion. Oh, our very own Begim. Let's get Begim in on this one.
Exactly. But okay, talking about awards and prizes, I do want to say that you can ask us questions on social media for a chance to win T-shirts and signed posters. The best question of the tournament will win the signed vinyl board from the 2020 Cairns Cup.
Signed by the players.
Exactly.
Nice.
So remember, you can tweet us using the hashtag Cairns Cup, and we'll try and answer them on the show. And the best question will win prizes.
What about the best answer? What are the best money prizes for
you get you get bragging rights, yes.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I look forward to that. Take it away. And what do we have for ourselves, Nasi? Did Tan play knight f5?
Yes, she did. She found knight takes f5, and now things are heating up. They are not in time trouble yet, still around 45 minutes for each player, but do we think Irina missed knight f5?
I'm sure she did when she played the move.
So then
Queen
this
A3.
would come to her as a cold shower.
Exactly.
And it's hard to come back from this, even though she still has an advantage. Just as a player, when you miss a tactic, you think, oh, I just messed up everything.
Right.
But her position is objectively still better, and she can still play for a win. She should take with the pawn. And after queen takes h4, this unnatural move, queen a2.
Whoa.
What's
threatening
the
bishop
idea?
f6 and a
That's
sudden
a very nice
attack
tactic
on the
b1.
rook on
Very
b1.
subtle move, queen a2, and actually threatening bishop f6 double attack.
Right.
So white would have to move the rook, actually.
Okay.
So going from the open file to d file is not ideal.
Okay.
And then bishop f6, queen probably h5. Now you can trade rook b5, and yeah, black still keeps, oops, I blundered checkmate. First take on e4, then go rook b5. And yeah, black still keeps the activity on the board.
Okay.
Some weaknesses for white, like c2.
From the current position, if you don't mind, you go back. And of course, you have to understand that we've got the chess engine in front of us. But I see a move like knight f5, and I want to take the knight with the pawn, and then I understand you want to take my knight. But I played f5 and knight h4 with the intention of playing knight g2.
Yes, this is very tempting.
And what's wrong with that?
This check is unpleasant, because now I mess up your kingside pawns.
So I
I
recapture?
force you to take with this, queen takes, and...
So it's just the fact that my...
I
You
love
took
that
my
move.
pawn.
That's such a great move.
You're a mean person.
Can't take queen takes bishop.
So the idea is, it's a very nice tactic. If you take, you just get mated
Yes.
on the file, on the
On
diagonal.
the diagonal. Your bishop takes a6. We'll just, stay here for just a moment because, to my eye, I thought my king on h8 was safer than your king on h1. So if I play rook g8 and you did
Let's
a
say I
good
move the
move,
queen somewhere,
queen e2,
defending the bishop on a6.
I can't exploit.
It does look very scary.
Right.
But computer is giving triple zeros. To me, d5 looks very good.
Right?
I think white just allows black to take on e4 and then just blockade on e3.
Remarkable. So you would drop your bishop back
But
or
this
something.
is a play for 3 results. Anything can happen.
Wow. Thank you for that, Nasi. That is a big surprising move as we get ready for our break. Knight takes f5 will kind of rock Irina a little bit. That is just a huge move.
Yep, and as we go on the break, let's take this chance to meet the players. And we'll see you in a few minutes.
Knight takes f5.
I know. It was such a
14-year-old international master and woman grandmaster Alice Lee has been in the news lately. Her stunning victory over Grandmaster Irina Krush at the American Cup in March made headlines for a number of reasons. She was the first player ever to emerge from the elimination bracket, force a blitz playoff with Irina, and win her first women's title. Even at 14, Alice has been playing chess for a while. She started at age 6 and at age 9 won the Under-18 Girls National Championship. She is the youngest American female and third youngest international player to gain the title of International Master. Alice Lee will be fun to watch at this year's Cairns Cup.
Where do you start when highlighting the career of Irina Krush? Irina is a Grandmaster, a rare title she earned in 2013. She is also an 8-time US Women's Champion. Her first championship was in 1988, and at age 14, she became the youngest player ever to become Women's Champion. Irina is a 2-time Women's American Cup champion, and Krush fans can always depend on their favorite to finish at or near the top of every tournament she plays in. Irina Krush will again be among the favorites here at the Cairns Cup.
One of the most experienced players in the field is Anna Zatonskih. Anna was born in Ukraine and holds the Women Grandmaster title because of her early chess success in Ukraine. In fact, Anna won the Ukrainian Women's National Championship in 2001. With her move to the United States in the early 2000s, she continued winning, including 4 US Women's Championships. Her matches against Irina Krush and her 2008 win, which went to Armageddon, are legendary. No doubt this rematch here at the Cairns Cup promises to be exciting.
Zhongyi is a 33-year-old Chinese women's chess grandmaster. She became women's world champion in 2017 when she defeated another player from this year's Cairns Cup, Anna Muzychuk. Tan is also a former women's world rapid champion, and chess fans saw her earlier this year win the women's candidates, which sends her to another World Championship against Zhu Wenjun next year. Tan Zhongyi is one of the many reasons this 4th year of the Cairns Cup is the highest rated so far.
Mariya Muzychuk is a Ukrainian chess grandmaster and a 1-time Women's World Chess Champion, winning the title in 2015. Her older sister Anna, another great chess player, is also here at the Cairns Cup. Like many great players, Mariya's parents taught her and her sister at an early age 3 to be exact, to play the game. By age 6, she was playing competitively and blossomed into the chess grandmaster she is today. It will be fun to follow the Muzychuk sisters in this tournament.
37-year-old Nana Dzagnidze is a Georgian-born grandmaster, a title she won in 2008. That same year, she helped the Georgian team win a gold medal in the Women's Chess Olympiad. She has remained a valuable member of several Georgian women's chess teams. Nana is also great at the fast time controls and won the World's Blitz Championship in 2017. Her current 25.06 FIDE rating puts her near the top of the list here at the Cairns Cup.
The 34-year-old Anna Muzychuk is the older Muzychuk sister here at the Cairns Cup. Her sister Mariya is also here. Anna is a Ukrainian grandmaster and only the 4th woman in history to achieve a 2600 FIDE rating. Anna is also a rapid and blitz specialist. She won the Women's World Rapid Championship in 2014 and the Women's World Blitz Championship in both 2014 and 2016. She has also had great success in classical chess and was runner-up to the Women's World Champion in 2017. Chess fans will enjoy watching the Muzychuk sisters in this Cairns Cup.
Harika Dronavalli is a 33-year-old Indian grandmaster and only the 2nd Indian woman after Hampi Koneru to win that title. After winning the 2016 FIDE Women's Grand Prix in China, she rose to number 5 in the world among women chess players. Harika has placed third in 3 Women's World Championships and has maintained a 2500 plus for many years. Harika is part of the current popularity of chess in India. Her fellow countryman, Gukesh D, will play later this year in the World Championship.
Alexandra Kosteniuk is a 40-year-old grandmaster with a long history of great chess accomplishments. She won the Women's World Championship in both 2008 and 2010. Only 3 years ago, she also won the Women's World Rapid Chess Championship. Alexandra switched federations to Switzerland, and that's the flag she is playing under here in the Cairns Cup. In addition to an amazing chess career, Alexandra has been a model as well as starred in a Russian film. You will no doubt see the determination of Alexandra Kosteniuk in every game she plays this week. Elisabeth Paehtz is a 39-year-old German chess grandmaster. She is the first German woman to gain that title. Like all the great players, her success started early. Her father, Thomas Paehtz, is a chess grandmaster and taught her the game early on. She began winning girls' tournaments in Germany, and in 2002, at the age of 17, became the World Youth Champion for girls under 18. She is also a master of the faster time controls, winning the 2018 European Women's Championship in Rapid Chess. Elisabeth Paehtz, her games here at the Cairns Cup will be competitive for sure.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only 1 can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back to all the riveting action of round 2 of the 4th edition of the Cairns Cup. We already have a result. And let's take a look. We did see a very short draw between Anna Muzychuk against her sister Mariya. But all the other games, they are in full flow. And let's just dive in straight into the action because we've seen a lot of drama already.
Harika is doing terrifically well against Alexandra Kosteniuk. When we left it, we were in a situation where Alexandra is just fighting for her life to try to remain in the game. Her last move by Harika, knight e4 to d2. And what Harika is doing is she's actually, it may not look it, but she's really targeting this pawn on c6. She wants to maneuver her knight to c4, and then to a5, and that pawn is going to be captured. For example, bishop e7, you might think, wrongly so, that you're getting out with minimal damage after the move queen b5 until your world gets rocked by discovered check. Attacking the king, there goes the rook, and whoop, end of game. So the problem for Alexandra is that after the move knight c4, she's not going to be allowed queen b5. Very likely she's going to have to drop the queen back, for example, to maybe b7.
Maybe queen c7?
Queen c7,
it
doesn't
it's
matter.
Ugly,
it kind of doesn't matter because the bottom line is Harika's got her eyes set on the c6 pawn, and I don't think there's anything that Alexandra can do to prevent its capture. Now, one might say that, okay, Alexandra loses the pawn, but she hasn't lost the war. She's still in battle. But yeah, it's a very, very good position for Harika. Maybe Harika could even had more than this, but hey, this looks very, very good. In our marquee matchup game that we had, our #1 seed and co-leader, Tan, up against Irina Krush, we really liked Irina's position right until she erred with a move. Well, I'm sorry to say, it's a very attractive move. I did not see myself this reaction, knight takes f5. But the moment that Nasi showed us this reaction, it's terrific because she was a pawn down, Tan, but that move, knight takes f5, has brought her back close to equality. I still think that Irina's for choice, but no longer by the big advantage that she had a moment ago. And finally, please.
Yep.
I was going to go to Elisabeth Paehtz.
Yeah,
that was another advantage.
That was another critical game, right? Especially for Alice, who, I don't know whether she blundered a pawn.
I think it was more or less an oversight, a blunder. Yeah. We left it at the position after c5, and the problem for Elisabeth is she's spoiled for choice. Capturing on c5, bishop to g5, d4, d5, just nursing a massive pawn center. These are all big advantages. She chose, captures, bishop takes, bishop g5, f7, f6, so she did get in her provoking tempo gaining move bishop g5 and caught up with the players after the move knight d5.
And I'm just looking at the board here in front of us, and it's awarded knight to d5 with a question mark.
The question, yeah, for me...
What's that all about?
Well, I'm looking this bishop on, like if we just go back here for just a second, I hate pins. I hate being under a pin. And I one of my choice moves would be to resolve that pin by putting the question to the bishop. Are you intending to capture my knight? If so, I will recapture. Or are you intending to move away? In other words, I want to break the pin. When I see the move knight d5, the first question I might have is, what about queen takes e4? Because whenever you're in a pin, then you like to put more pressure on the piece that is being pinned. So queen takes e4, could I ask this question? I mean, it's a really, I want to say, in-your-face kind of a question that I'm putting in front of you.
Right. Well, because there's so many possibilities that White can play. White can just move the knight out of the way. There's also knight c7 in the air. I'm trying to be really methodical about all those forcing moves.
Yep. So knight c7 is one of those moves where you fork my rooks, but then you have to ask yourself, what am I going to do about bishop takes e4? If you said to me the move knight d5 was a blunder, I might say, okay, could I also play knight? I'm looking at a line where bishop takes f2.
I'm looking at knight takes knight.
Exactly. And if you made the wrong choice of pawn takes,
queen
then
comes into e2.
Yes, and there you go with a double attack on f3. I could take with the rook in that case. And by the way, knight takes d5, as we're talking, has been played. And very quickly, did I see Elisabeth play rook takes d5? I have. Rook takes d5. But these aren't the advantages that Elisabeth had a moment ago.
No. Okay, so the question is, well, because there's no actual attack on the knight.
On d7?
On d7. It took me a minute.
A moment to
exactly.
gather your thoughts.
So you can go queen takes e4.
I can't. The other thing that I'm finding a little bit peculiar about this position, I'm about to invite Nasi in on our discussion. It's not like this bishop has any great squares either. Like, I could potentially tickle a g5, and your bishop doesn't really want to go to e3. That would double up your pawns, and you definitely don't want to go to c1. So I'm feeling like Elisabeth hasn't put the pedal to the metal on this one, Nasi.
Yes, so first I want to show you this line.
Please.
So knight d5 is not a blunder in the sense that it's losing a pawn, but it's giving away some of the advantage.
Okay.
So you checked queen e4, and I just want to show the audience a beautiful queen trap right in the middle of the board. Knight d4, and queen has nowhere to go. All the squares are taken.
Like, yeah, e6 is covered,
it's very
e5,
unusual to trap
e7.
a queen in the center of the board.
e2. Here I could, no, I can't bail with queen takes d4, right? Because
You have to sack your queen, but
right, this is not
you
a
won't
good
be getting enough material, because I always
I
get
have
some
knight
more
c7.
material back.
And there's nothing on f2. Okay.
And we have a couple of moves on the board. Knight takes, rook takes. If queen e4 now, it's the similar thing. Knight e5 this time.
A tempo.
We are not winning the queen because it's not trapped. Queen can go to c2, but the knight's hanging. The bishop's hanging. The knight's hanging. Pretty much all minor pieces are hanging right now.
Right. That's not a good thing.
So Alice can't do that. Instead, she needs to play just simply rook a to c8. That's the best move, and advantage is only plus half a pawn for white.
Okay, then let's go back just a second because
Which move?
A few moves before maybe, like at this moment, yeah, bishop, queen e7, h3.
H3 was the best, yes.
Get rid of that knight.
Yes, if bishop trade, it's just easier to play like this, get rid of those pieces. The knight on f3 was not bad, but
it's pinned.
It's pinned, exactly. So once we get rid of that, we don't have to worry about e4 pawn ever hanging again.
Right.
And if black doesn't take, let's say goes bishop e6,
Right.
then knight d5 would have been much better.
Gotcha. Okay,
'Cause then
so
we
it's just a
take
failure to include h3.
Mhm.
And the current position, you would say Lizzie has a plus of half a point?
Yes, 0.5.
0.5. You know, one of the chess can be very, very frustrating. It can be very joyful. But one of the things for me that I really hate is when I feel like I'm losing my advantages.
And you're not sure why exactly, where it's going.
You work so hard to get a big advantage, and then you just know that you let it slip away. More or less like Irina has done. But in her case, it's pretty obvious she missed knight f5. In this case, it's less obvious. There's a little bit of a slip, and suddenly your opponent's back in the game.
Yes, I completely agree with you both, except I'm always going to say the players don't know that they've messed up.
Well, you kind of feel...
You feel it a little bit.
A little bit.
You can't be sure, but you feel it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Harika is doing well, but I feel like we have missed out on somebody.
Anna Dzagnidze.
You mean Anna
Zatonskih.
Okay, let me just go to that game. That was the doubled A-pawn game. And let's see what has happened. So when we left it, we saw the recapture on d5, bishop b5, rook b8. Anna wants to provoke the trade of bishops. Oops, that was a mouse slip. A key slip. Knight g3, bishop takes b5, takes, knight here. Funnily enough, I was always playing queen e6. Anna played queen c7, rook c1, queen b8, and we've caught up to the players. For me, it kind of goes back to this moment when b3 takes a4. Anna has won back her pawn. She's better in the center, but you know, the strangest thing is this knight on f5 has suddenly become a really powerful piece. And I'm thinking knight takes d6 and there's no problems for white whatsoever. Unless I'm missing something. This is what I was thinking, that the knight had become very powerful. Queen to c7, eyeballing f7.
But how is this type of ending? So I'm just thinking queen takes queen.
Okay, that stops queen takes f7.
Actually, who is playing?
For the attack,
For the attack, right.
Because my pieces are coordinated. By the way, we both have back rank checkmating issues, but...
because, in this type of position, I was looking at knight e8.
Knight e8.
But I don't know whether that's something to even do.
Because I will capture on e8. If you recapture with the rook, well, that's a passer. I'll happily make a luft and play a4. So I'm saying that surprisingly, for me, Nana's position has actually blossomed. I don't see this suddenly as a problem. And then if you recapture, knight takes d6, queen takes d6, I get to play a4, I get to put my bishop, I don't know, on c3 and e1 and a5. And I don't see a problem.
But on that subject,
yes, please.
Could you just go bishop c3 instead of capturing the bishop? Because everything is so beautifully placed.
Bishop to c3. I wouldn't want to see the bishop land on a3 because then my passer is no longer an influencer. It doesn't have an influence.
That is true. I agree to that. It was just somehow I got enthusiastic about this knight on f5 and with the bishop on c3, a4 being in the air, and you know, black's pieces are a little bit clunky.
They are a little bit clunky. So this game feels like a 3 result game. And Nasi, join us on where's the action for you? Where do you see, is it our marquee matchup game or what's going on?
There's an action in every game. I think in Harika's game, the advantage has decreased a little bit compared to what it was, but it's more, actually she made a very practical decision to trade queens and go into the end game knowing she's better.
Right.
No risk whatsoever. But after c5, let's say, take.
I have to take with a rook, don't I?
Just
chill.
not take, yes, bishop e7.
Okay.
And, you know, there's a lot of endgames where one extra pawn is not enough to win. This is not one of them, but this is what black needs to play for. Castle, then double rooks on c-file, and because white always has to keep defending this pawn, maybe it's a little bit hard for white to improve.
Okay. This would be a very good bailout. I think Alexandra
She
would
has to go
say,
for this.
if I'm going to draw the game and grovel, this is probably her best chance. Because that was actually a big moment, because you said, don't recapture the pawn, play c5, and then just play bishop e7. Yeah. That's a hidden defense. Because your gut reaction is to play c5 and recapture with the rook.
Yes, but are you not going to get in trouble?
Yes, you are going to get it, and that's the problem. You're going to get very big trouble on the 8th rank. And rook c1, and your world gets rocked.
Coming, so black is completely losing here.
Right.
So yeah, it's not natural to give up her pawn and then not take it back.
Exactly.
But if she finds this, this is her best chance.
Nice.
Of course, with accurate play, white's still winning, but it's not that easy.
Exactly. And that's what Alexandra is going to need to bail out. In our marquee matchup, tell us about Tan and Irina.
Tan has almost completely equalized. Black is still tiny bit better, but she got the pawn back.
Yes,
right?
she did.
Yes, she did. And
well, queen c5. I mean, Irina's eyeballing queen takes
takes c2.
Takes c2. Pardon me.
So if Tan plays queen g5, now you can't take on c2 because, well, you can, but I have very good compensation. Check. I double the rooks on e-file. d7's hanging.
Coordinated quite well.
Yes, white has very well coordinated pieces, and I guess you can go, well, if you trade the queens, I will win one of the pawns immediately.
You like queen c6 is what
right?
you were looking at, yeah.
But here I can play, rook c4, and the other rook can come to e6 and
win one of the pawns.
Yeah. So her advantage has fizzled for sure.
Oh dear, I'm sure she will be kicking herself for a missed opportunity there. And again, I'm going to go back to Elisabeth and Alice because...
Actually, sorry to interrupt, but as we were discussing, there's a big blunder in this game between Dzagnidze and Anna Zatonskih. Everything was equal, and then after bishop f8, suddenly it's plus almost 3 because of a simple tactic.
Takes pawn.
Bishop takes e5.
Oh no.
Critical moment in the game. Yes, if Nana finds this tactic, she's just winning on the spot because queen e5. What else can we do?
Hangs the rook.
Just rook b5 and...
oh, that's a tragic blunder.
Yeah.
Oh. Anna will be so furious with herself.
She could have played rook c5 or... Actually, rook c5 had to be played to not get worse position, but rook c5 looks pretty natural.
Exactly.
Maybe we can check out the player cam because I just want to see
the reaction. Did we
Nana
get... There we have...
She's looking in that direction.
Anna, she's played this move. Wow.
And there's that awful moment, you know, when you've made a blunder like this.
Doesn't look like Anna has realized yet.
Right, and then the awareness slowly starts sinking in. Sorry, again, I am a pawn grubber par excellence. I pride myself on these moments. Rook takes a2. I just wanted to see something. I'm assuming you take on d6? Would you? I guess you would, right? There it is, of course.
C8 check?
Queen takes, and I missed bishop a3 check.
Actually, even without queen f8, immediately bishop a3 is really beautiful.
And even without...
Here, after queen f8, immediately.
Check, queen f8, bishop a3.
Nasty.
Yeah, and we can see
bishop takes e5, and that's the cold shower. And Anna, and now I think she felt it after bishop f8. She just had this realization.
You can see her shaking her head, Yasser.
You feel so furious with yourself. It's like you know better. I know the pain. I know the pain. Rook c5 was just perfectly fine. No issues whatsoever. Start trading pieces. You've got a good center. You've got a good position. But bishop f8, double question mark, bishop e5 wins. It just wins. I mean, I would probably myself play rook takes b1, bishop takes b8, rook takes b8, and play on a rook and a bishop against queen and pawn. I know I'm losing, but the other choices, to play queen takes e5, rook takes b5, there's no fight.
Yeah, and is there any chance with just being a pawn down? I mean...
No, because it's not just a pawn. My position's ruined on the king side. Bishop takes f6. So what you wanted to ask, well, can I just go queen b7 and say, well, no, not with this awesome knight on f5. You can't just move your queen.
No.
Painful.
Painful, absolutely. So probably the best chance is to try to go for that fortress that you kind of mentioned.
Well,
but
fortress
even then,
is, yeah.
well, I say fortress in a very loose sense.
Yeah,
That's the best that Black will be hoping for. But
exactly. No. And Harika, well, she did manage to get a bad ending. She did it a different way. After the move knight d2, she played a6. Knight came to c4, queen b5. You cannot recapture with the c-pawn because of that discover check. Knight, bishop d6, knight takes king. And, well, Alexandra fought her way to rook and knight versus rook and bishop. Again, she's a pawn down, but these endings, and especially if you're taking off the minor pieces and just playing a rook ending, they give her a chance to fight her way towards a draw. It's still an uphill battle, Harika all the way, but there's no guarantees of a victory here for Harika.
no, and therein lies the question. What should she be aiming for? Should she be aiming to swap rooks?
Yes.
So rooks, yes. What about knights?
Minor pieces,
pieces?
probably not, because the rook endings, the chances of draw going way up.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because the white king is pretty flexible and can assist, and then the rook.
Yeah, the white king is actually very well placed for.
Yeah. Because you just see the fact that white is a pawn up on the queen side, so that's where the action is going to be taking place, and the black king is cut off from that. So because if you're just thinking, well, hang on a second, the action is happening on the queen side, I would like to trade off a knight for the bishop.
Right.
Then maybe you kind of want to play knight to b3 at the right time. Everything has to be well timed, because if you step back and let go of the knight's vision on b5, then this rook will mobilize to a8 and start attacking the pawn. So every move here will have a consequence. So I'm just thinking maybe time to centralize the king.
Well, for me, the move g7, g6 is a clear indication you want to play e5. And f2, f4, I don't know if Harika is... I invite my opponent to play e5 in these moments because you're putting your pawn on a dark twist. She played f4, and Alexandra did not play the move e5 because after knight f5, there's suddenly issues of rook to d1 as well as knight to takes g7. So for me, the move g7, g6 is a clear indication that you want to play e5. So then I ask myself a question. What about knight to c6? If you play rook c8, you were just asking me a moment ago, what endings am I aspiring for? Well, I can tell you the one I want the most is a king and pawn ending.
Yep.
Because then I will just bring my king to b3, I'll put my pawn on e4, and I'll play a4, and I'll win as easy as I possibly can. So knight c6, rook a8, rook c3 is the way I would play the position if I was white.
Well, we do have news from Nazi.
Okay, take it away, Nazi.
Well,
what
no
have you got
news.
for us?
I just want to go deeper into this position.
With Alice Lee.
Yes,
yeah.
what we thought about before rook c8 was played by Alice, the best move in the position.
Okay.
And here I was just trying to find some advantage for Elisabeth. By the way, she's down to 17 minutes.
Ooh.
So that could become a problem. So b4 here is a really interesting move.
Whoa.
So we are offering our b pawn for a7 pawn. So if black takes, we take on a7, and now b7's a bit weak. And I was thinking the other rook comes to d1, knight probably goes to d4 at some point, and white has some chances maybe.
b7 is a
Yeah,
little bit
b7 is a
tender.
target. So after b4, then there's this interesting line with queen takes e4, because now it is possible.
Wow.
Because now b4 is hanging with the tempo, right? So
Okay,
if we play
knight
knight e5, which was the
Winner
idea
at the
before.
moment.
Yes, here black has this nice continuation with bishop takes f2.
Uh-oh, rook c2 check is
So
on your
king f1
agenda.
immediately checkmate.
Oops.
Oops, where did we go? And if king takes f2, then rook c2 and black is winning.
Ouch.
Clearly, so king h1 only move.
Okay.
And here, just knight takes e5.
What?
There's
Bishop takes e.
Bishop takes
E4?
queen.
Bishop takes queen, knight c4.
Now we're in
So white is
alien.
in
good,
trouble.
yeah,
So
so
let's say we move the queen somewhere. Rook e4. Black's still down a lot of material, right?
But bishop f3 is on the
But bishop f3 is a serious problem. Rook d3 looks like the only
Okay.
move to avoid the mate. And computer here just says play knight b6, just to include the other rook in the game.
Be serious. Okay. I want a security check on this one.
Bishop
If
e2
we get
is
into
coming.
Wow, what a variation, Nasi.
Yeah.
That is completely
Okay.
wild. And what's the material count after all of that, by the way?
I think black has two
Two
pieces and a pawn
Two
for
minors
the queen.
and
So
pawn.
technically only down 2 pawns.
But the king is vulnerable.
King is really bad.
Yeah.
So it's only +2 in this position.
Wow.
Materially, yeah.
Wow, and that is, wow, that's something. That's not the way Elisabeth wanted to win a pawn up and cruising. By the way,
Alice would love to get such complications in the game.
absolutely.
We do have some moves there.
H2, H3, no B4 for you, no complications. H3, would you like to capture my knight? No, I'll drop back with the bishop. Well, I'll drop back with my rook. Rook back to D1. By the way, this looks far more conventional, if you don't mind me saying. H3, and from Elisabeth's point of view, hey man, what's the problem? This is great. I'm a pawn up and I'm ready to play knight D4, centralize my knight, maybe aspire to capture and win the two bishops. Feels like an extra
a lot
pawn.
of tempo moves here. Starting with G5.
That was one move. And now I have, unfortunately, the desirable bishop E3 is not available, so I have to go
D2.
back to D2.
Right, then I can play bishop B6. If you go
Another tempo move that I'm
Right.
not happy about.
Queen B5 is the best move, and
Okay.
then followed by bishop C4.
Another tempo move I'm not happy about. Jeez. Stop
There's
being
another queen
annoying.
coming.
Queen goes
If
to
you go queen B4,
four.
for some reason,
queen is going to get trapped.
Here, queen takes E4 works, so queen A4 is better.
Good grief.
We'll check
Queen
that in a
A4 is better? Okay, I'll trust you on this
And
one.
here, bishop E2.
Dang it.
Rook
Stop
E1.
it. Okay.
Rook C4.
Oh, come on.
How many moves that?
You're just getting
I'm going to
pushed
be filing.
around.
I'm going to file a petition for assault. My queen is getting bossed. Okay, queen B3. You're in the pin
B3,
at
knight
last.
C5.
No way.
Knight
Queen
C-
A3. And then there's no, oh no, there's a rook A4 happening.
That's crazy. Rook C4. Okay.
Yeah, I can go rook A4, queen C3, rook C4, and repeat.
Wow.
Or
That
I
is
could
just.
take on E4.
And that all started with the move
G5.
G5, and you were just bumping my queen around. Sorry, could I have okay, bishop to D2. You started with bishop B6.
And this is where the fun began
Well,
and never ended.
It depends on your point of view. I was getting pushed around pretty good there. Bishop B6, come on, help me out here. Can I isn't there a way that I could hide my queen?
You can go queen a3, but you don't
Not
really want to be doing that one.
desirable, but okay, queen a3. At least I don't get
Queen a3,
pummeled.
I will trade.
Oh, thank you. For a moment there was like, I will beat you with this one. I will trade. Yes, and rook c2.
And then play g4.
g4.
That's
wow.
And white pawns are going to be all...
Weird, but yeah, but how strange is it that like white's pieces don't seem to have the energy and power?
Extra pawn, but the pieces are so disconnected from each other.
And just as a question, so if Alice doesn't find g5, is e5, because e5 is the natural move that I would want to be playing with white.
Sure. Yeah, you open up your bishop, I get it. So you're saying as sans g5. Without g5, well, what is Alice's choice? But I love this bumping around, and especially the fact the bishop b6 opened up the C line as well. The problem, as I understood it, the immediate bishop b6, I'll move my queen, and at a future moment, I'll have bishop to d6. So get
that's
the
why I
bishop
start with g5.
out of the way.
Well, we do have a move, and it's not g5, it's knight to b6.
Knight b6.
And the computer doesn't like it. And the
I think
computer...
g5 was very difficult to kind of instinctively play because you're breaking the rules, right? You're advancing pawns around your king. But yeah, once you see that there's a huge chain of events happening afterwards, you go and go,
That was brutal, by the way. Boy, I'm still feeling that, you know, like just let me adjust my jaw. But on the other hand, what we chess grandmasters are trying to do is checkmate our opponents, capture their pieces, or at least threaten them. So the move g5, I agree with you, it has the drawback that you're exposing your own king a little bit, but you're attacking. So these aggressive moves come the most natural. g5 I find natural. By the way, I really don't like knight b6 for a whole host of reasons, most of which have to do with the fact that g5 is so much stronger, but I just don't even see the knight as being well placed, actually, on b6 itself. By the way, very quickly, Elisabeth, I don't know if she recognized the danger of her queen getting kicked around the board. She just immediately played queen e1. I was about to ask the question, why did you put your knight on b6, b2, b3?
Well,
or would you like to ask e5?
Yeah, no. I was thinking b3 as well, but then the queen feels a little bit vulnerable there on a5.
So if I may, after b3, black can still play g5, and you still don't have bishop e3.
Because?
So actually...
Because of the same reasons.
Right. So Liz's move, queen e1, is the best, the engine's first line, because now on g5 you have bishop e3.
Which is the ideal square, yeah.
And if black knight comes into c4, you always have b3. You can kick it out, so no rush to play b3.
Okay.
Queen e1 was the best move.
Gotcha.
And she is back in the driver's seat.
To having a big advantage. Just checking in once again quickly on her Harika, because
Can we quickly check in on the game between Nana and Anna, because
that was the terrible blunder. I mean, I felt the pain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
Because I think she didn't go for your
line.
idea of giving up material and dreaming of a fortress. Instead, she's gone for just trying to be a pawn down, but it has come at the cost of her structure on the king side.
So, you know, like I lived for these moments where I had this incredible, powerful knight on f5 versus what I thought was a very septic and passive bishop on f8. So for me, I would have, with both hands, just eagerly played knight versus bishop. But I did notice that Nana said, look, you know, like I actually like the bishop. I'll play knight h6 check. You don't want to move your king because that would be pawn number 2. Anna felt she had to capture, and we have bishop takes f6 on the board. And that's a surprise for me because I really liked the knight.
But it's a powerful bishop there on f6. So
it is.
As black, I would be trying to trade off. Well, I would be trading off pieces as much as possible. Bishop to g7.
Bishop G7, or would you want to include your queen?
I'm worried about Queen F5.
Okay, Queen F.
And that scares the bejesus out of me.
With
you know?
good reason. With good reason, I agree with you. But there is one thing, and you mentioned it yourself. You're trying to trade off the pieces. So let's try to trade off the queens.
Queen takes a step back.
To
F4.
F4. Queen to F4. Okay, so my queen, which is on B5, magically transferred itself to E4. Queen E4. I'd rather trade queens on my own terms, like Queen G3 check, Queen G6 is where I'm aspiring. Probably I'm losing. I will be the first to admit that I'm probably losing this ending. But yeah, you wanted Bishop G7. Yeah. Okay.
Hang on a second. Also, against your Queen A6.
Yes. You know,
what happens if the queen? Yeah, if the queen just takes a step back, because sorry, not the queen, the bishop. The bishop goes all the way back. Put her back all the way to B2.
All the way back.
All the back to B2. Yeah. Ooh. Got ideas of going Queen C3, checkmate, Yasser.
That is a very, very nasty plan. You're a mean person.
No, but you can go Queen G6. Yeah, you're
holding
on. Queen G6.
Well, but your Queen C3 is still discouraging.
Yeah, but there's Bishop to G7. Like it depends.
You know, this is like probably the worst worst rook and pawn ending I've ever seen in terms of being a pawn down, and I've been pawns down. But if you think about the, what do you call it, the structure, you know, this 4 versus 4.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a worse?
No, this is bad.
I'm going to play rook A1.
Behind past pawn, yeah. This is beautiful.
It was like, oh gosh.
Yeah.
She didn't do that. She took your advice and played Bishop G7, in the words of Walter Brown, immediately. Bishop G7 immediately, and accepting the fact that she's in a major piece ending a pawn down, but with a fractured structure as well. We think Nana is well on her way to victory. What's happening in our marquee matchup, Nasi?
I think Tan gave up C2 pawn for some reason.
Well, you showed one variation where she
yes.
was coordinating her pieces.
Right, if she played Queen E1, but instead she played, sorry, Queen G5 is what we were looking at,
Yes,
right?
that was the one you showed us.
She played Queen E1 instead.
Oh.
Queen C2 and now H3. So it's a bit more passive way to play.
Right, because you were showing us a position where there was a white queen on D5,
right.
and then you had the doubled rooks.
That
makes
better.
a big difference.
Yeah, I'll just quickly jump to that. This was what I was showing you before, and this is the current position. So as you can see, both major pieces, queen and the rook, are on the first rank.
Right.
A lot more passive. But how does Irina improve? Probably very slowly, right? We start with H6. Okay. Probably bishop goes to F6. And then once you can breathe a little bit, then you start pushing the pawns.
Okay.
Which one would you push, D or A?
For me, it's the A pawn. I would love, especially when I have a bishop on F6 and or B2, I control the promotion square.
Yeah.
So if I could put a pawn on A3, I'm thinking that's a joy. Conversely, if I put a pawn on D3, I'm thinking to myself, I still have to promote, and that's a light square, and that might be a little bit harder.
That could be why Tan played Queen E1, just to double down on the A5 square and not let black push that pawn.
Makes sense. On the other hand, it is a pawn, an extra pawn for...
It is a healthy extra pawn again.
Right.
Maybe Irina will play rook C8, it's a natural looking move. No threats, but you're just developing your rook. It's hard to find moves for either side here. It's such a strange position. You have an extra pawn, it's an open position. There's some weaknesses, but you can't immediately take advantage of those weaknesses.
Yeah.
And is it not possible to kind of, as black, just go H6, just to
Yes, that was the move that Nasi was
yes.
advocating for. And to my way of thinking, I'm thinking my rook on B1 is actually kind of passive. I'd like it on D1 and bishop to A5 and rook to D1 and rook E2, rook D2, And H7, H6, by the way, Irina,
She played it.
Is time a factor in this game? The clocks?
Well, yes, actually, because Zhongyi has 26 minutes, Irina 14 minutes and 20 seconds. And
So
remember,
almost a
there is
2 to
no
1.
second time control. The players are going to be just playing on that 30-second time bonus they get per move.
Exactly. And in this case, again, Irina enjoying an extra pawn, but a little bit, that it starts to creep into your thoughts that I've got to pick up the tempo, the pace of play, because you really do not want to get down to the point that, you know, 30 seconds and counting and you're down to 10 and suddenly you're really, really feeling the pressure. Wanted to go around. Nana?
I have a question for
please.
you, both of you actually. In this position in the game,
You trying to win a
Harika-
t-shirt? Go on, sorry.
In this position between Harika and Kosteniuk,
Yes.
Alexandra just played h5, so now Harika has the decision to make: push g5 or take on h5. Which one seems like the right move in the endgame when you don't have
G5.
time to calculate? It's g5, right?
G5.
Well, according to the engine, this is just as winning,
No,
which surprised me.
really?
It's just as winning. The
I
advantage does not change. It's
Wow.
still +3.
And is the idea to play F5
Knight d4
or knight
after?
d4?
Yeah, I
You
think
have to defend the b5 pawn. You cannot.
right. So let's say you go rook b6, and now I play f5.
Exactly.
And even though I left my pawn on the black square here, you can't really get to it because you would probably play e5.
Okay, let's try.
So that makes the bishop really bad. So knight e6, and I can actually target that pawn.
Nice.
And you got
So,
knight c5.
but for me, g5 was more natural, and that was the move I think that Harika chose.
Yes, Harika did play g5, but after f5, how do we continue here?
King d4, knight
King
e5.
d4 and knight e5. Okay, because
Yeah.
now knight d4 doesn't make that much sense because after rook b6,
Right,
there's
I'm
no
not
good follow-up.
Right, I'm not breaking through. But here was a much more interesting question. If you go back to g5 for a moment, and if our opponent had played f6 takes g5, what would have been your natural inclination?
My natural inclination.
Yes. Like,
No, you're not going to like it, Yasser.
what? Tell me.
H takes g5.
Me too. I love that move. I love that
Okay,
move.
I feel-
Because your next turn is knight h4.
Yeah.
And it's great. And king e4 and its
Yeah.
domination. The h-pawn is just an illusion. It's a mirage. It's not going anywhere. And you dominate. We did see f5, by the way.
Nope, we're
Not
still
yet.
waiting on g5.
No.
Yeah. She
go-
might play king e7, just make a waiting move, and let
Okay.
white take on f6.
That makes sense.
But isn't this the same, though? Knight to d4.
Rook
You have to play
b6.
rook b6 and rook to c6.
Oh yes, we do have rook c6 now.
And that's the problem. Now we're threatening to take on f6 and to take the bishop on d6 if the rook moves, if you let me. So it looks like Harika is really doing great. She would upset one of the tournament co-leaders with a victory today, would Harika, and do herself a solid with a victory over former world champion. So big result going on there.
Well, before all the action gets wild with time trouble, let's take a very quick break, and you come back in just a few minutes to come and catch the
We'll
end
be fresh.
of the games.
See
Don't
you
go
on the
anywhere.
other side.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame make such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, the first time ever in school history. Guided by their head coach, Christian Karilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Dariush Virks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Varuzhin Akobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We are back with round 2 in the Cairns Cup. That's a very exciting start.
We've been discussing amongst ourselves the fact that Anna's H-pawns on H7 and H6 are so bad, they're really injurious to our eyesight. And we're thinking, Nasi said, how has she not made it? Rook on C3 coming to G3. And she didn't want to allow Queen E6, as that was why she just pushed D5. But Anna has, this is a self-inflicted blow. I mean, her bishop F8 was just tragically bad.
It was just a big oversight, and there we can see on the board
how bad it is.
It is.
You know, in the 4 games we have left, we might see all 4 decisive results.
Indeed, but the question for me was the Tan versus Irina. I know that Irina's a pawn up, but when you say decisive results, are you saying 3 results, or are you saying Irina or a draw?
Oh.
Because I'm thinking that Tan is not, it's not terrible. It's not terrible,
it's
terrible.
Definitely Irina wins or a draw here.
Okay, okay.
But blunders can always happen. So.
Well, it's one of those things with, you know, you put the D5 pawn on F7, and I go, yeah, it's a 2-result game. Because the black king is always a little bit vulnerable, rook E7, queen E7, bishop C3 checks, ideas, lurking. I wouldn't chalk this one up yet, but again, time, Jovi. The time's a factor for Irina.
It certainly is. Irina just has 7 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. And Zhongyi has just under 19 minutes. And do remember, no second time control. We're going to keep mentioning this again and again. But the players do get that 30-second time increment per move. And we're getting word that Alice Lee, she is fighting her way back in to her game against Elisabeth Paehtz. Remember, Alice Lee, she did blunder a pawn in the opening, and since then she's been trying to create chaos. So let's go there and immediately see what's happening.
For me, the problem is Elisabeth has been the one who keeps giving Alice that, you know, toehold back into the game. After the move bishop f7, I was, you know, aspiring to play the move b2, b3, just keep the knight chill, you know, and very, very slowly and methodically nurse the extra pawn to a good health. I think Elisabeth overlooked something. When she played the move e5, knight c4, right here, right now, I think she was expecting that she would have some kind of a tactic that would be in her favor, whether it was the capture on f6, that type of thing. She got here and decided that, well, her best move was b3. Well, wait a minute, why let the knight jump in? And she ended up dropping a pawn. A moment ago, she had this moment, and this is, I thought, was really cute. I like this, and maybe Elisabeth more or less stopped right here and didn't understand fully her opportunity. After b3, queen takes e4, knight h2, maybe this was a little bit of a hidden move, because the idea is you want to make a tempo against the rook. You see that, of course, you see that, but you also see rook e2, and mentally you might stop. You go, what am I doing? I'm an idiot. I'm just helping my opponent coordinate until you see one more move. Knight g4, that defends f2, that attacks f6, that attacks b7.
Yeah, it's a good shot, right?
It is a great
position for white. The current position, however, is a little bit of a mess. I mean, your pawn is a little bit weak, but it's no longer the huge advantage that Lissy was enjoying. And clocks times.
Well, Elisabeth has 11.5 minutes, whereas Alice Lee, she has just under 9 minutes on the
Not
clock.
a major issue. Let's go
No.
back to our marquee matchup. Tan versus Irina, and we just saw rook e7. Irina finally bringing her bishop from b2 back to d4. And what is that move? I mean,
Computer says it's a bad move, but I'm trying to figure out why, and I haven't been successful yet.
well, I mean, according to all of those tactic puzzles that you've been studying for the longest time, you don't put your pieces on squares that are unprotected, right? So the first thing that you kind of look at is like, well wait a minute, isn't that an unprotected square? So you would love to play bishop takes f4. Because then you would be hitting the rook, you'd be hitting the bishop, all kinds of nasty things. And you might be also thinking about queen g3, but the rook is a la tempo, right?
Yeah.
So you start to think about f5, bishop takes h6, rook takes
Right.
d4.
That was in my radar as well.
Right?
The idea behind bishop d4, I think, is rook b2. Irina wants to replace the bishop with the rook.
Makes sense?
And she still looks very good. I don't know why Engine dropped her advantage a little bit, because Black's position is still looking very good.
I was thinking that maybe bishop a5.
No, I get it. I get it. I would
Go,
like to
yes,
double.
sir.
I'd like to double rooks on the 7th rank.
Oh, you're going to go rook c1. The simple
And rook
stuff.
c7.
That's
And bishop c3.
that's so simple and yet so beautiful. Okay.
I mean, it's suddenly.
But rook g6.
Rook g6, yeah.
Oh, okay, but I've still doubled on the 7th.
Okay, we
Isn't
should
that
show
a good,
everyone.
Isn't this a good thing? I double on the 7th. Rook c1.
Queen f5, let's say.
Queen f5, let's say. I rook b1. Okay, let's go.
Rook g6.
And rook g6.
Black still has
Rook
a
b1 is coming your way
Big
as well.
Okay,
Yasser.
check.
trade.
Trade. Oops, I'm supposed
King
to take.
h7.
And the other rook drops in.
Rook c8. Rook e6.
And I get the check, but I don't win.
Whose king is weaker right now?
I don't know. I was making a poor argument that it was actually Black's king that was weaker, but truth be told, I don't have a follow-up here. Oh, wait. Rook f8? I want to play f5 check if I can.
Rook f8, there's checkmate in 7.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that's queen b1.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. And king, and you get me first.
Bishop g1 and
You get me first. I appreciate. Oh. Okay, that was close. Sorry, then I don't have it. I don't have rook c1 and rook c7. You were about to mention some other.
Yeah, but that
According-
wasn't also.
Please.
right. According to the engine, white should just play king h2.
Well, that's chill.
Rook b2, queen g3.
Okay, I wanted to play queen g3, but I was hanging my rook with check last time. Yes?
And here black still has rook g6.
Right.
Queen f3, so now we're defending the rook. White's like hanging by a thread here.
Right.
Everything's under attack. But here,
d5 is check.
yes, so here engine says black should only play queen b3, and then we know if queens come off, white has a very good chance of saving this.
Right.
So instead of bishop d4, computer was saying black should play immediately rook c6 or d4 or even king h7, this prophylaxis move that doesn't come to mind because king looks safe on g8.
Safer. even.
Safer, right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing the idea is, I actually don't know what the idea is, king h7. Maybe it's a waiting move.
Right. Quick question for you.
It avoids rook
Nasi.
e8.
I'm going to blunder, but I'm going to blunder with full knowledge that I'm blundering. f4, f5. So the idea behind f4, f5 is I do want to, have some tactics of queen g3 and hitting g7, but I also want to have tactics of bishop takes h6. So what's the quickest refutation?
Bishop
to
f2.
Sorry. It's funny, of all the pieces that I was expecting you to hit, I was expecting you to play rook b2. I was expecting you to play, I don't know, queen f5. Bishop f2, where did that come from?
If you go queen e2 now, I have rook b1, and it's game over.
Golly. Look at that. That's nice.
That's a beautiful checkmating
It
pattern.
really is. Wow.
You
and
asked
bishop
for
f2,
the quickest response.
yeah, bishop. Well, you got it. I mean, I thought I was, you know, making tactical threats. You know, bishop takes h6 and rook takes d4. You know, the more I'm thinking about it, king h2 actually has a lot to be said for it because my rook on d1 and the king is much safer.
And it always hangs with checks.
Yes.
So king h2, it's a...
I'm warming up to that move.
It's a beautiful
Very
move, but
subtle
I
move.
don't think it will be played.
Rook
In the
c1.
thick of action, you're going to go king h2. Rook c1 is much more logical.
Well, it's much more natural because all my training has told me, double your rooks on the 7th, good things are going to happen. You know, that's just how chess works. So I can't fault Tan for playing rook c1.
But just to kind of, I'm looking at the overview of all the games, and it certainly looks like Anna Zatonskih will be losing within the next few moves. I mean, I don't envisage a future where her king, which is out in the open, will be able to survive.
When we left it, we just saw the move d4, d5 on the board by Nana, and we were thinking that Black's king was far too exposed. Rook to d8, rook c3, this is what Nasia and I had been discussing, and we just thought, no, you don't survive without a pawn shield in a major piece. And well, Nana's feeling the same way. She's clipped a pawn, and she's got all of the
yeah, she's got rook d3 happening. If the
initiative on her side,
yeah, if the king tries to run, say for instance king c7, then the queen and the rook are going to be perfectly placed to set up some beautiful mating patterns. So
exactly,
yeah, there's just
checks.
No chance.
No,
and
she's more than aware, Anna, is of her.
Yeah, I was just going to say, her mind is just probably going back to that moment where she just blundered by retreating the bishop and
F8.
allowing Nana just to come in and seize the pawn and win a game.
For those of you joining us late, it was one of those tragic moments right here when Anna had basically been pressing a slight initiative. I actually thought she was a little bit better. Rook c5 was the computer's move, just getting the rook, hitting the queen. Anna decided to play it safe, and it's so stunning how this safety move turned out to be absolutely dreadful, because as soon as you see bishop takes e5, you go, I blundered. The rook on b5, it's an overloaded queen, and this is how she got the horrible structure that she's gotten in the game, the doubled h-pawns, and then we're going to flash to the current position where her king got flushed out of the king side.
Yep. Okay, and let's go back to our marquee matchup between Tan Zhongyi and Irina Krush, because we left rook c1, the queen moved over to d3, and
bishop to
c3.
Okay, so one of the things that Irina was constantly battling about is that she wants, White wants to play rook to the 7th rank, but Irina has this rook to b1. So Tan has played the move bishop to c3. Okay, just a second.
It's a nice move. It's
like
a pincer movement on g7.
Well, that bishop on d4 was doing a good job defending g7, hitting g1. I like that decision by Tan of getting rid of the bishops, but can we just... Oh, sorry. Queen to b1. I'm only a pawn up. You know, in my mind, I had these two passed pawns, d5 and a6, so I wrongly thought I was 2 pawns up. I'm sorry. Nasi, jump in on this one.
Yeah, that's why actually when we were looking at this, we suggested queen f5 for black.
Okay.
That would have avoided this bishop c3 move, because then at the end of it, the pawn on f4 is just hanging.
Simple.
Simple, yes.
Gotcha. So, and why isn't that the case now? So after bishop takes c3?
Because I take rook c3 with a tempo.
Right.
And you don't have time to win the f4 pawn.
Gotcha.
And now it's more equal. It's actually very close to complete equality. Now on queen f5, white can play queen d2 and counterattack on the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a
Thank you, Nasi.
very nice resource there from Tan Zhongyi. But someone who is in big trouble is Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yes, she is. No, it's losing. It's not even big trouble anymore. It's gone.
It's absolutely gone. Okay, well, she has black against Harika, and
Harika just has dominating a king.
Great opening. It just never
Dominating
went right for Alexandra in this game.
No, she never got out of the opening. It was really one of those cases of just really, really bad opening. And with her dominating king and dominating rook as well as extra pawn, how many advantages can we throw in there? Well, we can play the move rook f6. And the problem is the whole structure is collapsing. We get to play rook takes, for example, rook takes a3, rook takes g6. I don't know what else to suggest. Rook h3.
Run with rook h3.
Okay, let's run with rook h3. And then we're going to take another pawn. That's a check as well. Yikes. Ooh, and by the way,
rook c3.
Rook to c3 was her choice. Intriguing choice. Just a second. So Harika, by the way, not bad at all. I mean, she's saying, I will give you the pawn on a3, but only on the condition that I've driven your king to the first rank before doing anything.
Rook a7 in played.
Rook a7, okay.
Rook c6.
Rook c6?
Rook c6 or rook c5, okay.
Rook c5. Okay, so the difference was that I had wanted to go rook f6, munch, and munch. So she wants to go rook takes a3.
Maybe she wants to go rook takes b5.
Clear, and she has done that.
And then rook b7, and then come in with the king.
Yep. And,
done.
The one thing I would just say is, yeah, I know it's bad, 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 bad. The one thing I would just say is there a glimmer of hope with the past h-pawn? So check, king d8 on the board. I'm assuming you play king takes e6.
Yep.
Makes sense, right?
King takes. I wasn't quite sure whether to go king c6 and grab the g6 pawn. And
king f6.
yeah, king f6, yeah.
And grab the g6 pawn. Not bad, because in that case you're escorting your g pawn.
But maybe let's get greedy. I prefer king takes e6.
e6, rook takes, and f5.
Yeah,
e5, pardon me. This looks grim. I was about to say that I have a glimmer of hope with my passer, but I don't believe myself at all. I think that this is just too easy, and Sasha, Alexandria, she knows it. Expecting Harika to win this one, Elisabeth, I'm just going to check in on. Well, the more I'm looking at it, it just feels like Alice is fighting her way back into contention. She's
but it's still not equal for Alice. Yes, you know, she's not a pawn down anymore.
That's a big victory.
That's a big victory, I understand, but still Elisabeth is better, right?
Right. I just had to, make sure there. The rook went to d8. Bishop g5. Don't hang your f2 pawn, but with the move queen e2, don't let it slip your mind that bishop and bishop takes e3, queen takes e3. I would be securing my rook in the middle of the board with rook d4, and I would feel very confident that I should hold this. I mean, maybe I'm worse, like you say, because of the structure is favorable for white, but rook d4 on the board Are the clocks a factor in this one?
Yes,
Jody?
you can see that Alice has just 4 minutes and 12 seconds, and Lizzie now just under 8 minutes. So remember, no second time control.
Exactly. Seriously, folks, I have played every chess set imaginable, including black and red checkerboards. And whenever I look at these cameras and I see these beautiful wooden chess sets and these beautiful furniture tables that the players are playing on, I just get the sense of like, my goodness, professional quality pieces.
Can we turn our attentions back
Please.
to Zhongyi
That's
against Irina
heating up.
Krush? Because yes, I'm reading correctly. Irina under a minute.
Whoa. You're right. 49 seconds, in fact, to be clear. And after the move bishop c3, we're not sure what to expect. I thought we were going to see some trades, but Irina's played the move rook c8 after quite a think. And that move, wow. Okay, that move, I'm less sure about whose king is more vulnerable, because we were looking at positions with bishop takes d4, rook takes, queen takes d4, check, and we were kind of mauling one another's king, right? Last time I reached a dead end, frankly. But here, I guess I'm reaching a dead end, right? There's not that, you flush.
The killer king is coming out.
But there's no
finish. And if it gets to g3. Oh,
so there's an interesting in-between line.
Please.
After rook takes c1,
yeah,
you can play rook e8 check here.
Okay.
Because now if king h7, that's losing for black. We take queen c1, queen d4, and queen c2 check.
Ooh, that's a nasty. And the principle being, I can play
we just
f5.
win the rook e6.
Rook e6. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
And that looks, wow. Okay. Intermezzo. Okay, that's already an eye opener.
That's a very serious pitfall
Yes.
that Irina could fall into,
I think
especially not having so much time.
Right. Bishop takes d4, rook takes c1. I think
she needs to go rook f8.
Yeah, I think reaching for your king and playing king h7 is kind of an automatic. You just make that
King
move.
f7 is also okay. It will
That's
lead to a draw, perpetual rook e7 check.
Exactly. So this is where you're saying, and just give, well, the eval probably.
Oh, I have another in between with bishop g7 here to not be down upon.
Oh no.
No, after rook trades.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah.
And here, bishop takes
queen
g7.
c1,
I got you. And this
now
is
it's
where.
equal.
Gotcha. Queen takes. Wow, what a time for the position to explode when you literally have no time on the clock. Tan has 7 minutes here. And I must say, when I see these moves, rook c8, and I'm looking at these rook g7, queen g3 ideas. Of course, I appreciate that g7 is well protected, and queen. I feel like I'm giving my opponent opportunity, and we're just seeing with bishop takes d4 that there are these intermezzos.
Yeah.
Irina is going to look back on this game and say, boy, I had a pawn up, I had the initiative, and I played this move queen a3 and allowed Tan to play knight takes f5. That was a huge moment. And this is their third game, I believe, in their lifetime matchups. They've only played 2 games, but both games were decisive.
Yeah, 2 classical games.
Yeah, 1 win apiece.
They have played in Blitz and in Rapid as well.
I think today's players are used to playing so many Blitz and Rapid tournaments. It just seems that they have exploded. Rook c8.
And we see Tan reaching for the bishop.
D4.
Rook takes rook. Oh.
And this is
the moment.
Will Tan play the important intermezzo?
Well, she's paused.
She's paused. Yeah, that's already an indication that she's considering not just recapturing automatically on C1.
Yes, it's a very good sign, right, Yasser?
Right? Yeah. And the problem with the recapture, I'm sure Irina's main move had been queen takes, C1, queen takes, F4. She was probably expecting something like rook check, and she was thinking, well, in this queen and pawn endgame, I must be better. I'm not, it's a 2-result game because I'm the one with the passed pawns. White has no chances of winning, whereas I have all the chances on my side. But it's the problem that she's facing is she doesn't have a good answer to this move. Rook check. King h7 walks into queen takes and queen c2 check. Rook f8 walks into another intermezzo. Again, I don't recapture, but as Nasi was saying, whoop, and this queen and pawn ending suddenly much, much healthier for white than before. She's no longer a pawn down, but there's the perpetual checks that white has in the position of greater, much greater.
I just want to ask you a question
Please.
about practicality. So here Tan is pausing and considering rook e8 in great detail. But bearing in mind Irina doesn't have so much time on the clock.
Right.
Should it have been wiser perhaps to go rook e8 immediately?
Yes.
Just as quickly as possible.
Simply answers,
and then,
yes.
wait for the natural king h7.
Yes, yes. Because doubtlessly when rook takes c1, rook e8 check would have been played, king h7 would have been precipitated, like you're enthusiastically just continuing your line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so now Irina's been given a chance to think.
And maybe reconsider her king h7. Yeah.
Exactly.
She's now thinking about rook e8 check. After all, what else could Tan be imagining? Rook takes c1, your queen is pinned. I'm going to take your queen.
Could she also be thinking about rook takes g7?
No, because the queen can't. What am I saying? Why not? She has to be thinking about rook takes g7. Wait a minute, why not? Why don't I have rook takes g7?
It's also playable.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, Ricky ain't played, guys. It's a critical moment.
The voice from the wilderness. What happened there? Rook takes g7. Of course, I'm like, what? If I could play rook e8 check, I could play rook takes g7, right?
Big moment, though.
Big moment for Irina.
Because king h7, the most natural
Rook e8
move
is trickier.
on the board.
Trickier.
Because now black has a chance to lose.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotcha. We were struggling here, and poor Irina, she's facing the biggest challenges in the game at the moment when she has the least amount of time. Wow.
28 seconds and ticking down. And she's obliged to either step forward with the king to f7 or retreat the rook to block the check.
18 seconds.
18 seconds. And here she must not play the most natural move.
I think in the American Cup...
Okay, she's reaching for the rook.
In the American Cup, I believe one of the players just forgot about the clock. And I think
Dominguez.
it was... Pardon me?
Dominguez.
He just forgot about the clock. And it was the most remarkable thing. And we were just watching the seconds countdown. And there she goes. Tan has played very quickly. Rook takes f8. And I'm sure she's about to play bishop takes g7 as well. Because queen takes d4. Let's sell the bishop as dearly as possible. Bishop takes g7. Automatic move. King takes g7. Queen takes. And white's possibilities of perpetual check just went through the roof. Now that you've taken away that pawn shield for black's king.
Well, now the situation has clarified somewhat in this game, although I'm aware of the time situation. Perhaps we can take a peek into the game between Elisabeth Paehtz and Alice Lee, because the rest of the games are kind of pretty clear-cut. That only one side
Harika is completely
pushing.
winning, and Nana is completely winning. But Elisabeth, with an advantage, we think, And the clock times?
Well, Alice, she does have 1 minute and 22 seconds. Elisabeth has 4 minutes and 20 seconds. And yeah, you can feel the tension just by looking at the camera.
And 14-year-old Alice Lee with the black pieces. I think it's the knee. It's Bobby Fischer had that too, that his knee was like a perpetual pump. He was at the board and he's shaking.
Mm-hmm.
H5. Yeah, you can see there. That's just the nervous tension of.
Well, 45 seconds, and she's
played rook d8.
Doubled on the D line.
You know, here I just forgive me, but in that game of Anna and Nana, I was always critical of capturing these pawns and doubling the A pawn. But in this particular case, there was maybe something to be said for that, because this bishop could, on a good day, after g6 takes h5, play bishop g6. And I'm sure that was in Alice's vision as well. She has played the move rook d8, and from Elisabeth's point of view, if I don't mind borrowing a page from Alpha 0 and I'll take whatever advantage I can get, I love putting the pawn on h6, because the pawn on h6 means that I've got back rank checkmates. You're always thinking, how do I get rid of this damn pawn that's in my face? And it's just very, very irritating to have this pawn on h6. I would play h6 in Lizzie's shoes and just say, quickly, okay.
Yeah, it's a great pawn in many respects.
And it's annoying.
Exactly, it's annoying in the middle game, also annoying in the end game as well. Could keep the black king caged, and yeah, sure enough, she plays it.
Okay, but she did take 40 seconds, 50 seconds, and I'm just saying that like h6 immediately would have sent, Alice into this kind of, competitive nervousness. h6, and I like this move for Elisabeth. Yep. Alice in trouble, once again.
8 seconds,
falling
and
in trouble.
Ticking down.
I mean, I had thought she had fought her way to
F8.
I'm not saying equality. I thought she had fought her way to a smaller disadvantage. Now I'm thinking that Lizzie's back in the driver's seat. Mm-hmm. King F8. Okay, Nazi, join us on this one. King F8. Not an intuitive move, but kind of getting out of the king's side.
Yeah, there were some mutual mistakes in time trouble, which is expected.
Of course.
King F8 is not a bad move, it's just that she didn't have a better move.
She didn't have a better move?
Yes.
Oh, that's...
Yeah.
Okay.
Just +2 here.
+2 even? Mm-hmm. I didn't realize it was that big. Why is the advantage so big?
I guess black doesn't have too many moves. As you can see, King F8 is one of the good moves.
Right.
So white can play just b4 right now.
Right. I kind of like the move b4 because I would like to fasten the rook and any captures. King g2 is also a move I find very natural, just kind of getting out of the first rank checks.
Surprisingly, even just taking on d6 is really good. Rook d6.
Really?
Yeah, I would think simplifying position would help black, but that's not the case here.
Because after rook takes, and she has played rook c7, and what did I tell you about that H pawn just being so annoying? How do I get rid of it? Lizzie played rook to 7th, and immediately just I want to get rid of this H pawn.
Rook c7 was not the best.
Okay.
And now Lizzie has to find king g2.
Okay.
So that on queen h6 she can play rook h1.
Well, she's reaching for the rook, so
she's
she
looking
might
for
just
the rook on
snatch
c7.
that pawn. And meanwhile, it is a draw between Zhongyi and Irina Krush.
Wow, what a hard-fought draw that was.
That, Tan indeed survived a position where she was a pawn down, and with the worst position, as in no compensation whatsoever.
By the way, the players have agreed to a draw. The arbiter didn't like their decision of agreeing to a draw and insisted that they play for a 3-move repetition, which they have done. And a draw is, in fact, the result now. But we're going to turn our attention back to the game of Elisabeth and Alice Lee, because after the move G5, Elisabeth said, I really want the A7 pawn. She didn't play King G2, and that was a nice idea of King G2 and Rook H1. She went immediately for the gusto. Rook takes A7. I'm sure Alice played Queen H6 with a great sense of relief. Like, goodness me, get rid of that pawn. And Bishop F3.
But it's not over. Bishop F3, a necessary move, protects the D1 square.
And
King G2 is still very much an issue also.
As is Queen takes E5. Okay. And the pressure is still on poor Alice. She's she's a fighter, I tell you. And fun to play blitz with. Bishop F3, what am I going to do? I'm going to play Queen F6? I think so. I like my pawns. I like my pawn on E5. Queen E6 would hang the G5 pawn.
Well, if you go Queen F6, there are moves like Rook C7.
I agree. Queen, but this is what I wanted with the move G6 takes H5. Queen F6, Rook C7. I wanted to put my bishop on an anchor square, G6. Mm-hmm. Bishop to G6, and I figure I'm still surviving.
And
Alice is down to
45 seconds.
Okay.
45 seconds on the clock, and good idea. I like your Queen F6.
Queen F6,
it holds the 2 weak pawns together, and indeed she moves it.
With
well, she's now got 1 minute.
Okay, she just
1
jumped
minute
with
and 4 minutes. And they're both shaking.
Lizzie got the shakes too.
You can. It's,
shaking and baking.
It's very difficult to play chess when you just have that 30-second increment.
The nervous tension.
And this is such
extreme.
A complicated position as well, Yasser.
Yeah.
You know, so many possibilities for both sides.
But with this move, Queen F6, looky, I see Rook to D3. Alice is eyeballing an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that the bishop has only one defender, the queen. So King G2, kind of a natural looking move. Elisabeth is calculating consequences of Rook D3. And she's kind of thinking that, well, her opponent's got counterplay. Maybe she's going to go back with her bishop to E4 to cover, or bishop, sorry.
Yeah, I was also going to say the same, that somehow either this bishop on F7 is a fantastic defender, so maybe I'm expecting Rook C7 first, and then the bishop coming to E4. What's happened?
Whoa. She just played the Rook, and I don't like that move whatsoever. Rook E1, no. Oh, I don't like that move. And Alice, wow, sensing opportunity. She has played Rook D3 and rocked Elisabeth backwards. Oh my gosh, that was a blunder.
Yes, Alice much better now.
Oh my goodness, in time trouble. Yes. And it was so clear that this move Queen F6 had that as a threat. Sometimes you're only seeing your own ideas. You're locked into, and Elisabeth was locked into this idea that she was going to go Queen takes E5 and Queen E7 check and do damage, but no. Queen takes E5, that just loses a bishop. And it's not even close. That's a win.
She has to take on F7 right now. Rook F7 and Bishop H5 check.
That's her bail. She has to play Rook takes F7. As you were about to say, Bishop H5 check, and hope that she can survive an exchange down.
And if you capture with the queen, if she's reaching for the bishop.
And there is Queen G5. That attacks the rook on D8, so you can't take with the rook. And if you take with the queen, there is some Queen takes E5 and magical draw.
She's done it. Rook takes F7. She found her best chance. She's blundered badly with this move, rook e1, but she did find rook f7. And sometimes you lose your head. Like once you blunder, it's like you collapse. Lizzie seizing her best chance. Rook takes f7. And again, we're expecting king takes f7, bishop h5, best line king g7, did you say?
King g8.
King g8 even. And after queen takes e5, just...
Rook f8.
Rook f8.
It's gonna be an easy win, but black's the one playing for a win here for sure.
Right.
But it seems very natural for Alice to take with the queen on f7. But according to the engine, after that, it's triple zeros.
Rook, this is the current
She
situation.
only has 34 seconds, guys.
And she's
difficult
definitely
decision to
thinking,
make.
how do I recapture? Queen or rook, queen or rook, queen or rook.
She goes for the queen.
And that was the blunder allowing queen takes g5, instantly played by Elisabeth.
Now she's gonna play queen f3.
Okay.
And then after queen e5, engine says it's a draw, but is it an easy draw?
Well, here we go. We're about to find out. Queen takes e5. There's no choice for Elisabeth. She has to play queen takes. And she is eyeballing a perpetual check on the square h8 and h7. So yes, go ahead and play rook d1, and I'll make a perpetual check with the queen. So she has to play queen takes e5. 40 seconds.
It's just hard to believe that white has perpetual here.
I know, because you've got two rooks and a queen as a defense. The queen takes e5.
Queen takes e5, but then you'll think about king to g8, and you can.
I got
And the
queen
queen g5, yeah, you
check.
can just shuffle forward.
Back and
Back
forth.
and forth, yeah.
That's a nice one.
19 seconds for
Come
Elisabeth.
on. There's only choice.
It's
There's
her only
nothing to
move.
discuss.
Queen takes pawn. I wonder whether she's thinking about queen check, but no, she does capture.
Okay, now for Alice, Alice is probably as perplexed as she could possibly be. And who is to blame her? She's sitting there saying, I'm a rook up. All my instincts, all the training I've ever done has told me I'm winning. How do I escape perpetual check?
You
Where's
can't
my
run
win?
with the king because of the queen covering the g5 square. The queen can simply go up to e7.
Yes. Where is my win, saying Alice? I mean, you almost feel for her, like, you know, if she came to you after the game, Nasi, and said, trainer, you know, I was a rook up. Where was my win? And you're going to say you didn't have one. She says, how could I not have one?
Queen f7?
Queen f7, queen check.
Queen h8 check. And
queen f6 check.
You only have one move.
And it's enough. Okay, it's 12 seconds left for
10.
Alice. It's ticking down to 10.
And she's in disbelief. She's staring in disbelief.
She puts her queen on f7.
And that's an immediate perpetual check. That's the perpetual check that we saw. Queen h8 check, no choice. You have to go queen g8, queen f6, and she played queen g8 with disgust. The queen almost made to g9. And Alice is, you can't blame yourself. She's almost in tears as she's realized.
I'm not really sure who is more disappointed because Elisabeth was in full control
the whole way.
And yet at the end it was Alice who was winning, and there we see
what
the
a
players
game.
agree a draw.
What a game. And Alice, look, she is distressed. At the end, did I have a win? I don't think she did. Oh.
Well, she doesn't know that. We know that it was a draw, but she thinks
she'll
I was
feel
up
a lot better when she discovers that,
And we had another draw while we were watching this game. Zhongyi and Irina also drew their game.
Yes, that was our marquee matchup. And just to refresh, what did happen is Tan did spot those intermezzos. She did play rook e8 check. She did play bishop takes g7. And there we see, again, a very distressed Alice Lee. But I agree. I mean, she should be happy she didn't lose that game earlier. And we have two remaining games.
And here you can see both of these games in the cameras, we have Nana Dzagnidze, who is in a winning king and pawn ending against
she is.
Anna Zatonskih. And for Harika, she is also winning in a rook and pawn ending against Alexandra. In fact, both of these games should probably end very soon.
Very shortly. Kind of a confusing move for me. Nana just played the move King D6. That's a bit of a head scratcher.
Can make a bad move here for white.
Yeah.
Can't make a bad move. Yeah.
Whilst there we see Anna retreat the king. Because I suspect there will be a resignation any second now between Harika against Alexandra.
Careful with those predictions. The commentators curse. We will be here for the 6th hour.
No. I'm 100% sure.
100%.
100% sure. That's pretty high odds.
No, that's very high indeed. King F8. So what am I missing? Just push the pawn. She's done it. G7 check. At a certain point, all we're going to do is bring our king to F6 and go G6, right? And that will be easy because then we can go King G5 and take this pawn. This one is winning. This
totally
one is
winning. And
completely.
Let's go over.
And we got the handshake.
Exactly. Harika beats Alexandra Kosteniuk in
Oh my
a very
gosh.
powerful performance there from Harika from start to finish.
She kept control, and what was remarkable for me is the very final position. There's only one pawn on the board. It's like, I'm amazed that Alexandra was able to get to a position where, check it out. I mean, it was really close.
If she could transport her king to G8.
Right? I mean, wow. Congratulations to Harika, because absolutely, I felt that she held an advantage right from the get-go. The opening really, really went Harika's way, and she never let the victory slip away. Very, very impressive victory for Harika. And back to Anna.
Definitely.
Any time now, right? 100%. Would you say?
I was actually talking about the other games, but okay. No, this one also 100%.
100%.
I'm confident in the abilities of Nana.
Exactly, and I'm just going to bring that game up. G7, King F7. Okay, Anna is trying to be her trickiest, darndest best, and refusing to capture the king. Tell me what the tricks are, because I'm kind of, I don't fully see them myself. King to D7. Wow. I would have been going for the F6 square. I would have been, so help me here, because I'm genuinely at a loss. Why didn't she play King E5? If you play King G8, yeah? Mm-hmm. And if I go King F6, and if you go King here, I appreciate there are stalemates, but G8 equals Queen, King takes, and I'm just making a beeline for King G6. By the way, 20 seconds or 8
Well,
seconds?
it's 38 seconds for Anna Zatonskih, whereas Nana is sitting on a very comfortable 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
Okay, but you did understand what I was saying. I was just going to go King F6 and
King
G8.
G6. I completely understand.
And then
But
since
this
you
one
put her
also
King on D7. Okay, please see. Sorry, we're about
doesn't this
King
one?
D8. Boy,
Nana wants the opposition.
The distant opposition. So I'm assuming she's saying if you go King here, I'll Queen? Is that what she's saying?
Yeah, could be.
Well, don't commit yourself. Keep your options open.
Well, I would have gone for your plan, Yasser.
Exactly.
I was expecting that. I wasn't expecting some
King D8,
sophisticated king dance.
Yeah, too
But,
sophisticated. Too sophisticated. And we do have King F7 as well.
Okay, she's reached for the queen.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so your guess predict.
She's clarified the situation at last. And is she going? She's won the opposition, by the way. If she plays King E8, She's very cleverly won the opposition. I just didn't think it was required. I think brute force method would have been enough.
But chess is an art.
Art. Nice.
Yours was the sport.
Right. Just give me the point. You could win the postmortem.
Yeah, exactly. No, I remember Mark Dvoretsky telling me about the English chess players. He said
Mark Dvoretsky is a very, very famous trainer from Russia, but please go on.
Yes, and he was saying that English chess players could be categorized into two groups.
Two groups.
The mathematicians and the scientists, and the street fighters.
And the street fighters.
And there we see that Nana has full control over the g6 square, so
and
the king is going
G6.
to move to there to grab the last remaining black pawn, and that's it.
You can snatch a draw from the jaws of victory by reaching for the g-pawn. G6 would cause a bouquet of tears. And king g6, I think, has that caused resignation, because that is king takes h5. Our defending champion is, started with two blacks. She had the unfortunate draw of starting with two blacks, but two defeats, and both very, very self-inflicted defeats, I want to say, especially this one. This one will hurt very, very much, but our congratulations, of course, to Nana on this game.
She took her chances when they were presented, and
that's what it's all about.
Exactly, and
we are hoping that Begim will be able to interview some of our winners, so we'll just make some time amongst ourselves. How many victories did we have in this round?
We just had 2 victories, although it did look like at one stage that it was going to be 4 decisive results.
Right.
I mean, it's been very eventful. Of course, we saw that big blunder that Anna Zatonskih made when she was just putting the pressure on Nana. We also saw that Zhongyi was in serious trouble against Irina Krush.
And that time trouble game that we just saw with Alice Lee and Elisabeth, it felt like Elisabeth blundered an exchange, and then rook takes h7 and fought her way back.
I have to admire how Paehtz reacted to that blunder. Because most players would have just collapsed.
Absolutely.
And instead, you couldn't even see on her face that she blundered.
Right.
And she immediately found the best moves in order to save the game. So that's really
rook f7,
impressive.
bishop h5. That was very impressive. No, seriously, you make a very bad move, and the easiest thing to do is just give up. Wow. Yeah. But let's review the day and how the results stacked up. Jovi, take it away.
Like I said, it has been a very dramatic day. We did see Nana Dzagnidze beat Anna Zatonskih to move to 1.5 points. Anna Muzychuk against Mariya. Well, that was always going to be a case of sisterly love, a draw. And then
sisterly love. That's a nice way of putting it. I like that.
Zhongyi against Irina Krush. That was a very eventful draw. And
no sisterly love in that one.
No. Elisabeth Paehtz drew against Alice Lee. And then we have Harika beating Alexandra Kosteniuk with a very powerful game. And this means at the top of the table, well, we have a 4-way tie between Zhongyi, Harika Dronavalli, Nana Dzagnidze and Mariya Muzychuk. And then still very much early days, because we see 3 players on 50%, 1 point.
Yes, Alexandra Kosteniuk came in as a co-leader along with Tan and Mariya. Mariya, as you mentioned, sisterly love, quick draw. Tan, a little bit lucky. I mean, I felt like...
I wouldn't call it luck. She survived.
Yeah,
she defended well.
But Irina is going to kick herself, right?
Yes, because with the black pieces, to get such a good position against Tang, doesn't happen often.
Right, she had everything she wanted, knight h4, f5. It looked like everything was going in her favor, and just one slip.
Irina was better yesterday as well against Anna Muzychuk. She had chances.
Yes.
So it's a little bit of a slow start for Irina. She had chances in both games.
Right.
Both games ending in draw, so she might not be very happy.
Right.
But if she continues to get good positions, she's gonna start converting.
Exactly. And let's turn to Begim, who is with Harika.
Hi Harika, welcome to the studio. Congratulations on your first win of the tournament. Yesterday you defeated such a tough position, and finally today with white pieces you won against Alexandra Kosteniuk. How does it feel?
Thank you. Yeah, I mean yesterday it was a long game. I played for more than 6 hours, I think. And okay, today I just tried to play some normal chess, and even from opening it became little unusual. For example,
so I have a question. Did you know this position after knight d3, king e2, or did you come up with this move over the board?
Over the board, I just know that with e4 this works. So I thought e3 should be even better. At least, I mean, I don't know the actual evaluation. I thought it's interesting. Here I even checked bishop f5, e4, kind of transposing, but like I thought this is also interesting, but I couldn't assess the position. I thought, okay, let me try, because anyway, yeah, maybe bishop f5 was better try. Because generally pawn should be on e4. So I just played over the board with the understanding, I mean with just...
So most probably you checked the line probably somewhere like
no,
E6,
okay, I didn't expect her to get into this. So I mean from here already we both are playing on our own. And okay, I have some idea. I mean, it's not like I don't know, but okay, I couldn't recollect what exactly is the move. So I just tried to play on the board. After knight b4, yeah, I saw d4, but what I didn't like is cd4, nd4, bishop d7, I think. And I couldn't assess the position, like what it is. Okay, computer is clearly showing white is better, but I just couldn't judge on the board.
It's hard to understand. It seems like pieces are fine, you know?
Yeah, I thought
you're developing,
knight d4, maybe some tactic is there.
Yes.
So bishop d7, queen d7, a b4. This is better. Okay, this I saw it could be better, but I couldn't understand if I can convert the advantage. So I went into.
So and then, what's the critical position was in your opinion?
I think here already white is comfortable. Here I thought bishop d7 is the better try, and like you know maybe I thought I would go. Either knight f3 or queen b3, something like this. Even knight f3, knight e5 or queen b3. So when I think opponent played queen b6, I think this is already like clearly better for me, and at least it's easier for me to play. Though I think she did try to complicate as much as she could, but I think she missed a couple of moves.
Yeah, honestly, after this point, you didn't give her any chances to come back to the game.
Yeah, at least I tried to do so, and also she helped a bit. I think she blended a couple of things, a couple of tactics. I think because of which it got easier for me. For example, here she saw a6, queen b5. This is what even I saw. So where is the position?
Sir.
Yeah, no, here. So here, knight d2, I thought this idea is very interesting. Knight c4, knight a5, knight c6, and my position is easier to play compared to playing rook c4, rook c1, and you know taking the pawn directly. So here she missed, I think, takes, knight e5, c5. I'm sure she must have thought of c5, but like.
But even this position is because she's behind the development. According to the engine, it's just like collapsing anyways.
Yeah, so I thought like I just tried to play simple chess, whatever I could, and I think slowly it just got easier for me. Maybe here somewhere I unnecessarily misplayed something. Maybe I had rook c6 here. Instead of king d3, I don't know.
No, in this position, I checked from the beginning to the end. Once you got the advantage, you never let her go, and then you were winning the whole game. So, Harika, are you happy with your performance so far? Are you happy where you're at?
Of course, it's always good to win a game, and yeah, I hope I can maintain playing some good chess.
Thank you so much for being here with us, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Begim
and
Harika.
Yes, big win as she defeats former world champion and gets a tie for first. I mean, that's a good start.
Yeah. Also,
for
it's a
Harika.
kind of perfect game as well. Harika was in her element
Yes.
from beginning to
And
end.
she showed her endgame technique yesterday.
Yes.
Defending
very
against
difficult
rook and
ending,
bishop,
and she did it superbly, actually. And
With
she
like
mentioned
30-second
6 hours.
increment.
Yeah.
So.
She mentioned that she played 6 hours, and she played a big, what I would call control game. Those are very, very hard, literally from start to finish. And she was right to be a little bit self-critical, that maybe, like she let a little slip, but no. She kept it. Very, very, very impressive performance today for Harika. And then again, we had 2 wins today.
So let's
We
take
had 3 the first day, 2.
2 today, and let's have a sneak peek at tomorrow's pairings. You can see that white Alexandra Kosteniuk will play with white pieces against Nana Dzagnidze. Alice Lee will face Harika Dronavalli, just 1 today. Irina Krush will this time play Elisabeth Paehtz. Maria Muzychuk will play Zhongyi, the tournament's top seed. And Anna Zatonskih, she's been a little bit luckless. She will be playing Anna Muzychuk.
The battle of the Annas coming up. And let's go to Begim, who is with Nana.
Hi Nana, welcome to the studio. Congratulations on your win. Can you talk about the game a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, out of the opening, I think I didn't have much. Where it was like here when I took knight d4, let's say here, knight d4, knight 6, and yeah, I think it's totally equal this position, but. I wanted to get some playable position. That's why I decided to take on c6. Otherwise, I think I wouldn't take this knight and give this structure, because I think after this, black has more or less a comfortable play, because she got some central pawn and some space in the center, but. At least I think during the game I was thinking that I have some play, like I will put this rook d1, knight f1, knight g3.
So your strategy for today was to get playable position.
Yeah.
And as I understand, she was thinking a lot yesterday as well. She spent a lot of time.
Yes.
Probably you concluded from that probably just get a playable position and pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it's absolutely correct, because she loves thinking, and
so you just wanted to let her think.
Yeah. Sure.
And
but here actually this was the first time that in the position I should have made some decision whether take this pawn on a4 or just play knight g3, and I was calculating this knight g3 here takes. Rook a1, bishop a1, and queen b7, something like this. And I was thinking maybe c5, bishop c3, b4, and I have some play, but I think it's limited, this position, to play for a win.
Yeah,
I think. That's why I decided to take this pawn, because I thought that after c5, I have bishop b5.
Which makes the position more complicated, right?
Yeah, kind of. And actually, I think around here she played quite well. Queen c6 here, but after I think rook ab1 is a tricky move, because let's say if you take, queen c8. I was thinking this bishop f8, but actually this is not easy to play during the game, to go in such position.
Yeah, honestly, it's scary, because the d5 pawn is not protected, and you're going to push forever.
My pieces are much better.
Even though, of course, objectively, if you look at the engine, probably it's like equal or close to equal, but in a practical game, in my opinion, she's the one who has to defend, and
yeah,
it's not the easiest. And Did you expect that
No, she
bishop
blundered
f8 at all?
She blundered bishop e5, of course. And
then after
that, yeah, my position is totally winning. But I think I could have won more easily. I don't know. I don't know if it was necessary or not. Knight h6, bishop f6. But still, I think this is still winning. But somewhere there, maybe.
Honestly, I think you converted it very well.
Really?
Yes.
Because maybe, yeah, of course.
I think you found the fastest way, not holding on to the d5 pawn. You just try to attack the king and then grab the all weak pawns.
Yeah,
after knight
but
h6.
I think it wasn't necessary for me to go this pawn endgame. I think I could. Maybe there are some ways.
I mean, you're up a pawn. Why not?
Yeah, but I mean,
it's always ways. But in my opinion, like in human perspective, it felt like you made like great decisions.
Yeah, but
I like the fact that you didn't even think twice to give away d5 pawn.
But you know, during the game, I felt like I was winning for so long, and maybe I will finish this game quickly. But somehow game still went on and on.
Yeah, because it's we have different time control, which is 2 hours, but you still managed to win this game, and now it's four ways tie for the first place. What do you think about it?
I think tournament only just has been beginning, and I mean plenty of rounds ahead. So so far, I think these 2 games I played quite well. I'm satisfied, and yeah, we will see next.
It's great to see you performing really well, Nana. Here, congratulations again, and then we'll see you tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Begim. Impressive round. We had 2 victories. Could have been more. Take a look at the standings as the table just got mixed a lot.
Yes, that's absolutely true. But Zhongyi, she starts as the highest rated seed, and she still remains there with 1.5 points. But alongside her, Harika, Dronavalli, Nana Dzagnidze, and Mariya Muzychuk, all on 1.5 points.
My pick, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she started with a win, but today's loss, that takes a little wind out of her sails. And, well, Anna Muzychuk, Irina, all at 50%. Absolutely. And your final thoughts on this eventful round 2? Could have been more victories, but we're still satisfied that we've got the 2 victories that we did.
Oh, indeed. These ladies give us such fighting games. What more could we ask for?
Right, exactly.
And I'm happy. Well, I also root for, I know I chose 10 for this tournament, but I'm a big fan of Irina, so I was kind of hoping she could win today,
right.
But I think she can come back and convert her advantages. And I expect nothing but big fights. And I love that these are all very strong players, but they're also so close in strength that anyone can beat anyone.
On any given day, absolutely.
Exactly.
And that game today that we saw between Elisabeth and Alice, boy, that was a razor's edge. It was finely balanced, and here we go.
Yeah.
This is our predictions.
And there we can see, wow.
Our
Nazi and Begim, you're doing very well with your predictions. Both of you chose Zhongyi, and she's on 1.5 out of 2 in joint lead. Feeling happy?
We can throw in Maurice too, because he joined late. I mean, he joined after 10, had already won the first round, so. And Begim, please, you're there closer to the action than we are. Your final thoughts on this round 2?
Honestly, guys, I'm very happy to see how girls are playing. They are bringing out their best. Today, game between Paehtz and Alice, I was like, oh my god, it was so dramatic. And Irina couldn't convert her advantage. I was like, come on, Irina. I was still like rooting for her because she's my teammate. So we had amazing games. Only expected game was between 2 sisters, Anna and Mariya Muzychuk, and they made a draw, but it was in a good style. nice finding, you know, reputation. So I'm excited for the next round as well, and I'm just so happy to see such a fighting chess in this tournament.
Absolutely, we agree.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a thrilling day of action, as Begim said, full of fighting chess.
It's so fun to call the action with you both. It really is nice.
But this is just the beginning, guys.
It's early days.
Plenty of more rounds to come. So thank you all for watching, and join us for more of the action tomorrow.
See you
soon then.
tomorrow. Bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.